Now into the line. Here's the first pitch of Game 5 of the World Series, and it's hit high, left field and deep. Call back at the track, leaps at the wall, and that ball is gone! A first pitch homer for David Schneider, and the Blue Jays take the lead in the first. Welcome to Game 5.
We've seen pitchers throw off-speed pitches to George Springer a lot over the course of the season. He's a guy that ambushes. Blake Snell doesn't know much about Davis Schneider. He doesn't know if he's an ambusher or not. He tried to get ahead with a fastball. I think Davis Schneider's been talking to George Springer a little bit.
And the 0-1. Vladdy rocks the ball. Left field and deep. Back to the wall. It is gone again. Back-to-back blasts in the first, and in 3 pitches, the Blue Jays lead 2-0. What in the world are we watching right now?
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is taking his time running around the bases, and why not? What a moment for him as he hugs Bo Bichette, getting back to that Blue Jays dugout. David Schneider is helping him out with that jacket. My goodness, what did we just witness?
96-mile-an-hour heater. He smoked it out to left nearly 400 feet. The wind and the 2-strike pitch. He got him. Struck him out on a slider. 1-2-3 for your Savage in the first. 2-0 Blue Jays. No outs in this inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Kept going to that splitter until finally Freeman was out in front of it. And that's his second strikeout of the start. 1 out in the bottom of the second.
It is very difficult as a major league pitcher to make Shohei Ohtani look bad, to make Mookie Betts look bad, and to make Freddie Freeman look bad. Trey Savage has done all 3 of those things in this ballgame so far.
They've fed Teoscar a ton of breaking balls in this series. Savage has gone 2 fastballs and a splitter so far. Kirk makes the call, the wind from Savage, and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. There's the slider, and he punches out Hernandez. 3 in a row and 2 down in the bottom of the second. Regular rest for Savage. His 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Trey Savage strikes out this side. He's punched out 4 in a row in 2 6-up, 6-down innings in L.A. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3. Frozen with a slider at the knees. Muncy barking up the first baseline. He didn't like it. 5 Ks in a row, 1 down. Hernandez playing center field with the lineup changes for the Dodgers. Was in left previously. 2-1. And he smokes it. Left field and deep. That ball is way gone. An absolute rope off the bat of Kiké Hernandez, his first of the postseason and 16th in the playoffs in his career. That four-seamer caught a lot of the plate up and in, and Hernandez was all over it. The wind and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ohtani loses his helmet on this splitter, and Savage bounces back after giving up the solo shot to Kiké Hernandez to get call and punch out Ohtani, ending the third. The 1-1. Hit on a line out to center, charging in Hernandez. Varsho tagging. Hernandez makes the catch. Here comes Varsho. The throw goes up the line, and Varsho drags his left hand across home plate in a slide. Sac fly, Ernie Clement. 3-1 Blue Jays with 1 out in the top of the 4th. Hunting his 7th strikeout so far. Savage kicks and fires. And he got him. Struck him out on a slider. 1 out.
I mean, it's getting ridiculous at this point. He's made 1 mistake to Kiké Hernandez, but other than that, he's been on for the majority of this game. He struck out Shohei Ohtani twice. He struck out Will Smith right there. But the thing that I like the most is he's just getting on top of the slider, getting on top of the split finger, and the fastball velocity's been pretty steady.
Unbelievable for Savage. 22-year-olds 1-2. Make it 35 in the postseason. Strikes out Betts on his splitter. 2 down.
They might have seen him in game 1, but they did not see this guy. This is almost like they're facing a completely different guy with a completely different repertoire. I mean, it's just been so incredible. Not only the pitches, not only the location, the strikeouts, all that stuff, just the composure out there. This is a difficult place to pitch.
Struck out Edman on a splitter in the second. 1-1 pitch. Popped up. Middle of the infield. IKF calls for it. Jimenez waves him off, and the shortstop leans left to make the catch and end the inning. A little two-out trouble with a hit batter and an infield hit, but Savage nodding into Alejandro Kirk as he stalks off the hill through 4 innings. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a splitter in the dirt. 9 Ks in 4 2/3 for Trey Savage. 2 down.
Look at Trey Savage just marching around that mound, stomping those feet. Tons of confidence out there, tons of swag.
3-2 pitch. Check swing, pitch in the dirt, appeal to first. He went! 10 Ks in 5 innings for Trey Savage. On to the 6th inning we go. 1-2 pitch. And it's ripped on a line to right, charging. Barger dives! Did he get it? He did! Addison Barger! Racing to right center to rob a hit from Ohtani. Ohtani hit it a mere 117 miles an hour, and Barger had the wherewithal to make the play. 1 out. Feet pretty close together in his straight-up stance. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 11 Ks for Trey Savage. 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. He's shredding right now in Game 5.
Well, he's shredding, and he is stomping around that mound out there.
His payoff pitch to the backstop. Coming home, Barger. He'll score on the walk. Vladdy up to first. Jimenez into second. He yanked it way outside at 100, and it's 4-1 Blue Jays on the 3rd Dodger wild pitch of the inning. He kicks and deals. And the pitch is lined. Slicing down and right. Base hit. Coming around third, Jimenez. Vladdy going first to third. Jimenez into score. Vladdy slides into third. RBI single, Bo Bichette. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Dodgers 1 in the top of the 7th. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A dozen Ks for Savage. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th.
I mean, it just keeps getting better and better. Just so much movement on that split finger. It looked like a fastball right down the middle, and then missed the barrel. Alejandro Kirk holding on to that baseball. I think it was a foul tip, but what a performance so far from Trey Savage.
Blue Jays 5, Dodgers 1. 1 out, bottom of the 7th, Game 5 of the World Series. 3-2. On the ground to third. Clement grabs it. Throw to second one. IKF to first. Double play! 5-4-3. Savage through 7. And it's 5-1 Blue Jays in Game 5 of the World Series. Now the infield in, IKF up. Left on right pitch. On the ground left side and through, base hit. IKF delivers. Clement into score. RBI single. The Blue Jays lead 6-1 in the 8th. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dominguez picks up where Savage left off, 2 down. Ohtani 0 for 3 tonight against Savage. Faces Dominguez here in the 8th. The pitch. Hit on the ground at first. Stabbed by Vladdy. He slaps the base with his right hand as he went down to the splits to snare it. And in 1 pitch, Ohtani is retired. Hoffman set. Runner on. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Doubled up on the slider. Threw it even lower. And the Blue Jays are an out away. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Hoffman turns his shoulders. Looks at first. Now sets. He kicks. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hoffman punches out Hernandez. The Blue Jays, in dominant fashion, win 6-1 in Game 5, and they'll come home with a 3-2 lead in the World Series.
Maybe it's just a phase you're going through.
You'll get over it.
I can't help you with that. The next appointment is in 6 months.
You're not alone.
Finding mental health support shouldn't leave you feeling more lost. At CAMH, we know how frustrating it can be trying to access care. We're working to build a future where the path to support is clear, and every step forward feels like progress, not another wrong turn. Visit camh.ca to help us forge a better path for mental health care.
Visit Gulftown.com for full details. We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out
Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. T&Cs apply.
Maybe it's just a phase you're going through.
You'll get over it.
I can't help you with that.
The next appointment is in 6 months.
You're not alone.
Finding mental health support shouldn't leave you feeling more lost. At CAMH, we know how frustrating it can be trying to access care. We're working to build a future where the path to support is clear, and every step forward feels like progress, not another wrong turn. Visit camh.ca to help us forge a better path for mental health care.
CJCL Toronto.
Hey, this is Kevin Gausman
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, here we go. Blue Jays 9 innings away from capturing their first World Series title in 32 years. Ben Ennis, J.D. Bunk is in the building, getting you ready for this Game 6 of the World Series. It's an extended pregame show on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Happy Halloween, everybody. John Schneider was asked what he was doing last Halloween after completing a 74-88 season with the Blue Jays. And he said he was at the end of his driveway drinking a beer, handing out candy.
Nice.
Today, he has a chance to hoist the commissioner's trophy over his head. It's Game 6, baby.
Honestly, both the options sound pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't you do both?
Yeah. You can do it later. You can get home. You can just hang out. Maybe that's how he'll celebrate. He'll head home. He'll hang out on the driveway, and he'll catch, like, the kids that are not supposed to be trick-or-treating anymore, the 16, 17-year-olds. Yeah, man, this is nuts. Like, I was in the building for games 1 and 2, and I don't know, there's just a different gravity that you're feeling in the stadium right now. You're just feeling it in the concourse, and it's interesting having everybody walk up to you and just ask you that one question is, do they get it done tonight? And yeah, damn, man, it feels different. They could be World Series champions in like 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah. Or if it's like Game 3, like 6 to 7,
Tomorrow.
8, 9,
Yeah, tomorrow.
12. Who knows? There is a little bit of history on their side as well. All the Blue Jays have ever done when an opportunity arises to close out a World Series in 6 games, whether that be on the road in 92 or at home in 93, is win. They have never let this thing get to a Game 7. They are 2-0 in closeout games. In a Game 6, a chance to do that tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they got their ace on the hill too. I know Trey Savage is like the new Fandangled ace, but this is their best pitcher and the guy that you knew would be the most reliable starting pitcher this postseason. Kevin Gausman on the hill was going pitch for pitch with Yoshi Yamamoto in Game 2. The second consecutive complete game for Yamamoto in the postseason, but this is exactly the guy you want on the mound in this situation.
So, a couple things with Gausman, man. One is, every start of the postseason, he's given them a chance to win. It's been great. Like, he's been going just about 6 innings every start. There was a couple of controversial, I think, early lifts by the manager in both Game 1 against the Yankees, which worked out right after he struck out Aaron Judge. and game 1 of the CS against the Mariners, where, the hook backfired for them, right? Like, they put Brendan Little in, and the rest is history. This has been 4 really stellar performances from Gausman, and what looked to be his signature moment was robbed by Yamamoto in game 1 of the series. Listen, dude, I just do a little bit of the sentimental stuff. I'm really hoping that Gausman has one tonight. This is the guy that you want to have on the mound more than anybody. Yeah, I guess you're right. The Trey Savage of it all, where he pitches the way that he did. You go, well, maybe you want that guy. But Gausman has been consistently great in the postseason. I think that he is the number 1 Toronto athlete right now who gets it, who seems to understand the moment, understands the right thing to say, has the ability to rise to the occasion. And you just hope that it basically doesn't end up being the blueprint for his losses so far this postseason, which have been his team not getting any run support. The 3 losses that Kevin Gausman is affiliated with throughout the playoffs, the team has combined for 4 runs. Got to be better than that tonight. Got to find a way to get to Yamamoto. Got to find a way to put some pressure on him early and give Gausman a chance to pitch deep in this ball game.
Yeah, and if you will recall, obviously Yamamoto untouchable for much of that game in game 2 after the Blue Jays kind of sent a message in that first game of the World Series with the Dodgers heavy favorites to put up runs like they did against Blake Snell and that bullpen and the grand slam from Addison Barger. They had Yamamoto on the ropes in that first inning. George Springer leads off the game with a double. It's followed up by a single. There's runners on first and third, nobody out for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who struck out on 7 pitches. And I wonder if this is instructive, right? So we know Blake Snell got a little aggressive with the fastball, I would say, in Game 5, and the Blue Jays made him pay. Yamamoto did not get aggressive with the fastball in that Game 2 start. In fact, in that Vladdy at-bat, in which he struck out on 7 pitches, 5 of the pitches were splitters. He really went to the splitter, really went to the curveball in the first inning to get himself out of that jam in Game 2 en route to, yes, his second consecutive complete game. It's going to be very interesting to see what the pitch mix is for him. He has all the pitches.
Yeah, the thing is with him, though, is you're right that it's going to be interesting, but he did such a good job of keeping them off balance in that first game, man. Like, if there's somebody that I have confidence is going to have the right pitch mix, it's probably Yamamoto. To me, the interesting question with this baseball game is, okay, clearly this is their ace now, right? Ahead of Blake Snell in this series, no doubt about it, and even throughout the postseason now. And I've gotten a lot from people the idea that, oh, well, it's Yamamoto. But to your Gausman point, this still does feel to me like Toronto's best chance to win.
Yeah, you got Max Scherzer in a potential Game 7. Like, yeah, it's almost to say the words. I know they're the best words in sports, except it's almost like you got to do like earmuffs when people say Game 7.
Don't say the best word in sports to me is Game 7 if I'm walking out of here and they've got a loss attached to them.
There is a caveat.
I'm gonna be chilled.
Usually, it's the best 2 words in sports is Game 7, but not when you're at a Game 6 with the Blue Jays, an opportunity to close out the World Series. Okay, we have an interesting little note. It feels like every time we do these pregame shows, we start with George Springer. Is he? Isn't he? Is he in? Is he out? How close is he? What's the messaging? He is in.
He's in. He's DH.
He is DHing. The Blue Jays lineup is George Springer leading off DH, Nathan Lucas in left field, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base, Bo Bichette back at second base naturally, Dalton Varsho center field, Alejandro Kirk doing the catching, Addison Barger in right field, Ernie Clement hitting 8th, he's playing third base, and Andres Jimenez back at shortstop. I told you I felt like a sucker because it really did not look like we would see George Springer again after that swing in, I guess it was late in the first 9 innings of an 18-inning Game 3. That looked like an oblique injury. And everything we know about oblique injuries, that's like a month to 2 month injury. And I
would have bet my life that he was not going to be seen from again.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Buck Martinez this morning. He felt the same way. But again, in John Schneider's media availability, he said, "Hey, like maybe if this is there's 2 weeks left in the season, we've got a long runway. It's Game 1. Maybe we're a little bit cautious with this thing. But nothing on the MRI suggests that he's in immediate danger of doing significant damage. I'm just surprised that he's capable of swinging the bat. The first couple swings we see from him in that bottom of the first at bat, I think would be super interesting. I give him all the credit in the world for trying to play in this game. Obviously, you want to be on the field with your team with a chance to win the World Series. I just thought there was no part of me that thought we would see him starting a game. Maybe he's a pinch runner because obviously he was ready to pinch run for Bo in Game 5, but that he's starting leading off Game 6 is unbelievable to me.
Well, here's the thing. You got to figure that he's pretty damn healthy. Like, and by that I mean, is he playing through pain? Obviously.
Yeah.
But a risk to come out of the baseball game? No, because they wouldn't have put him at DH.
Yeah.
So him playing in that position is pretty instructive that he's going to be playing the entire game. If you would have seen him in the outfield, then you could have thought, all right, they want Bo's bat in there for the entirety of this thing, and then maybe they'll look to take George out as a defensive substitution, or they feel like maybe the body doesn't hold up and they want to get him out of there. There can't possibly be a plan in this ball game. Like George Springer, it would be unbelievably selfish of him to go in there and get pinch hit for Ty France, which would be the plan if he needs to come out in this game, or I guess maybe David Schneider now after the home run that he hit last night or 2 nights ago. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like it's all systems a go. It seems like George Springer, that's going to be one of the signatures of this run, is the guy gotten out through the injuries, guy gotten out through the pain, and just being a gamer.
Yeah, well, because apparently it's not just the side, right? Like we know he's been beset by injuries throughout the season.
No doubt.
Took a fastball to the head. He's dealt with ankle issues, I think.
Got hit with a fastball on the knee.
Yeah, I think at the end of this postseason, it is going to be like a litany of injuries that we're going to hear about from George Springer, not the least of which is whatever side injury he's dealing with. Bo Bichette back in there at second base, though, is also interesting because at DH, there is not as much of an urgency to get him off the field, obviously, as a defensive replacement late in the game. It's going to be very interesting if the Blue Jays have a chance in a tie game scenario and he's on base late in the game to do what they did in that Game 3, eliminate one of their big bats, say it's an extra innings or that spot comes back up in the order. That's a curious situation if it's late in the game and they're trailing or it's a tie game.
Here's what I would say. John Schneider has made some mistakes over the course of this postseason, but he has done a great job of adjusting afterwards and not making the same mistake twice, essentially. That's where you really want from someone, right? Like, everybody makes mistakes, but once you start to make them over and over again, that's where you start to question somebody. My guess and my bet would be that it would have to be a pretty clear and obvious situation that you're outlining, like late in the ball game. I'm talking 7th inning or later, where Bo Bichette gets on, and that run is of critical import, where he gets pinch run for, or they're protecting a lead. Same thing, 7th inning or even later, like a true defensive substitution that you see in a lot of games where it's you're actually bringing the guy in the 8th or the 9th inning. I don't imagine Bo's coming out of this thing early unless it's, again, a very clear and obvious situation, don't you?
Yeah, I think there's a real danger. Yeah. And I think, to your point about John Schneider learning on the fly as these games progress, right? Like we had the situation late in the American League Championship Series where the Brandon Little relief appearance didn't go so well. Guess what happened? Next opportunity there was to close out a game. It was nothing but your best relievers for as many innings as they could throw. Hey, you know what happened in Game 3? You took out too many bats, and the game was too close, and you got to extra innings, and 9 of them, and you didn't have any of your significant bats in there, and maybe that goes a little differently.
I would add the early hooks to the starting pitchers that have backfired against them, and then letting John Schneider, letting his starters kind of run a little bit more in some situations. So, yeah, man, my guess is, and maybe it's wrong, but my guess is that the guys who are playing tonight, they're going to be seeing this thing damn near the entire way through, unless there is, again, a very, very clear and obvious situation with Bo Bichette late.
So to the point about maybe the early hook here, it's one thing for Trey Savage to never hit triple digits in pitches throughout the course of his year and never go as deep into a ball game as they let him get into a Game 5. Obviously, Kevin Gausman has done that before, right? Like, this is his postseason high in pitches is 91, but 107 is his season high. And, well, all hands on deck for a potential Game 7, including Kevin Gausman in theory, because the season's over for sure at the conclusion of tomorrow's game. I think it's a very realistic possibility. You see Kevin Gausman up over 107, 110, like that. This is his highest pitch count of the season. If he looks the best version of himself, that seems like a very realistic possibility.
Dude, that's honestly one of the biggest question marks in this game to me. is if he doesn't look like he has it early, how aggressive are you going to play this thing, knowing that you do have tomorrow to win it again, and you are likely going to need that all-hands-on-deck situation that you're talking about?
Yeah, well...
Like, are you letting him pitch out of jams, and you trusting him?
And not only him, and obviously the relievers, the most they will have to pitch is 2 consecutive games, but and now Chris Bassett knows what it's like to pitch in consecutive games. Obviously, Chris Bassett is part of the high-leverage relief plan, the way he's looked as a reliever. And obviously, you have a lead late in this game. You're thinking 6 outs from Jeff Hoffman. But how does, the fact that there is a potential Game 7 on the horizon impact your relief pitching and how aggressive you can be? Maybe you're trailing in a game, trailing by 2. Like, where is the limit there where you start using guys that might not be as effective or as available tomorrow?
Well, because in theory, that's supposed to be your biggest advantage tonight.
Yeah.
Like, your biggest advantage tonight is supposed to be that you don't have to play it as desperate as your opponent does.
Yep.
The feel that I have, though, in this is just gut, and I guess also based on the track record of what we've seen in those games against the Mariners, is that John Schneider is not going to screw around, man. Like, he's in the game. They're going to be close. I don't think that he's going to be thinking too much about a Game 7 or trying to have the advantage going into that.
Yeah, as well. Obviously, if he has a lead, that doesn't apply yet. And tie game, same deal. Try to win this thing. Try to get it.
But even down a run or 2, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's only 2 consecutive games, and you leave it all out on the field if there is a potential Game 7. So the Dodgers are doing it again with their lineup. Obviously, they've had issues scoring in this series. One of the best offenses in the sport during the regular season has been shut down by Blue Jays starting pitching. Shohei Ohtani still leading off and DHing. Will Smith still hitting second. He's doing the catching. Freddie Freeman now hitting third. So they got the lefties back close to each other again. Mookie Betts bumped down to the 4-hole. Teoscar Hernandez, he's playing right field. Max Muncy at third base. Kiké Hernandez is now in left field. Tommy Edman moves to center field. And in comes Miguel Rojas, who has not started a game in this postseason since NLDS Game 2. He's 3 for 10 with an RBI in the postseason. Obviously, the Dodgers are doing everything within their power to try and create offense, which is, I mean, you got so many superstars, Hall of Famers scattered throughout your lineup. It's crazy that they're in Game 6 of the World Series just trying to create some kind of offense at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, okay, so obviously anybody can help you win, and some of these adjustments could be the difference for the Dodgers, but if they're not going to get anything from Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman, I think that's going to tell the story. Like, okay, Rojas, maybe he ends up having a moment. Maybe it's a Kiké Hernandez thing who's clutch. Again, Max Muncy is a great playoff performer. I think he's like one of the all-time leaders in walks in the postseason already. But, yeah, dude, this comes to me down to whether or not Gausman and the bullpen can continue to neutralize the middle of the Dodgers lineup and continue to have them feel like they're not the advantage that we thought they were supposed to be when they were coming into the series.
Having Freeman hitting just one batter away from Ohtani also opens up the potential for the lefty
the flu
relief outing from Mason Fluharty, who's had at times success against Shohei Ohtani until he didn't in Game 3, where he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts before coming up with the RBI double, and then Freddie Freeman coming within a foot of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s glove before he also hit a single to right field to score the game-tying run at the moment before Bo Bichette took the lead, before losing it, of course, Shohei Ohtani's second home run of the game off Sir Anthony Dominguez. But, yeah, I'm interested that Dave Roberts has decided to go back to that and open up the possibility of Mason Fluharty, who's obviously become this team's leverage lefty.
I think that, though, if you're Dave Roberts, you're going with the horses that got you here, the way that they accomplished that. Like, I don't think that you can manage thinking about, well, Mason Fluharty can come in a baseball game and shut us down. Like, no offense to Fluharty, he's been really good, but, like, I want as many at-bats from Freddie Freeman as I can possibly get if I'm them, and him being in the 3-hole is like, that doesn't mean anything to me. I was going to say, how do you feel just about, like, because I know we're breaking down the game, we're looking at, like, lineup decisions and everything like that, but the thing I'm most curious to see is just the Blue Jays approach, because Yamamoto, he was so deadly against them in Game 2. But the one thing about this team is they've never looked intimidated, and they've never looked like the moment is too big for them, right? Wouldn't you say that's one of their calling cards of this entire season is, hey, backs against the wall, whatever it is, come up with a moment, do something about it. And it's got to be a different feel for those players, knowing that if you win tonight, you can win a World Series. And I wonder how they block out the thing in the back of their heads of that. There's like, you do have the margin for error. And something about this team just tells me that they're ready to close this thing out tonight, that you're going to see a good approach, that you're going to see a team that does not look overwhelmed or overcome by the moment.
You know what's weird about this game?
Yeah.
Is that
everything that we're watching a World Series clinching game after they were dead last in the division last year?
Yeah, that's definitely weird.
Yeah. There's like 1 million season ticket holders that gave up their tickets last year because they were like, no way, they're bad, I'm out of here. And then they're on the secondary ticket market being like, how much money, sorry, for the seats that I would have gotten for face? What else is weird?
Yeah, all those things are weird.
Those are weird.
I think what also is weird is that for the first time in this postseason, the Blue Jays are World Series favorites, right? They were underdogs in the DS against the Yankees. They were underdogs in the series against the Mariners. Maybe not in Game 1 because they played that long Game 5, but they were underdogs in the Mariners series. They were obvious huge underdogs in this series, and they were underdogs until they took a 3-2 series lead in Game 5. Now, they're underdogs in this game, according to Vegas, but they are favorites to win the World Series. This team could rightly say that they were the nobody believes in us Blue Jays. Again, after an 88-loss season, you get it. But for the first time, it took 7 months of baseball. Yeah, people believe that the Blue Jays are going to win the World Series, and they have an opportunity to do that in 9 innings of baseball against the Dodgers today.
Did I say this to you on my show about how they don't play that up?
Yeah.
It's so weird how every team that you've ever seen throughout the course of sports history that is the underdogs tries to act like the underdog and push that narrative forward so that everybody's talking about exactly just that. They want to have it. They want to believe in that. And yet with the Blue Jays, they weirdly have front-runner energy despite the fact that nobody did think that they were going to be here. That the energy that they exude, the way that they speak about themselves, the way that they talk about these games, the way that they carry themselves around the ballpark and on the field is, we belong to be here. We thought we'd be here all along, and we're not uncomfortable with this situation whatsoever. It's astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, Ernie Clement said that they know that they're the best team in baseball, but every step of the way, there have been doubts from the outsiders about this Blue Jays team until tonight in this Game 6 where they have Kevin Gausman on the mound ready to put his stamp on what has been a great postseason for him, but a postseason in which there's a number of indelible moments from some of the principal players on this Blue Jays team. I mean, Kevin Gausman has had great moments, but he doesn't have Shohei Ohtani's helmet falling off like Trey Savage has. And he doesn't have Vladimir Guerrero Jr. taking, again, Shohei Ohtani deep to left field. Yeah. Maybe there's a moment for him where at the end of this game, and, you know, a dog pile in the middle of the field would be a good one too. Yeah, but like him individually coming up with a huge moment, that is his signature moment as a Blue Jay.
That's what I'm really hoping for, because as good as he has been, it doesn't feel like he has one of those. His signature moment is the Jonas Brothers ruining the best start of his career.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the case for Kevin.
Do we know if they're here?
They're not allowed back in the country. That's what I've been told. Is that they've got they're banned for at least 3 years. That's the rule with the Jonas Brothers. No, man, I'm totally with you. Like, there's certain guys that you just root for a little harder based on the human being, but also he's just delivered the entire time he's been a Toronto Blue Jay. Last year, obviously, he started the season injured and struggled to find the guy that he was. But ultimately, when you're looking at the best free agent signings that this organization has ever had, he's unequivocally one of them. And he has a chance tonight, again, to have that moment that you're talking about, that signature stamp on this series. If they want to play the nobody believes in us thing up, then no one should be doing it more than Kevin Gausman, because everyone is going to be talking about Yamamoto and the 2 starts coming into this game. And I saw a tweet today of, I guess, what's Oryx? Is that Japanese Baseball League? Obviously it would be, right? The Oryx Buffaloes that he pitched in whatever their World Series is called, and threw a complete game with 132 pitches where he completely shut down their opponents. Everyone thinks that the opposing pitcher is Mr. Lights Out on the big stage, the guy that you should be afraid of. Gausman has not occupied a lot of airtime. There's not we're seeing MLB Network down on the field. I'm sure they're talking about his stuff. I'm sure they're talking about his splitter, but they're not spending as much time on Kevin Gausman as they are on Yamamoto. They're not doing that on the ESPN desk. They're not doing that on any national media site. This is Kevin Gausman's chance to, stamp it down and, really cement his legacy a little bit different, to be the guy that was on the bump when the Jays won a World Series.
Yeah, he is one of the greatest free agent signings in franchise history. He has at times been overshadowed. Didn't even start opening day this year, obviously. Jose Barrios did. He's been overshadowed at times by Alek Manoah. All he's done is just about every single season eventually get to the place where he is the most reliable Blue Jay pitcher. You saw it down the stretch in some huge games in September to salt away 94 victories and a division title, and you saw it every step of the way, starting with game 1 of the division series against the Yankees. You know almost unequivocally that the Blue Jays are going to be in this game when Kevin Gausman is on the mound, and it's just whether they can get to Yamamoto, who has been nails this postseason.
I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. I think this city's so ready. The city deserves it. I love it. I love this fan base. I love this team. I know it's going to be amazing in here. People are going to blow the roof off of this joint, and I know the Dodgers are an experienced-ass baseball team, but if they fall behind in this game, the crowd's going to get on top of them, and good luck.
History tonight and this weekend at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays with a chance to win their first World Series title since 1993. All right, coming up on the other side, it is Game 6 of the World Series. Ben Shulman, Chris LaRue with the call. Enjoy the ball game, everybody.
Val here. Short for value. Sunwing's financial advisor. Let's talk smart booking. With Sunwing Vacations, you get insider tools like our lowest price calendar. It hunts down the cheapest day to travel so you don't have to. That's your hack for stretching dollars into daiquiris. Now that's how you outsmart the system and win at vacationing. Book with your local travel advisor or at
Everyone's got a pro. Need tires?
I've got a pro.
Car making a weird sound?
I've got a pro.
So who's that pro? The pros at Tread Experts. Until December 7th, get a $70 Bridgestone prepaid MasterCard when you buy 4 eligible Bridgestone tires. Or save up to $120 with 4 eligible Blizzag or Winter Peak tires. Find a Bridgestone Tread Experts dealer at treadexperts.ca/locations.
From tires to auto repair, we're always there. treadexperts.ca.
Hey, it's Ray Ferraro. Playing 18 years in the NHL took a toll on my knees and ankles. I knew that to stay healthy, I had to keep moving. Kintec not only looked at my feet, but also at the way that I move. They created solutions designed for me. Now I'm staying healthy and active, doing the things I love. If pain is stopping you from moving, Kintec's footwear and orthotics working together will get you back on track. Check them out at kintec.net.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Canadian industries run on reliability, and breakdowns can be costly. ATS Electrolube manufactures automatic lubrication systems, keeping heavy machinery and maintenance running smoothly. Canadian-owned and manufactured for 50 years, ATS Lubricators power the economy. Contact your local distributor, Lubrigard, at lubrigard.com for all your automatic lubrication needs. ATS Electrolube, proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries.
It's Jiffy season and my to-do list is underway. I've already checked eaves cleaning and yard cleanup off my list, and next is a furnace tune-up with Albert. The best part? I booked all 3 Jiffy jobs in seconds, and the pros work around my schedule to get the jobs done. Take care of your home maintenance this season the easy way, the Jiffy way. Download the Jiffy app or sign up at jiffyondemand.com with the code THEFAN for $25 off your first job. Jiffy, Canada's #1 home maintenance app.
At Desjardins, our business is helping yours. We're here to support your business through every stage of growth, from your first pitch to your first acquisition. Whether it's improving cash flow or exploring investment banking solutions, with Desjardins Business, it's all under one roof. So join the more than 400,000 Canadian entrepreneurs who already count on us and contact Desjardins today. We'd love to talk business.
At Newborough, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Aaron and Catherine Plan. Aaron was in the middle of selling his small business and wanted to pay off some debt. Truth is, big banks are not too keen on small business. So we developed a plan that was the perfect fit. Because as we see it, you're anything but small. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with Newborough.
License 13115.
Too many students are packed into overcrowded classrooms in Ontario schools, and it's hurting their ability to learn. But instead of helping our kids, the Ford government is playing politics, taking over school boards and silencing local voices. It shouldn't be this way. Tell the Ford government to get serious about tackling overcrowded classrooms, because smaller classes would make a big difference for our kids. Go to buildingbetterschools.ca. A message from the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario.
Okay, we got 30 minutes to get to hockey practice. I'm starving.
There's a grocery store up ahead.
Bento sushi it is.
For delicious grab-and-go sushi, look for Bento in a grocery store near you.
Tune in to Real Kipper and Bourne for Game Time, presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
How do you measure those intangibles in sport? The whole no I in team philosophy.
It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone's going to go out there and put their best foot forward.
What is the value proposition on good vibes?
I love this team, man. I love my teammates.
This year, the Blue Jays have unlocked something extra special.
We are a tight-knit group. Our clubhouse is very intertwined. We do everything together.
The perfect example of it takes an entire team.
Ernie Clement, Heider for left, Rogers him in his eighth, and Lucas delivers again.
Keep it going. Just keep
swinging a fly ball
on
left field and deep.
Going. Staying true to what brought us all here.
A Springer! Dinger!
'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins.
And hey, it kind of worked out the last time.
Here's a pitch on the way. A swing and a belt. Left field. Way back. Blue Jays win. The Blue Jays are World Series champions.
Get ready, Canada. The battle begins now. The Toronto Blue Jays are back in the World Series. Game 6 starts now on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The World Series is on the line. The Blue Jays come back to Rogers Center for Game 6 of the Fall Classic, holding a 3-2 lead. 27 outs could separate them from a third World Championship. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in tonight and joining us at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host tonight, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Tanidi, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young are our technical directors. Canada's team is making history, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Halifax, Charlottetown, and all across the Maritimes are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts. Ace Kevin Gausman gets the ball with a chance to win it all for the Blue Jays, but he meets a worthy opponent. Game 2 winner Yoshinobu Yamamoto has it for LA. We have the pregame ceremonies, and we'll set you up for the biggest Blue Jays game in 32 years when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
The new Kodiak Narragon work booth clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in them. Get them at Factory Shoe. Kodiak. Work on.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch of the night.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Snell into the line. Here's the first pitch of Game 5 of the World Series, and it's hit high, left field and deep. Call back at the track, leaps at the wall, and that ball is gone. A first pitch homer for David Schneider, and the Blue Jays take the lead in the first. Welcome to Game 5 and the 0-1. Vladdy rocks the ball, left field and deep, back to the wall. It is gone again. Back-to-back blasts in the first, and in 3 pitches, the Blue Jays lead 2-0. The wind and the 2-strike pitch. He got him. Struck him out on his slider. 1-2-3 for your Savage in the first. The wind and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ohtani loses his helmet on this splitter, and your Savage bounces back after giving up the solo shot to Kiké Hernandez. 3-2 pitch. Check swing, pitch in the dirt, appeal to first. He went 10 Ks in 5 innings for Trey Savage. Pretty close together in his straight-up stance. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 11 Ks for Trey Savage. 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. He's shredding right now in Game 5.
Well, he's shredding, and he is stomping around that mound out there.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A dozen Ks for your Savage. He kicks and deals. And the pitch is lined. Slicing down and right. Base hit. Coming around third, Jimenez. Vladdy going first to third. Jimenez in to score. Vladdy slides into third. RBI single, Bobichette. Often turns his shoulders, looks at first, now sets. He kicks. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hoffman punches out Hernandez. The Blue Jays, in dominant fashion, win 6-1 in Game 5, and they'll come home with a 3-2 lead in the World Series. That was how it went down 2 nights ago as the Blue Jays took a series lead and now have 2 shots in Toronto to win it. The first one comes tonight, Game 6, with the World Series on the line. I'm Ben Schulman at Rogers Center alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in. We got game time coming up in about 30 minutes. Before then, we want to set you up and get to the pregame ceremonies. So let's bring in today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Show Ali here with you at the Rogers Center. Game 6, first pitch coming your way in about just over 25 minutes.
Again, Kevin Gausman, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, your scheduled pitching matchup. Again, 8:09 Eastern, 5:09 Pacific. As Ben said, we have a little break before player introductions and anthems, which we will carry right here on the network. Let's take a listen to someone who always promises to have an effect on any baseball game. The manager, John Schneider, of course, speaking to the media earlier this afternoon on Gausman being the one and how fitting it is that he will start Game 6. George Springer being back atop the Blue Jays lineup, and Bo Bichette continuing to contribute despite his knee injury. Here's the skipper with the media.
Of all the starting pitchers on your World Series roster, Kevin's been here the longest. How nice is it for him to have this opportunity to potentially close it out today?
Yeah, kind of fitting. Kev's been, since he's gotten here, he's kind of been our guy. Pitched in big games in years past. And, this season, this postseason, you know what you're going to get. He's got a good way about him. He's about as cool and calm as you can find, kind of getting ready for a start. So it's nice. It's nice that it lined up this way.
And when you contrast this year to last year, what's been the biggest difference with Gausman?
Oh man, I think his delivery has been consistent. I think he had a normal spring training. His stuff has held. And, I think that just all that goes back to his delivery being kind of on point throughout the year. Really, second half and postseason, it's been exactly where he wants it to be. And, when he's got his good life to his heater, he's usually pretty good. And that's been really consistent all year.
Seeing George back atop the lineup, what went into him being back in there for you?
He was pretty close in Game 5. I think having the extra day and a half helped. I think kind of just the feedback we got from him in the last couple of days helped, and watching him swing. So maybe a different story if, the season has the potential to just be 2 games. If it had the potential to be another 2 weeks, maybe a little bit different. But he's ready to go.
John, I'm just wondering if you can remember what you were doing last year on Halloween.
Sitting at my neighbor's driveway, drinking a beer and giving out candy. So this is way, way better.
No costume?
No, I think Halloween's a made-up holiday anyway. I don't dress up. It's kind of like my least favorite holiday of the year. So if it's a chance to hang out in the neighborhood and have a couple cold ones and laugh at some costumes, I'm all for it. But I like this costume a lot better.
Bo's obviously done everything he can to get back to this point, and he obviously has an important offseason for his career coming up. I'm just wondering what you think it says about his character that he fought so hard to get back, even though there's always the risk that could have set him back for something this offseason.
Yeah, man. I think that he kind of he gets overshadowed a little bit. Bo's been so good for us this year and his entire time here, really, and I'm happy for him to be on this stage. It was hard for him mentally and physically for a couple weeks, kind of down towards the end of the year, into the first couple rounds. I think his mental toughness really came through, and he's been such a he's grown up a lot this year. You know what I mean, in terms of what he wants to do, how he wants to do it, who he wants to be in the clubhouse. So I'm just thrilled for him that he was able to get back and, to be kind of on this stage and contributing the way he is.
Yamamoto in Game 2 is outstanding. What can you take from that game into tonight?
I think that we've done a good job of adjusting against good pitchers when we see them again. He's tough, man. I said it after Game 2. It felt like he was almost like 3 different pitchers in the first, middle, and last part of that game. I think you have to watch how he's deploying, and see what his stuff is like, right? Every game is different for every starter based on their stuff and their location. So any mistakes that he does make, you have to be ready for him. And if he's throwing strikes, I think you got to try to force some action too and try to take advantage of the way we make contact. And we'll kind of see how the game starts. Hopefully we can stay on him early and not let him settle in like he did last time. I think our best chance to score was in the first inning last time against him. But I think that we have a good game plan going in. Again, you're talking about the best of the best when you get to this stage when you're facing pitching. So he's a tough matchup. But I think we have a good game plan going in.
Talking to a few of your players, there's sort of been an odd continuum of how they're feeling right now. Like Bo says he's felt emotions that he's never felt before in his life, and a lot of people have said playing in the World Series is living up to what they thought. But a few guys have said don't feel like it's the World Series, and they've used the word surreal, and they can't believe it. Where do you sit on that spectrum? Is this like World Series living up to what you thought it was going to be? Can't quite believe this is what's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to just take in the stuff that comes with the World Series, and every game's a little bit different. I think when the game starts, it gets back to some normalcy. In real time, you don't think about the things that are going to be said or written or remembered, when you're kind of in it. But this is the only place you this is why, you sign up to do this, right? As a player, manager, so you have to enjoy it, but there always comes a time, a game or, a game 6 or a game whatever. It's you got to take a step back and appreciate it, but I think the more normal you can make it, the easier it is to go play. But I have found that kind of operating in real time, even if it was game 3, 18 innings, you don't really think about the magnitude of anything historical or, things like that in the moment. You're just trying to do what you do. But I'm trying to take it in as well.
John, I remember in spring training when we spoke and you talked about, David coming in and Lou helping out. And it seems like on the field it's been different offensively for the team. How much credit do you give those two guys, and how have they transformed the way you guys want to play offensively this year?
Yeah, I think it was something, again, going back to your question, I think it's, I think we had the people here, right? And I think that we just had to tweak kind of the way we prepared or the way we communicated certain things to players. I give them a ton of credit. And Hunter Mentz, too. You know what I mean? Hunter had been here for a couple of years, so to kind of evolve a little bit with a new hitting group, is hard to do. And he's been instrumental just like they have. But their energy, their positivity, their content, their work ethic, I think, has just been really, really clear from day one. And I'm talking day one, like when I hired those guys. Like, they started flying the guys and talking to them, and they were prepared to give them feedback, So it was cool that the timing of it was what it was. I think that the guys that have been here, George, Bo, Vlad, Kirky, Varsh, they were ready for a little bit more. And Pop and Lou and Hunter were able to offer that for them.
That is Blue Jays manager John Schneider with the media earlier this afternoon. There was also a pretty great moment in which Dodgers infielder Miguel Rojas walked in mid-chat and then quickly realized he was not supposed to be in the interview room yet. So some fun times downstairs in the media center. I'm Show Ali. We're here at the Rogers Center as we await first pitch. Again, 8:09 p.m. Eastern, 5:09 p.m. Pacific. Ben Schulman is here to my right, Chris LaRue to my left. And Ben, Schneider certainly seemed loose earlier today. Not a fan of Halloween, apparently, but I can only imagine that looseness trickles down at best to the rest of the guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a ball club that is not trying to make more out of this game than it should. I mean, at the same time, it's a huge game, and John Schneider acknowledged that, Chris, and he had mentioned today when we met with him that you can't be completely normal in a game like this. Players understand the stakes. They are going to be distracted from it sometimes, but I think the Blue Jays are going to try to do their best to treat this like they treated their other 170-odd games before, because they've won a lot more of those games than they've lost.
Yeah, I guess the key to success tonight is just play your game, and I know that's hard or easier said than done. It's John Schneider's motto over the course of the playoffs and in big ball games is just enjoy it, step back, don't try to do too much. I mean, obviously, like I just said, easier said than done in a Game 6 of the World Series when you're facing the Los Angeles Dodgers, a billion-dollar team, all those things. But this Blue Jays team has shown over the last 5 ball games that they can compete with the Los Angeles Dodgers, that they can beat the Los Angeles Dodgers. And the key to success tonight is just do your thing. Do exactly what you've done. Put good at-bats together. And most importantly, like John Schneider has said multiple times over this run, just have fun out there. Soak it all in and have fun.
That's Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. We will have a lot of your pregame coverage coming up here before a scheduled first pitch of 8:09 Eastern at Rogers Center. Members of our armed forces are marching a gargantuan Canadian flag onto the field right now from the left field corner. Fans have pretty much filled up this entire place already, and it's been that way for at least an hour, maybe 2 hours, and we are getting set for the starting lineups, the teams to the line, and what should be as energetic of a building in Toronto as there has been in 32 years. It's Game 6 of the World Series. The Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers with a 3-2 series lead. The Blue Jays have a chance to become world champions with a win in this game. But for now, more pregame. Let's hand it over to public address at Rogers Center. Here is Tim Langton.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rogers Center, home of your Toronto Blue Jays. Here are the starting lineups for tonight's World Series Game 6. First for the LA Dodgers, managed by Dave Roberts. Batting first, the designated hitter number 17, Shohei Ohtani. Hitting second, catcher number 16, Will Smith. Batting third, first baseman number 5, Freddie Freeman. Batting fourth, shortstop number 50, Mookie Betts. Batting fifth, right fielder number 37, Teoscar Hernandez. Hitting sixth, third baseman number 13, Max Muncy. Batting seventh, the left fielder number 8, Kiké Hernandez. Batting eighth, center fielder number 25, Tommy Edman. Batting ninth, at second base number 72, Miguel Rojas. Starting pitcher for the Dodgers tonight, right-hander number 18, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Gausman. Now to please remove your caps and stand if you are able. Tonight's ceremonial flag party is from His Majesty's Canadian ship York from Toronto. With us tonight to perform the American National Anthem, please welcome American singer-songwriter John Vincent.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in it, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Carrying our Canadian flag tonight are 230 members of the Canadian Armed Forces. With us to perform O Canada after proudly serving 25 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, please welcome Soul Bear.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
An incredible rendition of the Canadian national anthem, O Canada, sung out by all of Rogers Centre here as we get ready for a big one. And that's an understatement and a half. The Blue Jays with an opportunity to take home the World Series. They are pointing up to their families coming off the field right now as they wrap up the flag and start to get ready for game time. A reminder, scheduled first pitch 8:09 Eastern, 5:09 Pacific at Rogers Centre. We're going to get it to Show Ali in a moment, but keep it here as there's a very special guest coming on for this ceremonial first pitch, and you might want to hear how the crowd reacts. You saw him crash into walls, fly across the Rogers Centre outfield, and help lead the Blue Jays to a couple of World Series. He is the greatest center fielder in the history of the franchise, and throwing out the first pitch for the Blue Jays is going to be Devon White, who is coming out right now in front of this crowd, just waiting on the steps of the third base dugout. And here is Devo. A pretty great outfielder in his own right. Nathan Lucas will go out there to catch the first pitch from White, who's going all the way to the rubber for this one. he delivers to Lucas. Ceremonial first pitch done. These teams are starting to lock it and get ready for Game 6. And as they do that, let's give it back to today's host. Here again is Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. This place is absolutely rocking after O-Canada, after Devo threw out the first pitch as the Canadian Armed Forces take the flag off the field. Guys warming up in both left field for the Blue Jays, right field for the Dodgers. Should be a good one here tonight. First pitch, again, with Kevin Gausman, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. We'll go 8:09, 5:09 tonight. We do have a few minutes before we get there, though, to get set for Game 6 of the World Series. I thought this would be a good time for us to catch up with one of the biggest figures in Blue Jays history. He was on with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker earlier this afternoon. This man, a 3-time World Series champion. He's on the Blue Jays level of excellence and the Phillies Wall of Fame. He is enshrined in Cooperstown in the National Baseball Hall of Fame as well. Here is former Blue Jays general manager Pat Gillick on with Blair and Barker.
Those three teams, the three world championship teams, I understand it's a different era, they're different teams, but was there a similar thread, something that tied in your mind those three teams together? And do you see any of that in the 2025 Blue Jays?
This is kind of it's not a mental thing, but those three teams, everybody seemed to like each other. And I get that feeling watching the games on TV.
The game starts now. How do you dive into the heart of sports action? With Betano. With Betano, you can bet on all your favorite sports. Football, hockey, soccer, basketball, and more. Follow the action live and bet in real time. Whether it's a big game or the match of the season, stay connected to the excitement and make every game count. Looking for a thrilling sports experience? Sign up at betano.ca. Ontario residents only. Must be 19 or older. Please play responsibly.
We got the same thing. We got very similar fans in Philly. It's a pretty lively spot. It was more of a 30 years ago when I started out in Toronto. It was a quiet one. You could hear a pin drop almost in the ballpark over at Exhibition Stadium or at the Skydome. They weren't into it, but the people have really got into the game and kind of let their hair down, and I think it's great. And let's just hope we can win another one here tonight.
Yep. Pat, last question for us. You've won 3 World Series. What would you tell fans and Blue Jays players tonight ahead of Game 6? If you could put everybody together in a room, what would you tell them?
Relax, play your game, have a good time, and we'll get a good result. Just don't try to get up too tight and try to do too much. Just relax, go out, play your game. This is only game whatever it is, 170 something, and have a good time and enjoy it.
Pat, really good of you to talk to us today. So good to hear your voice again. Be well, my friend.
Thanks, Pat.
Thanks to you guys, and good luck, and let's win it tonight.
I couldn't agree more. That's the legendary Pat Gillick on with Blair and Barker. Of course, B&B will be along for Jays Talk when this game is in the books. If you're just joining us now, welcome, of course. Show Ali with you at the Rogers Center as we get set for Game 6 of the World Series. Before we get back to Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue, for those who have not yet heard, let's get to the starting lineups for tonight's teams. For the Toronto Blue Jays, George Springer is batting leadoff. He is back in there. He is DHing. Batting second is Nathan Lucas. He is in left field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting third at first base. Bo Bichette is batting cleanup. He is at second base. Dalton Varsho is batting fifth. He's in center field. Alejandro Kirk is batting sixth. He is catching. In right field batting seventh is Addison Barger. At third base batting eighth, Ernie Clement. And at shortstop batting ninth, Andres Jimenez. Kevin Gausman in the playoffs brings a 2-2 record, 2.55 ERA with 18 strikeouts. The Los Angeles Dodgers and Dave Roberts lines his players up. Shohei Ohtani batting leadoff as usual. He is DHing. Will Smith is catching, batting second. At first base batting third is Freddie Freeman. At shortstop batting cleanup is Mookie Betts. Teoscar Hernandez is batting fifth in right field. Max Muncy is batting sixth at third base. Kiké Hernandez is in left field batting seventh. In center field batting eighth is Tommy Edman. And Miguel Rojas is batting ninth. He is at second base. Yoshinobu Yamamoto brings a 3-1 playoff record and a 1.57 ERA alongside 27 strikeouts. All right, we are just about a couple minutes away from Game 6 of the World Series. The Blue Jays looking to clinch their third title in franchise history and first in 32 years. Let's get you over to the guys calling all the action on the Sportsnet Radio Network right here in downtown Toronto at the Dome. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you so much, Joe. We are 5-6 minutes away from first pitch in what is one of the biggest games in the history of this franchise, in the history of baseball in this country. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, we already talked about it. The Blue Jays trying to keep this game normal, and they get a little bit of a return to normalcy in their lineup. George Springer was slated to pinch run if the Blue Jays needed him in Game 5, which surprised a lot of us given how he exited Game 4. And then Springer, with a day and a half more rest, is now back in the starting lineup for this team. What do you think that does for the Blue Jays?
Well, obviously, it makes the lineup that much better. If George Springer is truly healthy, truly 100%, obviously he's a weapon in this lineup. It lengthens the lineup just a little bit. I'm really happy that George Springer is leading off in this ballgame. With that being said, we don't know how healthy he is. We don't know if he's forcing himself back in this lineup. I hope that's not the case. I guess we'll see in about 10 minutes or so.
Well, we saw less than 100% hit a fairly big 3-run homer about a week and a half ago, and John Schneider described it as Springer is hurting, but he's not injured. So we will see what that looks like in the DH spot. With that, Bo Bichette goes to second base. John Schneider told me today, Chris, Bo Bichette is fine enough if they need him to now play the full 9 innings in the field. And we saw him be a huge impact for this team in LA. Seemed like he came up with at least one big hit in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, the first couple of games that he appeared in this series, he was tentative. He looked like he wasn't close to 100%. And like I just mentioned with George Springer, he looked like he forced himself back in the lineup. And then the last couple of games, the last 3 games, he's really showed that he's ready to play in this World Series. He's put together good at-bats. He's come up with a couple of very big knocks. And again, having a guy like Bo Bichette in the lineup lengthens the lineup, and it just makes the lineup that much more difficult to pitch against. George Springer, Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Dalton Varsho, Alejandro Kirk, big names in this lineup. I mean, this is a fantastic looking Game 6. 2 big starters. I can't wait to see this game get going.
You mentioned the big starters. We're going to talk about Kevin Gausman in a little bit. He's set to march out on the field in maybe a minute or so. So let's go to the other side while we have the time, because as long as that lineup looks, Yoshinobu Yamamoto has made a lot of lineups look short, and he's made a lot of games go quickly this year, including his complete game in Game 2. He is the guy, if you're the Dodgers, you want on the mound right now to try to prolong their season.
Yeah, I think if you're the offense on the Blue Jays roster, I think the biggest thing is you just have to take advantage of the mistakes that he makes. With that being said, Yamamoto doesn't make many mistakes. He throws his fastball in all quadrants of the zone. He's able to locate that split finger. In his last ball game, that might have been the best pitch ball game I've seen in quite some time. Not only was he throwing 97 miles an hour, but he was locating all of his pitches in any count, and it's just so impressive. There's no wonder why he had a 2.5 ERA this season in his 30 starts. But the Blue Jays have to put pressure on him. They have to zone up. If your zone is inner third, if your zone is down the middle, you can't move your zone. If the pitch is not there, do not swing. That's how you have to attack Yamamoto. I mean, with that being said, if he's locating his fastball, it'll be a tough night.
It will, and perhaps the Blue Jays will try and do their best to do what they do best, foul off some pitches and see if they can beat someone else, if they can get this guy out of the game. Yamamoto, back-to-back complete games. He is essentially trying to do what Oral Hershiser did before him in 1988 and throw 3 in one World Series. In fact, Hershiser appeared 4 times in the 88 World Series that the Dodgers won. The light shows are over. The lineup announcements, the anthems are done. The Blue Jays are hanging on the top railing of their dugout, and we are just about ready for Game 6 of this series. Strap in, get whatever you need, find your lucky seat on the couch. It is time for Blue Jays baseball as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. jogs onto the field, followed by Game 6 starter and Blue Jays ace Kevin Gausman. Right-hander makes his 5th start of the postseason, 6th appearance overall, 2-2 with a 2.5 ERA just about. 34-year-old is looking to go into baseball immortality here if he can outduel Yamamoto. And I think if you ask the Blue Jays, this is the guy that they want up in this spot right now. Has been as steady as anyone in the second half, and he is the ace of this staff.
Yeah, he's been fantastic in the second half of the season. He was actually really, really solid in his last start against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Just went toe-to-toe with one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. If Kevin Gausman is locating the fastball, that makes the split finger that much better. We've talked about this at length over the course of the season, but he can be one of the best pitchers in baseball if that fastball command is there. It was there in his last game, and I expect that it's going to be there again. The velocity has fluctuated a little bit from time to time, going from 93 to about 97 miles an hour, but it's become more consistent in the playoffs, sitting about 93 to 95 miles an hour. The split finger is also a big pitch for him. If he can locate the fastball at the bottom of the strike zone, that makes the split finger almost unhittable. Let's see if he does that today.
He attacked early and often with fastballs in his last start, which until his final inning of the start in the seventh worked out for him. He did give up 2 solo homers in the seventh to slightly muddy his line. But Kevin Gausman, it's a simple mix. It's 4-seamer, splitter, slider. The slider is just kind of a change of pace pitch. He only threw it 4 times to the Dodgers in Game 2. And you mentioned the velocity, the good thing for him, but also for Yamamoto, extra rest for Kevin Gausman. He last pitched on the 25th, so he got 5 full days rest. This will be the 6th day, and typically an extra rested Kevin Gausman has been a very dangerous opponent. Blue Jays are wearing their powder blue jersey and pants, navy cap with a powder blue brim. Gausman pulls on the brim, and he's kicking dirt out of his cleats back of the hill. Shohei Ohtani gets the chorus of boos as he steps into the lefty box. All grays for the Dodgers, blue text across the front, and red numbers. Gausman bouncing his left foot. His first pitch, swing and a miss, strike one, and that's a great start to Game 6. Got him to whiff on a splitter.
I can't remember the last time I saw Kevin Gausman throw a first pitch splitter in a ball game.
Right-hander bouncing that lead leg again. He rocks in the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Doubled up on the splitter, and Ohtani takes a walk toward the first base dugout. Asks for time and looks out toward left field, pondering Gausman's next move. Time of the first pitch in this game, 8:10 Eastern. Roof closed, Rogers Center packed, and everyone on their feet in downtown Toronto. The 2-strike pitch. Just down and away, ball 1. As called by Adam Hammery, who works the plate in this game. Will Little at first. Adrian Johnson at second. Crew chief Mark Wegner mans third, with John Tumpain in left and Alan Porter in right. Ohtani leading off this game. Heavy infield shift to first, and the 1-2. In the dirt, took a splitter. He's shown him 4 straight splitters. So the early results are change of pace for Gausman. Not going as heavy with the fastball yet.
You know, it would be a good pitch right here. Fastball right at the hands. I don't know if they're going to change the eye level. They might just stick with the split finger.
2-2. Hit back foul. They did elevate the fastball. Wanted it in. It landed a little more upper middle of the zone. But Ohtani hits it back into the screen. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And now the question is, do you double up with that fastball? I'm sure Ohtani is thinking split finger here.
6th pitch, Kevin Gausman to Ohtani. And he got him. Splitter in the zone. Ohtani down. 1 out in the top of the first. Welcome to Game 6.
What an at-bat from Kevin Gausman. He only threw 1 fastball, and the only reason he threw that fastball was to change the eye level of Shohei Ohtani, and then he went right back to the split finger, and Ohtani was out in front of it.
This will be a real interesting game for Alejandro Kirk to call, given the Dodgers have seen Gausman already. Here's Will Smith, who homered off him in Game 2. The pitch. High bouncer, third base side, charging Clement, and it bounces foul. He waited on it. A very smart play from the 2-time Gold Glove finalist. It's 0-1. That ball was a Baltimore chop off the dirt circle in front of home. If it stays fair, Smith easily had a swinging bunt single, but too much English on it. And the catcher, Will Smith, walks back to home. So we can let you know that this first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Smith adjusts his gray batting gloves, wipes a little dirt off of the black barrel of his bat, and walks back into the righty box. Infield shifts toward third. Ernie Clement playing close to no doubles. He's near the line and deep at third base. One out, bases empty, top of the first. And the 0-1 to Smith. Bounce to the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's the first slider that Kevin Gausman has thrown in the ballgame. Spiked it. Tells me that he's trying to make it move a little bit too much.
Only threw 4 sliders in the Game 2 start out of 82 pitches. Long-haired righty with a 1-1. Swing and a miss. Goes right back to the bread and butter, getting a whiff on this splitter. He's got it working so far.
Yeah, he's really getting on top of that pitch.
Gausman punched at Ohtani with a splitter. Now he's ahead of Smith, 1-2. Right on right, the pitch on the way. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Couldn't get him to chase that splitter at 87. More lineup shuffling for Dave Roberts' team. Last game, the first inning would have featured Ohtani, Smith, Betts. This time it's Ohtani, Smith, Freeman on deck. Two-two. Lined left field, hooking foul into the seats, curled around the netting, and big roars down the left field line as a fan made a barehanded catch. Still 2-2.
Every pitch he's thrown so far in this at-bat to Will Smith has been down. You have to change the eye level, a lot like you did to Shohei Ohtani. I'd be shocked if he doesn't throw a fastball up here.
Smith stands tall in his stance, arms out from his face, waving the bat toward the Rogers Center roof. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He just stuck with the splitter until he got the chase. 2 down.
That was perfectly located. If you're going to throw a 5th pitch down, a 5th off-speed pitch down, it has to be below that strike zone. That was perfectly located right below the strike zone.
2 outs in the bases empty. Back-to-back Ks for Gausman to begin Game 6. And Freddie Freeman is up, the left-handed hitting first baseman. Game 6 of the World Series. Gausman looking in at his former teammate, and he'll offer home. Inside to Freeman, brushed him back with a heater, ball 1. Even in this heated affair, the appreciation for the Canadian-American first baseman was there in pregame warm-ups. Some light applause mixed in for Freeman, around boos for all the players around him. 1-0 pitch, and he hits it back foul. Uppercut swing on a 4-seamer low, 1-1.
A couple of pretty good fastballs. 94 with the first pitch, 95 on the outside part with the second pitch.
Two outs, bases empty, no score in the top of the first in the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Another good splitter. They can't touch it so far, 1-2. Gausman stretches his arm behind him, bouncing his lead left foot. Right-hander with a 1-2. He got him! Kevin Gausman skips off the hill. He just punched out the side in the top of the first. Springer, Lucas, Guerrero in the bottom of the first of Game 6 when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions, delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk is your hero tonight.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Game 6 of the World Series in Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chinini, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young, our technical directors. George Springer set to lead off after Kevin Gausman just punched out the side in the top of the first inning, and we'll see what the response is from 27-year-old Japanese righty Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He almost always throws a first pitch heater. Here's his first pitch to George Springer. And it's a called strike on a splitter, 0-1. Yamamoto has made 56 major league starts, regular and postseason, coming into today, now 57. 48 times he's thrown a first pitch heater. His 0-1, swing and a miss. Another splitter, it's 0-2. Two of the outliers came with George Springer hitting. He knows what he can do, and now Springer taking a walk. 2 whiffs on splitters. That might be the nastiest pitch for Yamamoto, but they're all pretty disgusting. He steps back, turns into the wind, 0-2. High with a heater at 97, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
A couple of winces, actually, from George Springer. I've been looking at his face. I don't know if that's the side. I don't know if he's frustrated with the swing, but that's something to keep an eye on.
Return to the lineup for Springer, the 1-2. Grounded foul, just fouled it into his side, I believe. And he'll take a second going back to the righty box. John Schneider did say you might see some grimaces. You might see some things that don't look right. I mean, we saw that after he got hit in the knee. I know that's a bruise and not a muscular thing. Getting a look at the replay, at least, that foul ball hit his leg, not his side. Yamamoto reloads, and the 1-2. Check swing, pitch down and in. Peel down to first, no swing, says Will Little. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's a great take from George Springer. That split finger was just off the plate inside.
From the wind, Yamamoto's 2-2 pitch. On the ground, foul. A little bit of an awkward stumble across home, but Springer's still battling as he walks around back to the righty side again. And even if he's not full strength, I mean, no one is 100% at this point in the year. Already you see his value, working Yamamoto to a 6-pitch at-bat. Here is pitch 7 to the leadoff hitter. And it's hooked on the ground is short, picked up by Betts. He'll swing to first, and he just gets Springer with a big stretch toward home by Freddie Freeman. 1 out.
I think Mookie Betts took his time just a little bit. It was a slow roller out to shortstop. George Springer was running very, very hard down the first baseline. That throw for Mookie Betts beat George Springer's foot by a hair.
First out for Yamamoto in his 5th start of the postseason. 3-1 with a 1.57 ERA. 5'10" righty from Japan offers home to Nathan Lucas. Fastball 97, top of the zone. Strike 1. The mix is deep for Yamamoto. 4-seamer, splitter, curve, cutter, sinker, and slider. 0-1. Chop to the left side, moving in. Muncy, and it's under his glove into left. Muncy pulled the glove up early. Lucas safe at first on what has to be an error. and the Blue Jays have the first base runner of the game.
I would imagine that's an error, but that is a huge break for the Toronto Blue Jays, especially with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. walking a home plate. I mean, that's a play that Max Muncy makes all day long. His head was actually down. He was looking at the baseball as it went underneath his glove.
Yamamoto in the stretch, 1 on, 1 out, and the pitch to Vlad Guerrero. Called strike, just grabbed the outside edge with a cutter, 0-1. When the Blue Jays saw Yamamoto in Game 2, they only had 4 hits off him. Vlad had 1 of the 4, a single in the third. 0-1. Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. And in this World Series, Guerrero has been one of their top producers. 8 for 22, 2 homers, 3 RBIs, 6 walks to 2 strikeouts, hitting over 400 in the postseason overall. The 1-1. Swing and a grounder to third. Muncy up with it this time. Throws to second, 1. Rojas to first for an inning-ending double play. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and no score after the first inning. Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken pellini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
You know you make me wanna.
Hi, this is Ernie Clement.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get to say you will.
The World Series 50-50 jackpot is officially the biggest 50-50 in baseball history. The take-home prize is approaching $11 million, over 10.9 right now, and you'll get the call if you are lucky enough to win from Joe Carter. BlueJays.com/50-50 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. Inning number 2, Game 6 of the World Series. No score, Blue Jays and Dodgers. A win for the Blue Jays, and they are world champs. Mookie Betts leads it off for the Dodgers in the second. Drop to the cleanup spot for this game. Here's the pitch, and it's hit on the ground foul, 0-1. No one knows world championships in the majors right now like Mookie Betts. He is the active leader with 3 World Series titles. Infield shift toward third. No doubles defense by Clement. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gausman struck out the side in the first, and he just got a whiff there on the splitter. It's looked as good so far as it has all season.
Yeah, and that fastball, that first pitch fastball really sets the tone for that split finger.
Gausman's 0-2. On the ground foul off the front fence of the Blue Jay dugout. It pinballs to the third baseman, Clement, who will toss it over toward the seats. New baseball for Kevin Gausman. These two have battled plenty, going back to Mookie as a Red Sox and Gausman as an Oriole. Now in the World Series, the 0-2 pitch. Up and in. Missed high with a fastball at 96.
And again, that's what you need to do against good hitters. You can't just rely on one pitch in the same location. You have to change the eyesight of hitters. Kevin Gausman with a good fastball at 96 there.
His 1-2. Fouled away. Another fastball high, but closer to the zone. Betts swatted at 94. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count remains.
I like that. We actually talked about that when Shohei Ohtani was up. Is he going to double up with that fastball up and in? And he did that right there.
Open stance, Betts. Slight knee bend right side. Waving the bat above his head. Here's the 1-2. And it's hooked on the ground at third. 3 hoppers snared off the left hip by Clement. Throw low to first, but Vladdy got it before it hit the dirt. 1 out.
Another uncomfortable swing from that Dodgers roster. I mean, you're getting a lot of those types of swings on that split finger. That tells me that thing is really, really working tonight. We've seen a lot of downward action. That's what you want from that split finger. When he gets into trouble, he starts pushing it and starts to feel for it, and you get those floaters through the strike zone.
Dodger offense, a topic of national conversation the last couple days. Here's Kevin Gausman to Teoscar Hernandez. Swing and a miss, strike 1. If you look at the production of the lineup, Ohtani has obviously been great. I mean, he got on 9 times in one game. And Teoscar Hernandez has produced in the World Series, but they're looking for more outside of those two. 0-1 pitch. Hernandez hits it back foul. Splitter on the outside corner, well located. It's 0-2. Hernandez, to his credit, Teoscar, not Kiké, 7 for 22 in the World Series with a home run and 2 walks.
He's been good, but he can chase. Kevin Gausman knows that. Alejandro Kirk knows that. I'd throw something out of the strike zone here.
1 out, base is empty. No score, top of the second. The 0-2. And he got him. 4 strikeouts in 5 batters. Went back to the bread and butter. A whiff on the splitter, 2 down.
That split finger there had more horizontal action to it. It started on the outside part of the plate and ran all the way back in under the hands. That's the split finger that Kevin Gausman throws the majority of the time. It has that horizontal movement, although he does mix in that vertical dropping one as well.
Here is Max Muncy with 2 outs, so right on left pitch from Kevin Gausman. And Muncy will take a strike. 96 at the knees, and when he gets the fastball down there, it becomes really complicated for hitters because they can't just, quote, see it up anymore, Chris. Muncy, a pull-side left-handed hitter, a lot of power and a lot of success off Gausman. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's a lot like Yamamoto. He dots that fastball at the bottom of the strike zone, and then he comes back with that split. You can't just take that pitch at the bottom because it could be a fastball.
Muncy, by the way, 4 career homers and 2 doubles off Gausman in 21 at-bats. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Feeding him splitters for dinner. He gets a whiff there from Muncy, and Gausman is ahead 1-2. Bouncing his left foot. Gausman comes still. The pitch. Bounce to home plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Choked that thing off just a little bit. Was trying to throw the perfect pitch below that strike zone.
Gausman nods, pulls on the brim of his cap, stretches his right arm behind him, and brings his hands together. 2 outs and the 2-2. Fouled away. Good fastball up and in on the hands. Didn't let Muncy get extended, but Muncy hit it back into the netting behind home plate to stay alive.
Again, a good fastball with good velocity. 95 miles an hour.
He's struck out 4 of 5 and not allowed a base runner yet with 2 outs in the top of the second. Gausman rips it home. And it's low, 3-2, and that's a great take by Muncy. Delivered the splitter just below the zone, and Muncy laid off. Full count.
And now the question is, do you throw a split finger here? If you're going to throw the split finger, you have to throw it right down the middle and let it work.
Kiké Hernandez on deck. Full count, 2 outs, bases empty. The pitch. Swing and a miss! 5 Ks. Gausman splitter, unhittable through 2. No score, middle of the second in downtown Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, Game 6, and it's brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Did you know painting your garage can earn you Scene Plus points? Get started at Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays, where you can earn and redeem points on every project, from paint to lumber to lawn care and everything in between. Make every project a home run with Scene Plus, only at Home Hardware and Building Centers, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Base hit! Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to a Rockin' Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Kevin Gausman is shoving through 2 innings, so we go on to the bottom of the second with no score and see if the Blue Jays here can start to get to Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue, and as the Blue Jays pursue a 3rd World Series title, Bo Bichette will lead off this bottom of the second. Yamamoto facing home plate, slightly off to the first base side of the rubber. Steps back, kicks, and fires. Called strike. Yamamoto, one of the most decorated NPB pitchers ever, has pitched in situations like this before, not in the World Series, but in the Japan Series. 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. If I take you back to 2023, Yamamoto in a near identical situation. His team, the Oryx Buffaloes, are down 3-2 to the Hanshin Tigers, and he gets the Game 6 start. 1-1. Called strike on the outside edge, 1-2. They need him to win to prolong the season. He throws a complete game with 14 strikeouts on 138 pitches, although the Tigers would beat his team, the Buffaloes, in Game 7. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and what a start to his inning. He punches out Bichette with a slider, 1 down.
Yeah, he threw 2 really good fastballs in that at-bat. 1 at 95, 1 at 97. Then he throws the slider there. That's a pitch that he only throws 3% of the time, but it got Bo Bichette out in front. That's the toughest part about Yamamoto. He has so many pitches that he can throw really 4 strikes at any time.
His pitch to Dalton Varsho. Down and in, ball 1. And he displayed that in the complete game in Game 2 of this series. Took very different approaches to the Blue Jays each time through the order. John Schneider said he was 3 different pitchers in Game 2. His 1-0 to the lefty hitter Varsho. Swing and a miss. Had him over top of a splitter, 1-1. One time through the order in that game, he was fastball heavy. Then one time, splitter heavy. Then the next time, curveball heavy. 1-1. Low 2-1. But the common theme was when the Blue Jays got hits, it came on his fastball. All four of their hits were either on four-seamers, sinkers, or cutters. Right-handers 2-1. Swing and a high fly ball, well foul left side out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, bases empty, bottom 2.
He was clinical in that last start. Threw so many good fastballs down and away, whether it's a left-handed hitter or a right-handed hitter at 97 miles an hour. Almost impossible to hit.
2-2 pitch. Flipped out towards short. Betts hesitating, and he'll move in to make the catch on the pop-up. 2 down. Blue Jays do have a base runner in this game. Nathan Lucas was credited with a hit, but it's a little too important of a game for us to worry too much about scoring decisions. He is on first, or was on first base in the first inning. 2 outs and no one on here in the bottom of the second. Scoreless game, and Alejandro Kirk is up. Yamamoto steps back, twists and fires. And it's a breaking ball for strike 1, a hung curveball that clipped the top of the zone.
Can we worry about umpiring?
We'll see what happens.
All right.
Gonna try not to.
Just checking.
Wind in the 0-1 to Kirk. Inside. Alejandro Kirk, 6 for 18 in the World Series, .333 average. Been on base a ton. He's walked 5 times. And he has 2 homers and 6 RBIs in the previous 5 games. 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Pitch just outside at 97. Could have gone either way. It's 2 balls and a strike.
That's just a tough frame job. That ball was off the plate outside, and Will Smith brought it all the way back to the middle of the plate. As an umpire, you see that and you think, it's probably not a strike.
2-1. Kirk takes well outside this time. A miss with a cutter. 3-1.
Yamamoto doesn't walk a ton of guys. In his last 2 games, the 2 complete games, he walked nobody against the Brewers, then he walked 1 against the Blue Jays on the 25th.
While punching out 15 in those 2 starts combined. His 3-1 to Kirk. Called strike 96 to the inside edge. Full count. Over those last 2 starts, 18 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 15 Ks combined. He has just been, frankly, unbelievable, and a big reason that the Dodgers are in the position they are right now. 2 outs, bases empty. The payoff pitch, Yamamoto to Kirk. Lifted very high, shallow right center. Moving in Edman and Teoscar Hernandez. Edman with a one-handed catch to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Yamamoto in the bottom of the second. And not much offensively from these 2 teams through 2 innings. On to the third we go. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Save! Visit kidneycar.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Back-to-back homers, and Vlad puts them in front 6-5.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Halifax, Charlottetown, and all across the Maritimes are proud to be a part of it for over 40 years. Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. Good news for the Blue Jays because of their 94-win season. No more road games for the first time in Major League history. A season will start and end outside the United States. We're at Rogers Center. No score, top of the third. Kevin Gausman dealing home to Kiké Hernandez. The kick and the pitch. Just low of the knees, ball one. Dodgers began the 2025 season in Tokyo against the Cubs, and now they wrap it up in Toronto against the Blue Jays. 7-8-9 for Gausman in this top of the third. Here's his 1-0. Splitter for a strike, and he's putting that pitch wherever he wants it right now. 1-1. 5 Ks and 6 batters for Gausman, all swinging, all on the splitter. One ground out by Betts is the outlier. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Threw a splitter at 81 for the called strike, and then at 85 out of the zone for a swinging strike, 1-2.
And just like we saw in his last start against Yamamoto, he is matching him pitch for pitch. He is going toe-to-toe with him. It's been pretty impressive so far early on.
Gausman retired 17 in a row at one point in his last start. Here's his 1-2 pitch. Bounce to the plate, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander was actually 1 batter away from tying a Blue Jay record. David Price has the postseason record. He retired 18 in a row during an ALCS game against the Royals. Right-on-right matchup with Kiké Hernandez, the 2-2. Called strike 3. Frozen with a slider on the outside edge. 6 Ks in 7 batters for Gausman. 1 out.
Might have been a ball. It was a hair off the plate. But again, we've seen Alejandro Kirk so many times this season steal strikes and makes that pitch there look a little bit better than it was. I mean, Kiké Hernandez wasn't happy with the call, but you have to look back there behind home plate. What a job from Kirk.
1 out, and up to the plate, Tommy Edman, the switch hitter, batting left. Clement in at third, and the pitch is lined over the leap of Guerrero down in right field, a base hit. Edman around first. He's taken off for second. A throw from Barger skips in after Edman stomps into second with a stand-up double. Just over the reach of the leaping Guerrero, Edman ambushes a first pitch heater at the top of the zone.
It seemed like that ball got on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. a little bit. Might have been hit harder than he thought it was. A little bit late getting up there. I think if he gets there and the timing is right, he catches that line drive off the bat of Edman.
Now Miguel Rojas up to the plate. Runner on second, 1 out. No score, top of the third. Rojas inserted into the lineup today. The first pitch to him is cut on and missed as they go with the slider down and away to get ahead 0-1.
I think you stay right there. Don't throw anything in the strike zone. See if Miguel Rojas can get himself out.
Rojas, 36-year-old in his 12th season. The pitch. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I would imagine if they get Miguel Rojas, they walk Shohei Ohtani. There's an open base at first base with 2 outs. I'd much rather face Will Smith than Shohei Ohtani.
Got to get Rojas first, though, and prevent Edman from scoring, who's leading off second. 1-1. Rojas hits it foul under the feet of Ohtani, who jumped out of the way and then gave an accusing look back to Miguel Rojas, the veteran. It's 1-2.
That last fastball was 96 miles an hour. We're starting to see that velocity creep up a little bit.
That might have hit Rojas if he didn't swing. That was literally on the hands. And now Gausman ahead of him, 1-2. A look to second at Edman. The kick and the pitch. Low, check to swing on his splitter. Good pitch, better take, 2-2. Rojas sticks his back right foot into the back chalk of the righty batter's box. Gausman set. 2-2 pitch. Pulled strike 3. 95 at the knees. 2 down.
And now John Schneider has a decision to make. I'm assuming it's an easy one with that open bag at first base. But we'll see what he does. Hasn't stuck out the 4 fingers yet.
And now he will. There's some boos, but a lot of fans here are clapping, and I just don't know how you could justify pitching to that guy. It has nothing to do with Will Smith, who is a really good hitter. Shohei Ohtani is essentially an alien who has been dropped here to dominate baseball.
Yeah, now you get the force out at third, you get the force out at second, and you get the force out at first base. There's a lot more options now. But Will Smith, like you said, a very good hitter. No disrespect to him. I would just rather face him, especially with the right on right.
First and second, 2 down, no score, top of the third. Gausman in trouble for the first time in the game, and the pitch to Smith is outside, ball 1, missed with a slider. Will Smith 5 for 22 in this World Series with a homer and 4 RBIs. Struck out swinging on a Gausman splitter in the first. Righties 1-0. Lifted down the left field line, hooking toward the corner. That ball is fair. Coming around third, Edman in to score. Stop sign at third, Ohtani. Smith dunks one into the left field corner, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead on his RBI double.
You can't let it get any worse than 1, especially with Yamamoto standing on the mound. That was a mislocation from Kevin Gausman. You can't do that again to Freddie Freeman.
I mean, it was out of the zone if you take a look back at it. Still probably a little too high, but below the zone, and Smith just kept it inside the line. Here's Freddie Freeman now, second and third, 2 outs. The pitch, fouled back, 0-1. It is worth noting that the Dodgers have scored first in all but 1 game in this series, and the Blue Jays still lead the series 3 games to 2. But it's 1-0 Dodgers, and with Yamamoto on the mound, like Chris mentioned, can't weather much more than that. Kick in the 0-1. Freeman takes in the dirt. Run-saving block by Kirk, who just dumped his mask behind him to pursue the ball in front of the dirt circle. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Looks like Alejandro Kirk is anticipating that ball in the dirt. A good job from him, keeping Shohei Ohtani at third base. There are 2 outs in the inning. You have that open base at first base, so you don't have to be perfect to Freddie Freeman.
1-0 Dodgers at the top of the third on a Smith RBI double. Smith on second, Ohtani on third. 1-1 to Freeman. Fastball inside at 96, ball 2. Tommy Edman set up this inning with a double with 1 out, and he came in to score as the game's first run. The 2-1 pitch. Low ball 3. Gausman couldn't get the chase on his splitter. And Freddie Freeman has himself in a hitter's count as Gausman gets prepared to throw pitch 50 of his start.
I would imagine that they're pretty careful with this next pitch. And a 3-1 count to Freddie Freeman.
The 3-1. Low ball 4 went for a strike to ball splitter, and Freeman wouldn't chase, so that walk will load the bases and set up forces everywhere with 2 outs.
I think Freddie Freeman knew in the back of his mind that they were probably going to be careful with him with that open base at first base. Here comes Pete Walker to have a chat. The whole infield's going to come in and listen in on this conversation. With that being said, let's look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Home of the $4 happy hour. 20-plus food and drink items starting at just $4. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
Couple games going on in the National Hockey League today and tonight. The Colorado Avalanche already beat the Vegas Golden Knights in Las Vegas. 4-2 was the final score in that game. Islanders and Capitals tied at 1 second intermission. And coming up later tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, the Detroit Red Wings visit the Anaheim Ducks. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Kevin Gausman's given up a run this inning, trying to keep it at 1-0 Dodgers in the top of the third. Bases are loaded for Mookie Betts with 2 outs. Gausman from the stretch. The pitch to Betts. Down and away, ball 1. Mookie grounded out to third base in the second. And is 3 for 24 now in the World Series. No extra base hits. One-0 pitch. Check swing, called strike. Splitter bottom middle. It's 1-1. Gausman stretching his arms above his head, pulls on the brim of his cap and pushes his right arm back out towards second. Now set. And is 1-1. Swing and a miss. Sent Betts stumbling with 94 up and in. 1-2.
That's a fantastic sequence right there. You don't want to become too predictable. And now you can throw any pitch in any location after showing that elevated heater.
Bases loaded. 2 down. The 1-2. Popped foul. A high looping ball sent into the seats behind the first base dugout. Still 1-2. Gausman's punched out 7, giving up a couple hits this inning. That's elevated the pitch count slightly, about to throw his 55th here in the top of the third. The 1-2 again. And it's hit on a line through the left side base hit. Ohtani scores. They give the wave to Smith. Lucas's throw led through to home. It's offline. Smith slides in, and a 2-run single by Mookie Betts makes it 3-0 Dodgers with 2 outs in the top of the third.
They doubled up on the heater there. Actually, I think they tripled up on the heater. Tried to elevate there at 96 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Mookie Betts was looking for it, and he ripped that thing through the hole on the left side of the infield. I mean, that's 2 big runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers, like we talked about earlier. With Yamamoto on the mound, it's going to be tough to come back and score 3 runs against him. He looks like he's pretty locked in this ballgame.
3-run top of the third for Los Angeles. All the runs coming with 2 outs. Here's Teoscar Hernandez. First and second, in the pitch is a swinging bunt, third base side, foul, 0-1. Gausman only allowed 1 base runner first time through. Struck out 7 of 9 and just gave up the 1-out double this inning to Tommy Edman. But all 4 guys to see him second time through have reached base thus far. Right-handers 0-1. Swing and a miss. Still got the good splitter. He gets a chase there from Teoscar, 0-2. Freeman leads off second. Betts leading off first after his big 2-run single. Could see what it meant to a very frustrated Mookie Betts. He slapped both of his thighs, letting out some frustration and some elation coming up with that big hit. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-strike pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. And he got him. 8 Ks for Gausman, but the Dodgers strike for 3 in the third on 3 hits. Big double by Smith, 2-run single by Betts. Gausman strands a pair. It's 3-0 Dodgers, middle of the third. Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Save! Visit kidneycar.ca.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million Early Bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
The new Kodiak Narragon work boot clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in them. Get them at Mark's. Kodiak. Work on.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to downtown Toronto, bottom of the third, and the Dodgers lead 3-0 in Game 6 of the World Series on the back of a big 3-run top half of the inning. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Joe Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chiniti, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young, our technical directors. Yoshinobu Yamamoto back on the hill in his pitch to Addison Barger. Low ball one. It's a tough guy to fight uphill against, no doubt, but Yamamoto has given up 3 or more once in the postseason in an NLDS loss to the Phillies and 10 times during the regular season. 1-0. Called strike 96 on the inside corner.
Man, it all starts with Addison Barger. Just put together good at-bats. You move the line, you get on base, you put pressure on Yamamoto, and you see what happens.
Right on left, the 1-1. Check swing, called strike. Off-speed pitch left over the middle, rather a cutter there. It's 1-2. Well, it was the bottom third of the Dodger order that got them going in the top of the third, and it'll be the bottom third of the Blue Jay order this inning. 1-2 to Barger. Smoked foul down the right field line. Hits the stool of an attendant. Still 1-2.
Yamamoto has made some mistakes in this ballgame. That curveball has been a little bit of a hanger so far. He left a hanger there to Addison Barger, threw a hanger to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in his at-bat.
Another 1-2. And it's lined fair down the left field line. Pinballs off the short retaining wall. Barger rips around first, and he's in the second with a leadoff stand-up double. Was looking off speed. Four-seamer came in at 97, and he had the bat speed to push it the other way for a leadoff extra base hit.
Yeah, that reaction was sitting spin, reacting hard, and he reacted hard. He wasn't sure off the bat that ball would be fair, but it was fair by about 2 or 3 inches down that left field line. He ends up at second base with nobody out in this inning. You have to score that run from second base to try to claw your way back in this ballgame.
First Blue Jay hit of the night as they have changed the Lucas ground ball back to an error. Here's the pitch. Ernie Clement takes strike one. Clement hitting .391 in the postseason and 7 for 22 in the World Series with a double and 2 RBIs. 0-1 from Yamamoto. Clement grounds it back foul, 0-2. Went after a cutter just outside the zone. So funky, so tough to tell what pitch is coming next. Yamamoto got 21 chases out of the zone from the Blue Jays in Game 2, which matched a season high. His 2-strike pitch to Ernie Clement. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That is a tough guy to strike out, let alone on a pitch in the zone, and he gets him on a splitter on the outside corner. 1 down.
Yeah, he's just so tough. You never know what pitch he's going to throw, regardless of the count. He throws that split finger 3-0. He throws it a lot 2-0, and he throws a perfect one right there that clipped the outside part of the plate for the first out.
So 1 out. Barger remains on second. 3-0 Dodgers, and the pitch to Andres Jimenez is high. Ball 1, missed up top of the curve. Third World Series start career for Yamamoto, 2 this year and 1 last year. Right-hander looks at second, the 1-0. In the dirt, backhanded pick by Smith. With his third World Series start, he has the most by a Japanese pitcher ever, passing Yu Darvish. Hitters count Andres Jimenez. Runner on second, and the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. You mentioned he'll throw the splitter whenever. He threw a great one right there, 2-1.
He does throw it a lot, 2-0, so every once in a while, you could probably look for that split finger in a 2-0 count.
Jimenez looking to cash in Barger. 2-1 pitch. High ball 3. Fastball was well out of the zone. And Andres Jimenez with the license to pick a pitch and get big if he wants to in a 3-1 count. A lot of room left side of the infield. Betts the shortstop, plays behind the runner Barger. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Right back to the splitter. Full count.
Threw it 2-0, threw it 3-1 there. And the problem with the split finger, if you're a Blue Jay, is it looks like a heater. It looks like a strike right down the middle. So it kind of looks like a beach ball floating up there. And then all of a sudden, it drops off the table.
Leadoff double this inning, then a strikeout. There's 1 out. Barger on second. And the payoff pitch to Andres Jimenez. And it's hit on a bounce to second. Sliding stop. Rojas pumps, throws on to first just in time for the out. Miggy Rojas can really pick it up the middle. He made a nice play. Up to third goes Barger. And George Springer will be tasked with knocking him in.
Actually, some pretty good contact from Andres Jimenez. I thought for a second that ball would get by Rojas at second base, but such a good defender over there. He makes a nice play for the second out.
George Springer did have a double against Yoshinobu Yamamoto in Game 2. He's up now, 2 outs and a runner on third. The kick and the pitch. Inside, nearly hits Springer, ball 1. Dodgers 3, Blue Jays nothing. Game 6 of the World Series. Dodgers just got 3, scratching across even 1. Would feel like a big win for the Blue Jays to punch back. 1-0 pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Smith. He rolled to his right to save a run. 2-0.
And now you have to zone up if you're George Springer. Look for a specific zone, and if that pitch is not there, do not swing the bat.
Maybe look for that splitter. Springer 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. The 2-0 pitch. Check swing, pitch down and away, appeal to first, no swing. It's 3-0. Yamamoto went to a curve, and Springer laid off.
Just when you think he's going to throw a 2-0 split, he throws a 2-0 curveball. This guy is ridiculous.
It's great stuff. It's high velocity. It's great command, and he can throw anything, anytime. Barger leads off third in Yamamoto's eye line. The 3-0. Swing and a line drive. Right center. Down in the gap. Barger in to score. Springer hangs on at first. RBI single. They do cash in. It's the Dodgers 3, the Blue Jays 1 in the bottom of the third.
Is he 100%? I have no idea. But what an approach from George Springer. Takes that cutter in a 3-1 count on the outside part of the plate and absolutely rips it for the first run of the ballgame for the Toronto Blue Jays. What an important swing in an important inning. You had to score that run from third base. George Springer coming through.
High cutter outside edge. Good job in center by Tommy Edman, who's not playing 100% either. And now Nathan Lucas up. 1 on, 2 out, the pitch. Rounded back, foul 0-1. Lucas went after a splitter at the ankles.
That run is so important for the confidence of the Toronto Blue Jays. Now I guarantee that dugout is thinking, we got this. We can get to this guy.
He puts his pants on one leg at a time as well. 3-1 Dodgers, early stages of game 6. 2 outs, bottom 3 in the 0-1. Hit in the air left field. Moving back, Kiké Hernandez to the edge of the warning track. He'll make the catch, and that ends the inning. First cracks from Yamamoto gives up a run on a pair of hits. George Springer with the RBI single, and the Dodgers lead it 3-1 as we go to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The new Kodiak Narragon work boot clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in them. Get them at Mr. Safety Shoes. Kodiak. Work on.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
439, Pizza Nova. 439, Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Timucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken pellini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439, Pizza Nova. 439, Pizza Nova.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Struck him out looking. A big fist bump from Jim Hoffman.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth above the diamond at Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chiniti, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young, our technical directors. On Halloween, the Blue Jays are playing Game 6 of the World Series, a chance to win it all. They do trail 3-1 as we start the 4th, but they got an RBI single in the bottom of the 3rd from George Springer to scratch back 1. We'll see what Gausman has, looking for a bounce-back inning here in the top of the 4th. He begins with Max Muncy at the plate. Right-hander deals. First pitch cut on and missed, strike 1. 8 Ks for Gausman in 3 innings. He's only used the defense for 1 out, but a pair of doubles and then a 2-out RBI single for Mookie Betts has given the Dodgers this 3-1 lead. Pitch to Muncy. Hit on the ground left side, ranging left to third baseman Clement. Throws from traditional shortstop positioning over to first for the out, and the shift there works out for the Blue Jays, 1 down.
This is a big shutdown inning for Kevin Gausman and the Toronto Blue Jays after scratching across that 1 run, or that first run of the ball game for the Jays. You have to go out there and put up a 0 if you're Kevin Gausman.
He'll face Enrique or Kiké Hernandez now. 1 out, base is empty. Struck him out on a slider in the 3rd. The pitch popped up, Vladdy started in. Now he's moving back. Bichette, the second baseman, curls behind him. Makes the catch just on the turf, short right field. And there are two down. Quickly getting through Muncy and Kiké. Now Tommy Edman, who was the fire starter last inning, comes up 2 outs, bases empty.
Now you have to pitch Tommy Edman a little bit differently than you did last time. Maybe just execute a little bit better. This is a big out here, especially with the 9 guy standing on deck. You want to face him first in the next inning.
Third baseman Clement plays in, and Edman asks for time, gives us a sec to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Toronto Raptors looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Late third quarter, trailing 69-65 to the Cleveland Cavaliers in Ohio. Gausman ready to go. His pitch to Edman. Called strike. Edman there twitching as he tried to hang in against a big moving splitter. 0-1. Again, our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. In Toronto, 3-1 Dodgers, 2 outs top of the 4th. Kick in the 0-1. Called strike again. No, pardon me. Borderline pitch. Could have gone either way. Looked like it might have grabbed the edge, but it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's a strike. That's a tough call for Kevin Gausman, although you're, like you said, a little bit of a borderline pitch.
Clement still in from third. Everyone else shifted toward first base. Right on left, 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball in a similar spot to where Edman hit the double, but this time he primed him for it with 2 splitters before, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think they were trying to elevate a little bit more. Might have been a little bit of a mistake there, but luckily he blew it right by him.
1-2 count, 2 outs. And the pitch. In the dirt, Edman bent his knees and tracked the splitter all the way down, 2 and 2. Gausman struck out all 3 faced in the first, 2 in the second, and 3 more in the third, looking for his first K of the 4th and his 9th of the night. 2-2 pitch. Hit back foul. 96 on the inside edge. Edman spoiled it into the seats behind home plate.
If you're going to throw a fastball to Tommy Edman, that's where you want it. You want it elevated on the inside part. It's really tough for him to get the hands through and get the barrel to that baseball.
6th pitch, Gausman to Edman. And it's popped up. Third base side. Clement extends his arms out to his sides, makes a one-handed catch on the dirt, and Kevin Gausman with a quick and tidy 1-2-3 inning. Blue Jays trying to keep momentum. Guerrero, Bichette, Varsho to hit against Yamamoto when we come back. 3-1 Dodgers, middle of the 4th, Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
Redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike three. His 8th K today
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Welcome back to Rogers Center. Bottom of the 4th inning, and the Blue Jays trail 3-1 to the LA Dodgers Game 6 of the World Series. But the Blue Jays had the most recent run, and after a very quick top of the 4th, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Guerrero, Bichette, Varsho this inning. Righty Yamamoto steps back, takes his time, kicks and deals. First pitch, breaking ball right on the outside corner with a cutter. 0-1.
Another big inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. You want to continue to try to chip away at that Dodgers lead.
Yamamoto clicking his elbows as he steps back. The 0-1. Inside. Vladdy stiffened up to get out of the way. A ball and a strike.
So far in this start, although he has looked great, he looks a little bit more human than he did in his last start.
Command a bit spottier. 1-1. Swing and a miss, except on that pitch. The splitter has still been dynamite for Yamamoto. That was right at the bottom of the zone, 1-2. Vlad 0 for 1 in this game, grounded into a double play. 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Splitter on the bottom inside corner. Couldn't have placed it better. Vladdy unhappy with the call of Adam Hammery. 1 out.
Yeah, Vlad's unhappy, slowly walking back to the dugout, but that's a perfectly placed split finger right at the bottom of that strike zone. Will Smith doing a good job bringing it back up. I mean, you just got to tip your cap. You want to try to foul that pitch off. Tough at bat.
First pitch to Bo Bichette. Swing and a miss. Over the top curveball landed low. It's 0-1. Bichette struck out in the second on a slider. This is his second at-bat of the game here in the 4th. 0-1. Down and away. Yamamoto up to 53 pitches. He threw 105 in a complete game in Game 2. 1-1. Swing and a liner down the left field line. Fair ball, base hit. Bichette will stop at first. On a fully healthy knee, maybe he tries for 2, but they're not taking a risk. Bo Bichette is on with his first hit of the game in the Blue Jays' 3rd.
Another split finger. That one was actually even better than the split finger that struck out Vlad about 4 pitches earlier, but Bo Bichette going down and getting it, finding a way to get it out into left field. Kiké Hernandez did a good job cutting it off and keeping Bo at first.
Here's Dalton Varsho. 1 on, 1 out the pitch. Fouled off 0-1. 1 home run in the World Series for Varsho. 3 overall in the postseason. And he hit 20 in 71 games in the regular season. Blue Jays trail by 2 with a runner on base and Varsho up. From the stretch, the 0-1. Down and in, a ball and a strike. Yamamoto did not allow a base runner at this point in his Game 2 start, so already doing better in this one. 1-1, swing and a miss. In fact, from the 4th on, or really from 1 out in the 3rd on, Yamamoto went on to retire 20 straight batters to end the game. And he set a Dodgers postseason record with 20 in a row retired. Bichette on first, 1 out. Kick and the 1-2 pitch from the Japanese right-hander. Bounce towards second, waiting on it. Rojas spins, throws to second one, bets to first. In time, inning-ending double play. 4-6-3, Rojas bets to Freeman, and we go to the 5th. Are the Blue Jays going to challenge, actually? We give them a moment. They will not, and we go on to the 5th with the Blue Jays trailing the Dodgers 3-1. Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Visit kidneycar.ca. We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to downtown Toronto, top of the fifth. And this fifth inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. 3-1 Dodgers. Top of the fifth inning begins with Miguel Rojas hitting, but that means Shohei Ohtani is due up second. Kevin Gausman with 3 really strong innings in this game. That third inning, he allowed 3 runs on 3 hits, and that's part of the reason the Dodgers hold their 2-run lead right now. Rojas, a strikeout victim in that third. Here's Gausman with a kick and the pitch home. High with a fastball, 1-0. Approaching 70 pitches for Kevin Gausman, and there's no one throwing, but there's at least a little movement and stretching in the bottom level of the left field bullpen. 1-0. Called strike. Right-hander has been in the zone often so far, over 2/3 of the time, 47 strikes and 70 pitches. 1-1. Lifted high, shallow right field. Moving toward the line, Addison Barger. Tiptoeing his way over. He makes the catch on the turf, and there's one out. Big out with Ohtani coming up.
Yeah, they were going right at Miguel Rojas. They weren't messing around there. They just threw him fastball. Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate now. If Miguel Rojas gets to first base, then you have to change the game plan against Ohtani. Now with nobody on base, you can essentially pitch around him if you want to. I don't know if Kevin Gausman is actually going to do that.
They will pitch to him at least. They intentionally walked him last time, struck him out in the first. The pitch to Ohtani. Called strike. I mean, that's going right after him. It was well placed, but that's a fastball on the inside edge. And we've seen Ohtani hit pitches like that out in this World Series. 3 home runs in the series and 8 in the postseason for Shohei Ohtani. 0-1. Just off the bottom outside corner, a ball and a strike. Missed there with a splitter.
I mean, that's a miss, but that's a great take from Shohei. He followed that pitch in all the way, and it just tailed off the plate by a little bit.
3-1 Dodgers, top of the fifth with 1 out. And the 1-1. Called strike. That splitter was so nasty. Ohtani yanked his hands back. It landed in the middle of the plate in terms of east to west. It's 1-2. Left-handed hitter asks for time, adjusts his batting gloves, pulls up a little bit the right pant leg of his gray pants, and steps back into the box. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, a little bit low with a splitter as well. 2-2.
Might have been a ball out of the hand, so an easy take for Shohei Ohtani.
Gausman set. His 76th pitch of the start. Lifted down the left field line. Lucas racing toward the sidewall into the shadow of the wall, and that lands in the seats foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Ohtani walks back to the plate, he was heading down to first. We can quickly pop over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Toronto Raptors with a little bit of a comeback have taken the lead over the Cleveland Cavaliers in Cleveland, Ohio. At the third quarter break, it is 81-77 for the Raptors. Over the Cleveland Cavaliers, R.J. Barrett, their leading scorer. 3-1 Dodgers here in Toronto. And another 2-2 to Ohtani. Down and away, ball 3. A reminder that all of our out-of-town scores are brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. New baseball for Gausman. In a full count with Ohtani. Bases empty and 1 out. Top of the 5th inning. Payoff pitch. Grounded foul. Ohtani wincing and limping as he hit that one, I believe, off his left foot. Now he bounces the bat off his right foot. He kind of kicked out both feet, so I'm not sure which one it hit.
He wears a lot of protection on that right shin.
Oh, and that was his right foot, it looks like.
He actually wears a shin guard that almost goes all the way up to his knee, but the pants cover it, so you can't really see it.
Gausman's 8th pitch to Shohei Ohtani. Rounded foul toward the first base dugout, and they'll do it for a 9th, still at 3-2.
He's really thrown a lot of split fingers. He challenged him with a heater with the first pitch of the at-bat. Every single pitch after that has been a split finger.
Will Smith on deck. 3-2 to Ohtani. On the ground toward first, flying to his left 2 steps, picks it up, waves off Gausman and goes to the bag. 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
I'm wondering if Shohei Ohtani was just saying to himself, he's got to throw a heater here. He has to throw a heater. But Kevin Gausman continued to throw the split finger. That last one was really well located at the bottom of that strike zone.
It's so cat and mouse for Alejandro Kirk and Kevin Gausman because he's essentially throwing 2 pitches. A lot of reverse psychology, a lot of trying to get in the head of the hitter. 2 outs, here's Will Smith with the bases empty. The pitch. Missed his spot, so it's called outside, but it did have the corner. 1-0. Some boos there. I wonder if some fans look back to the replays on the TVs on the concourse. One-0 to Smith. Called low. Both of those pitches really could have gone either way. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Smith started the scoring in this game. He hit an RBI double in the 3rd inning that began the 3-run third from LA. 3-1 right now. 2 out, space is empty. The 2-0. And it's hit high in the air left center. Lucas going back into the gap, stops and makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Gausman, who has retired 7 in a row. To the bottom of the 5th we go. 3-1 Dodgers. Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. Eyesight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
The new Kodiak Narragon work booth clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in 'em. Get 'em at Work Authority. Kodiak. Work on.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Bottom of the 5th in Toronto, and the Blue Jays looking to inch closer in this all-important Game 6 of the World Series. It's 3-1 for the Dodgers. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue in the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Joe Ali, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Technical directors in a sec. First, the first pitch of the bottom half of the inning. It goes to Alejandro Kirk, and it's a called strike. Our technical directors, Stephen Coyle, Christian Chiniti, and Tom Young. Kirk, Barger, Clement this inning. Kirk asks for time before the next offering from Yamamoto. Blue Jays and Dodgers both have 3 hits, but the Dodgers have strung them together more tightly, which is why they lead 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Wind in the 0-1 to Kirk. Inside at 96, a ball and a strike. Fly out to shallow right center for Kirk in the second. This is his second time up. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball, third base side, hooks foul, 1-2.
He's just challenging him with good hard heaters right there. 96, then 96 again on the inside part of the plate.
1-2 pitch. Grounded foul, slowed it down to 76 on a hanging curve. Kirk out in front, just got a tiny piece of it to roll it into the third base dugout and stay alive.
He dropped a lot of curveballs in his last start at the bottom of the strike zone. Hasn't done that yet really tonight. He's throwing some floaters, some hangers. That one right there was a hanger right on the inside part of the plate. Unfortunately, Kirk was out in front of it.
Yamamoto goes to the pitch comm on his glove. Smith was cupping his ear to hear the signal. Now the wind in another 1-2 pitch. Down and away, stuck with the curve, and Kirk checked his swing, 2-2. Barger waiting on deck. Yamamoto kicks and fires. And Kirk smokes it foul right side. He was behind 97 on the outer third. Flipped it into the seats down the right field line. Foul. Still 2-2. Trying to grind Yamamoto a little bit. Here's his 7th pitch to Alejandro Kirk. And it's hit foul right side, out of play again.
Starting to elevate that pitch count. 65 pitches now in the outing for Yamamoto. Great at-bat from Alejandro Kirk, just fouling off tough pitches, trying to stay alive in this at-bat.
Kirk thought he might have broke his bat, flipped it around, banged the knob off the dirt, but is content with it and has it in his hands again. 8th pitch to Kirk, and it's hit foul back to the right.
I would imagine that Dave Roberts is going to ride Yamamoto as long as he can. 110, 115. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up to 120.
27-year-old righty's 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got a chase on a splitter well inside. 4th K for Yamamoto, 1 out.
That split finger might have started at the hip of Alejandro Kirk. A little frustration on the body language down there from Alejandro Kirk. Like you said, that thing was well out of the strike zone.
Kirk in battle mode almost decided to swing right away. So 1 out and Addison Barger up. He doubled in the third. The pitch, outside, ball 1. Barger later came in to score on a Springer RBI single for the Blue Jays' lone run in this game. They trail 3-1, 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the 5th. 1-0 pitch, outside again, 2-0.
Pretty confident take there from Barger.
He's locked in. That double made him 9 for 18 in the World Series so far. 2-0. Balled strike. Took a four-seam around the outer third there, and Yamamoto gets himself back into this count. Right on left, here's the pitch. Slow curve, called outside. Probably one of those 50-50 pitches. Could have gone either way. It's 3-1.
That's actually a good call because I think it wraps around the plate.
Yamamoto twists and deals. Barger takes 97 bottom middle, strike 2. Full count now with 1 out. Muncy, the third baseman, playing a little bit closer to the third baseline. Barger this game and last game has burned them a couple times when they shift against him. Everyone else, though, still shifting generally toward first. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3. 97 might have been a hair low. Barger turned back, said no, and then he'll walk back to the third base dugout. Back-to-back K's Yamamoto, 2 down.
I mean, we're seeing the replay, and that's a great take from Addison Barger. The whole ball was below that strike zone. I mean, he had a quick word for home plate umpire Adam Hamry, and it's just a tough call.
2 outs, bases empty. Ernie Clement is up, 0 for 1 in the game. The wind in the pitch. On the ground, up the middle, on the run. Betts fumbles with it in shallow center, and Clement is safe at first. Mookie Betts had to range back it up. 3-1 Dodgers. Yamamoto deals. And Jimenez lifts it left center. Going back, Edman makes the grab in front of the warning track to end the inning. Through 5, Yamamoto has allowed only 1 run, and despite the Blue Jays out-hitting the Dodgers, they trail 3-1 going to the 6th in Game 6. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions, delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays beat baseball's best team
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the sixth inning, Game 6 of the World Series. The Blue Jays can win the world title with a win tonight, but they enter this inning trailing 3-1 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue and current Blue Jays starter Kevin Gausman on 82 pitches, out for a sixth inning of work, facing the middle-ish of the Dodger order. Freeman, Betts, Teoscar Hernandez.
And there is some movement down there in that Blue Jays bullpen. Louis Varland is now getting loose.
John Schneider said they have an opportunity. They're going to go for it tonight. And he said there's 2 days left, so going for it tonight doesn't really kill your chances of going for it again tomorrow, obviously within reason. Pitch to Freddie Freeman. Called strike 0-1. Dodgers, conversely, have to go for it tonight. It's the first time in the 2025 season they face elimination. Only lost one game in the 3 rounds before the World Series. 0-1 to Freeman. Popped up. Back is short. Moving back, Andres Jimenez. He makes the grab, and there's one out.
That's a great pitch. To a guy as powerful as Freddie Freeman, you go right inside with that good four-seam fastball. Just absolutely blew him up.
Big out for Gausman, and now the reason that the Dodgers are leading. Mookie Betts is up. And despite struggling overall in the playoffs, what a massive hit he had in the third. A 2-run single. That's the difference in this 3-1 game. Gausman's pitch. Called strike 0-1. By the way, once Gausman completed an inning and a third tonight, he matched and has now passed Trey Savage for the most innings pitched in a single playoff run in Blue Jays history. Right-handers 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. When you add regular and postseason, Gausman over 220 innings this year. Infield plays deep, so does the outfield for Betts. With 1 out, the 1-1. Tapped in front of the plate. Kirk tried to grab it before it went foul, but hands thrown up in the air by Adam Hammery. Kirk actually barehanded, went to tag, but instead it's 1-2 on a foul ball.
Such a smart catcher. A lot of catchers would just leave that, not try to barehand it, but Kirk doing everything he can to get an out here in this Game 6.
That was close, non-reviewable play. 1-2. Up the middle, a soft bouncer, curling around at Bichette, gloves, throws on the run to first, and there are 2 down, and that looked like a healthier Bo Bichette defensively than we've seen in a while. 2 down.
Yeah, if you're wondering if Bo Bichette is closing in on 100% healthy, that should answer your question right there. We've seen Bo Bichette do that a lot over the course of his career at shortstop, and he does it right there at second base.
John Schneider did mention today that Bo Bichette made a pretty big leap from Game 2 to Game 3. Not 100%, but looking a lot more like himself. 2 down, the pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Called strike 1. Since that 3-run third inning, Gausman has retired the last 9, a streak that started with a Hernandez strikeout. Former teammates battling, members of the 2022 Jays. The 0-1. Bounced, 1 ball, 1 strike. That's the first ball that Hernandez has seen, or at least has not offered at. Gausman previously punched him out twice, both on splitters, both in 0-2 counts. 90 pitches for Kevin Gausman. They're trying to get him through the 6th. His 1-1. Swing and a miss. Awkward there from Hernandez. Couldn't catch up with 95 in. It's 1-2.
Well, he definitely wasn't expecting a four-seam heater right there.
They've worked him down and away so much and then just busted him inside with 95 as Louis Varland continues to warm in left field. Gausman set. He kicks and offers a 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2-2. Couldn't get a chase on a slider. Step onto the middle of the rubber. Gausman staring in at Hernandez. Shakes, then nods. Hands put together. Bouncing his left foot. With 2 outs. The 2-2. On the ground is short. Coming to his left, Jimenez gathers, throws to first, in time, 10 in a row set down by Kevin Gausman. Still 3-1 Dodgers, but the top of the order comes up for the 3rd time in this game when we come back in the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Visit kidneycar.ca.
The new Kodiak Narragon work boot clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in them. Get them at Factory Shoe. Kodiak. Work on.
Hey, this is Chris Bassett.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Detroit got me right.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth in Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris Loru, Joe Ali, our host, and Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Giannini, Tom Young, Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. 3-1, still the score, Game 6 of the World Series. The Blue Jays ahead 3-2. Dodgers got 3 in the third. Blue Jays got 1 in the bottom half. And no one has scored since. Only 7 total hits in this game. 4 for the Blue Jays, 3 for the Dodgers. George Springer up, first pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Betts gathers. Crow hops, throws to first. 1 pitch, 1 out for Yamamoto. And that's big for Yamamoto and the Dodgers as they try and push him on in this game.
Yeah, that's probably worst case scenario if you're a Blue Jay. You want to work count still. You want to put pressure on Yamamoto, elevate that pitch count, and try to get into that Dodgers bullpen. Obviously, 1 pitch, 1 out. It's not ideal.
Tough thing, though, is he makes so few mistakes. It's a sinker right down the middle. And someone has come on the field. Well, I hope the couple thousand was worth it for 5.5 innings. As he's going to owe a couple thousand more, most likely. As we await the police to take him to his new hotel room for the night.
Yeah, but we were talking about the pitch count, or the potential pitch count of Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And in Japan, generally speaking, you throw more pitches as a starter. I've seen guys throw 130, 140, even 150 pitches, but he hasn't been in Japan for a couple of years now, so you have to imagine the body, the arm aren't ready for that elevated pitch count of 115, 120.
Most he's thrown this year is 113. That came in his wild card game start against the Cincinnati Reds. He's thrown 110 4 times if you combine regular and postseason. Just tossing some warm-up pitches now as they escort the perpetrator off the field. Gives us a second to go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Toronto Raptors with 2.5 minutes left in Cleveland, leading 100-94. Brandon Ingram, R.J. Barrett, both with 18 points to lead the team. Leading scorer in the game is Evan Mobley with 25 for Cleveland. Out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 1 out, bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Dodgers, and Yamamoto offers home to Lucas. In the dirt, ball 1. No one has moved a muscle in the pen in right field of the Dodgers. Louis Varland still tossing in the left field pen as Lucas leans in and takes a hung curveball for a strike, 1-1.
I don't think unless your name is Roki Sasaki, you'll, at least if everything goes to plan for Dave Roberts, you'll be in this ballgame.
Yamamoto with his 79th pitch of the night. Lucas takes. It's off the outside corner, ball 2. Trying to do anything you can to get on here if you're Lucas. Vladdy is on deck. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Late on 96. Borderline pitch on the outside edge. 2-2. They shift him toward first. Give him the 5-6 hole in between Betts and Muncy. 2-2 pitch. Low ball 3. And Lucas working Yamamoto to 5 pitches so far as he takes that splitter.
He's starting to shift the sequencing a little bit. He's throwing more fastballs in breaking ball off-speed counts.
Tricky righties, payoff pitch. Lifted out to center, high and medium depth. Edman going back, makes a one-handed catch. 2 outs for Yamamoto in the bottom of the 6th inning.
That was the cutter there from Yamamoto. It's so important to have that cutter, to be able to throw strikes with that cutter, because when you're in a fastball count like a 3-2 or 2-0 or 3-0, you can flip that cutter in and it misses a ton of barrels. He misses the barrel of Nathan Lucas there with a good cutter.
2 outs, base is empty. Guerrero up, 0 for 2. The pitch. Called strike. Splitter might have just grazed the inside edge, 0-1. Yamamoto quickly back onto the rubber, wanting to work with pace here. His 0-1 to Vlad. Down and away. The tricky thing about Yamamoto is we'll say he left some mistakes out there, some pitches over the middle, but because he's changing speed so often, it's not as hittable as it might look sometimes on a strike zone diagram. His 1-1. Line toward left. On the run, Kiké Hernandez. It's over his head, bouncing into the wall. Vladdy around first. He'll jog into second. 2-out double. Trying to kickstart a rally here in the bottom of the 6th. He's barking back at the Blue Jay dugout.
That's the second time tonight that Yamamoto hasn't thrown the curveball where he wanted it. Vlad was a little bit out in front, but that was a hanging breaking ball on the outer third. He wanted that pitch down. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits it down that line, just beyond the reach of Kiké Hernandez. He's at second base with 2 outs in the inning, and here comes Bo Bichette. I would probably be surprised if they give anything hittable in this situation with that open base at first base, although you don't want to put the tying run on base.
Mark Pryor out there with a Dodger translator for Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's given up more hits than Kevin Gausman. 5 hits to Gausman's 3, but the Dodgers strung them all together in 1 inning. Here comes Bo Bichette, though, after this mound meeting. Adam Hammery, the home plate ump, out there to break it up. Bo Bichette will come up as the tying run, although we have not seen an extra base hit from Bichette since he returned in Game 1 of the World Series.
He did smoke that ball off the wall in L.A., though, and he just missed a home run. If he got underneath it a little bit, it would have been his first home run of the postseason. But as we've talked about so often, Bo Bichette is slowly starting to look like he has over the course of his career. The at-bats are better, the swings are better, and what a big spot for him with 2 outs in this inning.
Guerrero on second, 3-1 Dodgers. Last run was scored by the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 3rd. Bottom 6 now. Yamamoto on 85 pitches. Looks in, kicks and fires. First pitch curve, strike 1. Froze Bichette and landed on the outside corner. First signs is stirring in the pen and right field of LA as Yamamoto works with a runner in scoring position. Here's 0-1. Upstairs, check swing. Bichette on 96, letter high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's actually a good pitch from Yamamoto because it changes the eye level of Bo Bichette. Now you can start going back down with that off-speed stuff.
Bichette resting the bat on his right shoulder, popping it off slightly. 1-1 pitch. Upstairs again, moved his head out of the way of 96. 2 balls and 1 strike. And if any pitch has been tough for him to command tonight, it's probably that four-seamer that he's left up plenty of times.
Yeah, it hasn't been as good, at least command-wise, as it was in that first start he had.
2-1 count. Bo trying to drive in Vladdy from second. The pitch. Off the end of the bat, foul out in front of a slider at 88. Bichette lost his helmet, and it's 2-2. This guy barely throws a slider, and in 2 big spots against Bo Bichette, he's given it to him twice.
And Bo Bichette had a pretty uncomfortable swing, was way out in front of that pitch. So 2 good fastballs above the strike zone, then mixes in that slider that probably looked like a fastball out of the hands. That's why Bo Bichette was way out in front of it.
He struck out Bichette on a slider in the second. Bo had a single to left in the fourth. A single to the outfield likely scores Vlad, who's running on contact. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. High ball 3. Another four-seamer left up. That one at 94 miles an hour. And as we speak, Justin Wrobleski is getting loose in the Dodger pen in right field.
Obviously not what Dave Roberts wants to see. He doesn't want that bullpen moving down there. He wants Yamamoto to continue.
Yamamoto's 91st pitch of the start, a 3-2. And it's hit back foul. Hanging slider that time. Bo a little bit ahead of it again. Still a full count.
But again, the more you see a pitch, the more you work a pitcher, the more comfortable you become standing in that batter's box. Bo Bichette has seen 2 sliders and 4 fastballs in this at-bat.
Next pitch for Yamamoto will be his 7th to Bichette and 17th of the inning. He's going to step off and pretend to throw to second. No one was over to receive that pickoff throw. Vladdy, though, skipping back to second just to be safe. Now Yamamoto's set again. 3-1 Dodgers. Full count, 2 outs. His pitch to Bichette. Up and in, ball 4. That's the first bat splitter we've maybe seen all night from Yamamoto. Almost hit Bichette, and it's a walk to send Bo down to first. First and second now for the Blue Jays, and the go-ahead run is represented by Dalton Varsho.
And I like this matchup here. Dalton Varsho hits hanging split fingers. He hits fastballs very well over the heart of the plate. And it seems to me like Yamamoto is losing command of his pitches just a little bit here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Next pitch for Yamamoto is his 93rd of the night. He deals to Varsho. Fouled back into the midsection of Will Smith, the catcher, 0-1. We were remarking last time, Yamamoto left his splitter up to Varsho. He was just on top of it, and instead of crushing it, it turned into a ground ball double play.
Yeah, he barreled it up, hit it pretty hard at second baseman Miguel Rojas.
Bichette on first, Guerrero on second, 3-1 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th inning. Yamamoto's 0-1. In the dirt, trapped by Smith. To Splitter, that was a ball out of the hand.
Yeah, an easy take for Varsho.
Next pitch for Yamamoto will be his 95th. He rocks and deals. Varsho hits a high bouncer toward first. It's foul, and it's 1-2. At this point, Yamamoto has actually been less pitch efficient than Kevin Gausman, who was through 6 in 94 pitches. Yamamoto at 95. But, of course, his Dodgers have a 3-1 lead over Gausman's Blue Jays in Game 6 of the World Series. Right-hander set. 2 on, 2 out. The 1-2 to Varsho. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him on a splitter to strand a pair and end the inning. No runs, a hit to left. Still 3-1 Dodgers as we roll on to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves. Low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
Redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Did you know painting your garage can earn you Scene Plus points? Get started at Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays, where you can earn and redeem points on every project, from paint to lumber to lawn care and everything in between. Make every project a home run with Scene Plus, only at Home Hardware and Building Centers, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Called strike three, and the ball game is over.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Game 6 of the World Series, top of the 7th inning. With the Dodgers up 3-1, we have our first pitching change of the game, and it's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Tying a postseason Major League record with his 14th appearance in the playoffs, Louis Varland is on to try and keep the deficit at 2. Varland joins a couple of relievers with 14 postseason appearances, including former Blue Jay Brandon Morrow, who did it as a Dodger in 2017. Varland has been their go-to guy to try and bridge from a starter to a high-leverage guy in the pen.
And he's been mostly good. He's had a couple of outings where he's given up a couple of runs, but every single outing he's had has been very high leverage. This one, no different.
It's his 4th appearance of the World Series, and he offers home to Max Muncy. Check swing, pitches down, no appeal to third, ball 1. So Kevin Gausman's night ends 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, although 1 was intentional, and 8 Ks. 1-0. Called strike. It's a good line for Gausman. It's a shame, though, that all the hits came at once, because he was even better than 6 innings, 3 runs, but it was just one stretch in the bottom or top of the third, rather. 1-1. Muncy lifts it out to right, charging in Barger. Good read on it, makes a chest-high catch. 1 out. Sometimes when a power hitter like Muncy takes a big hack like that, you assume it's back, but the reads for Barger have improved a ton this season.
Yeah, that was a fastball that jammed Muncy, and Addison Barger has continued to get better and better over the course of this season. Every once in a while, he'll have a little bit of a hiccup out there, but more often than not, he makes the play he's supposed to make, like that one right there.
With 1 out, the wind and pitch to Kiké Hernandez. Called strike on a breaking ball, 0-1. And a reminder to those who don't know, Barger was the opening day shortstop for the Buffalo Bisons when this year began. He's playing right field in Game 6 of the World Series. 0-1. On the ground, foul. Another knuckle curve at 87 from Varland. Rolled over left side. It's 0-2. 4-seamer, knuckle curve are the main pitches for Varland. Also mixes in sinker, slider, and change. Right-hander waddles back and forth. Brings the glove up into the wind. The 0-2. Just outside. Easily could have been called a strike, but instead it's 1-2. Varland shakes. Now he nods. And he delivers home. Check swing pitch was high, appeal to first. He did not go, says Will Little. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That slider got away from Louis Varland a little bit. It was up and in and just spun out over the middle of the plate. That's why you got that awkward swing from Kiké.
5th pitch, Varland to Hernandez. Check swing, pitch is low, full count. It's a pretty good pitch and a pretty good take. Knuckle curve darted through the zone but landed just below it. So from 0-2 to 3-2, we'll see if he challenges Kiké Hernandez here. Payoff pitch on the ground, foul. Did not challenge him. Went with a curveball at the knees, and Hernandez just rolled it over again. Third base side.
Kiké does have a big home run in this series, so maybe they have that in the back of their mind. But I would challenge here.
That homer, his lone home run of the playoffs. 3-2. Called strike 3. 98 right down the middle.
And they challenged him. I mean, if I threw 98 to 100 miles an hour with that banger curveball that Louis Varland has, I would definitely challenge in big situations like that. Now you have 2 outs in the inning, and the number 8 hitter coming up in Tommy Edman. If you get Tommy Edman here, then you can face Miguel Rojas to start the next inning. It's a big out here.
Varland winds in the pitch to the switch hitter Edman, who's batting left, and he takes low ball 1. By the way, Justin Robleski has continued to warm up in right field. There's a chance he's coming into this ball game for the bottom of the 7th inning. We're top of 7 right now. It's 3-1 Dodgers, and the 1-0 to Edman. Called outside, borderline pitch on the knuckle curve. 2-0.
I mean, he's getting loose out there, so it does look like he's coming in the ball game.
And has been for a while. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Confident to throw the knuckle curve. Edman was sitting heater. It's 2-1 as he whiffed out in front of it.
Edman does have juice. He had 13 home runs this season, so you can't just groove him a fastball right down the middle. I like that pitch. At least the pitch selection right there.
That was 13 homers in only 97 games for a guy who was injured for a lot of this year. 2-1. Called strike. Flipped the top of the zone with a curve. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and anyone who wasn't up already now rises to their feet at Rogers Center. 3-1 Dodgers, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 7th. The 2-2. Outside with a fastball. That was a change, rather. Pardon me. He just throws it at 95, so it's got fastball velo, full count. Rojas on deck. Base paths empty. Payoff pitch. Lifted out to center. Routine for Varsho. Backing up toward left center. Moves in. Makes the grab, and Louis Varland does the job, retiring the Dodgers in order. 3-1 LA at the 7th inning stretch. Game 6 of the World Series. We'll tell you who's on the hill when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
Redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 14888521.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. En la radio de Sportsnet.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Bottom of the 7th inning, Game 6 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. As we begin the home half of the 7th, we have a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is out. Justin Robleski, the lefty, in for the bottom of the 7th, facing Alejandro Kirk. First pitch, high and outside, ball one. Dave Roberts continues to try and ride the hot hand in this pen that's been very up and down this postseason. Robleski has pitched twice in the playoffs, both in the World Series, is scoreless 2 2/3, and there he hits the top of the zone with 95 to make it 1-1.
Robleski has thrown 103 innings over the course of his career, so you can imagine that there's a little bit of nerves out there right now.
1-1. Kirk swings and hits it foul to the right, 1-2. Kind of like when early in the game we were talking about you walk Ohtani almost regardless of who's behind him. You like Yamamoto coming out of the game pretty much regardless of who it is. Not personal to Robleski. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike three, and right there he shows me with a fastball on the outer third, strikeout for out number one.
Yeah, Robleski's got great stuff. The fastball there was 99 miles an hour, but I would much rather face him than Yamamoto, who throws 97, and he also has 4 other pitches that he throws for strikes.
That pitch, by the way, way up from the Robleski season average of 96 on the four-seamer, as a slider, sinker, cutter, curve, and change as well. Pitch to Addison Barger, called strike 0-1, drops a breaking ball in at the knees. 3-1 Dodgers, bottom of the 7th. Dodgers trying to keep their season alive and force Game 7. Blue Jays trying to win the World Series. 0-1 is a Baltimore chop towards second. Sprinting Barger, barehand Rojas, throw to first. In time, but the Blue Jays immediately have John Schneider putting a hand up. That was bang bang, and we'll see if the Blue Jays want to take a look.
It looked like he was out at first base, at least from up here. We don't have the best vantage point, but I think John Schneider's going to let the boys play on. I mean, Robleski's got good stuff, like I just said, so you have to respect that. I mean, the fastball is 97, 98. He's got a very good slider. He's just young, and he doesn't have a ton of experience, so you want to put pressure on him here.
2 out, space is empty. The pitch to Ernie Clement is a heater high and outside, ball one. This could be a good matchup for Ernie, who likes hitting lefties and likes hitting guys who throw a lot of fastballs, like Robleski. The pitch. Swing and a drive, left center and deep, racing back Hernandez, over his head, bouncing on the track into the wall. Clement into second with a double, and the Blue Jays have a runner in scoring position for the second straight inning.
And like we talked about in Andres Gimenez's last at-bat, he has come through in multiple occasions this postseason, and he comes to the plate in a gigantic spot here, with the second run of the ball game standing at second base and a tough lefty standing on the mound. So this is a tough matchup for Andres Gimenez.
Before Jimenez hits, Mark Pryor out to the hill. Probably have to talk about Andres Gimenez and have to give Roki Sasaki a chance to warm up. He is getting loose now in the Dodger pen in right field.
I mean, I imagine he's not coming in to face the lefty in Andres Gimenez, but George Springer's standing on deck, who already has a big base hit in this ball game. So I would imagine that Sasaki is coming in to face George Springer if it comes to that.
I take you back, Chris, to ALCS Game 4 in Seattle against a lefty reliever. Andres Gimenez pounded a 2-run homer that at that time gave the Blue Jays the lead. He's up against the lefty reliever in Robleski right now rather than Gabe Spire, and he represents the tying run. Don't need a homer, though. Just need him to move the line with Springer on deck. Clement's on second, 2 outs in the left-on-left pitch. Swing and a miss. 95 middle in. Big hack, and you can't blame him on that pitch, 0-1.
Just challenged him with that heater. I would not be challenging Andres Jimenez here if I was Robleski.
Left-hander sets a look at Clement. And the 0-1. Swing and a foul back. Reached across the plate to hit away a good slider, 0-2. Blue Jays have double the hits of the Dodgers, 6-3, but they've all been spread out. Only inning with multiple hits is their run-scoring third. The Dodgers had 3 hits in a 6-batter span to score 3 runs in the third. It's still 3-1 LA. 0-2 pitch. Hit back foul, 97 on the outside edge, and Jimenez looked fairly comfortable, spoiling it.
Left fielder Kiké Hernandez is playing way in left field. He's trying to cut off that run at home plate, and he's also trying to cut off the bloop base hit.
Clement with good speed on second. 0-2 again. High, ball and 2 strikes, missed letter high at 98. Dangling his left arm, the long-haired lefty Robleski sets at his stomach. A look to Clement. The 1-2. Popped foul, and that'll get out of play third base side. Fighting for his life right now in the bottom of the 7th is Andres Jimenez. Seen 5 pitches now and fouled off 2 two-strike pitches in this plate appearance. The kick of the pitch. Outside. Really tough take there on a slider that started in the zone, but Jimenez held up 2-2.
Yeah, he recognized that pitch really early. You could see those knees bending, really following that pitch in all the way.
With 2 outs, Robleski's 2-2. Fouled away again. 7 pitches now seen by Andres Jimenez. That one a bit of a mistake. Can he get another mistake here from the lefty Robleski, who just left a fastball right over the middle?
How about the confidence of Andres Jimenez up there, nodding his head after fouling that pitch back.
Clement with speed on second. 2-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3, beat him with 98 on the edge, and a scream from Robleski, who despite the 2-out double, pitches a scoreless bottom of the 7th. 1 hit, 1 left for the Blue Jays. On to the 8th we go. 3-1 Los Angeles Dodgers. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Visit kidneycar.ca.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521. Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
One pitch is hit high. No way, Varsho's done it again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning in downtown Toronto, and time running out in Game 6. The Dodgers, on the back of their 3-run third, still lead the Blue Jays 3-1 in Game 6 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Miguel Rojas leading off the inning for the Dodgers. Still Louis Varland for the Blue Jays after he pitched a 1-2-3 7th. And the lefty Mason Fluharty loosening up seemingly to come into this game when Shohei Ohtani hits second this inning. Varland winds his pitch to Rojas. Is lifted out to right field. Staying in position, Barger backs up slightly and makes a one-handed catch. 1 out. And after that one pitch, John Schneider around the railing, and they will go left on left for Ohtani. So a job well done by Louis Varland, who retires all 4 that he has faced. And it's time now for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Bases empty, 1 out. And 3-1 Blue Jays in 3-1 Dodgers in the top of the 8th inning. With Fluharty jogging on, we go over to today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We've heard the updates on this one a couple times tonight. In the NBA, the Raptors taking on the Cavaliers in what was also an NBA Cup group play game. Raptors beating the Cavs 112-101 to win their second game of the season. It was a big night for the Raptors bench. Jamison Battle coming off the bench. He went 7 for 7 from the field, including 6 of 6 from 3. He scored 20 points in just 15 minutes in the win. Pretty efficient night for Battle. 2 other Raptors both scored 20 points as well. Brandon Ingram and RJ Barrett. Ingram, 20 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. Barrett with 20 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals as well in the win. Raptors now 2-4 on the season. They are 1-0 in NBA Cup play, for whatever that's worth. They will host the Grizzlies at Scotiabank Arena on Sunday. We can check in on the NHL, a couple of finals, and a game going on right now. First, the game in action. Red Wings Ducks is happening in Anaheim. 1-1. About midway through the first period, you can watch that game on Sportsnet 1. The other finals, the Avalanche doubling up the Golden Knights 4-2, and the Islanders beating the Capitals in Washington 3-1. And some news out of New Jersey. The Devils agreeing to terms with goaltender Jacob Markstrom, a 2-year deal worth $12 million, $6 million AAV. Markstrom, of course, was acquired via trade from the Flames back in June 2024. Since becoming a Devil, he has a 28, 18, and 6 record and a 2.67 goals against average in 53 games played. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Mason Fluharty makes his 4th appearance of the World Series. The lefty is brought on to face Shohei Ohtani. It is also the rookie's 11th appearance of the postseason overall. Last time he saw Shohei Ohtani was in that Game 3 where literally no one could get Ohtani out, and he hit a double almost implausibly on a pitch up and in the opposite way to left center. Fluharty has also punched him out a handful of times this season. 3-1 Dodgers, 1 out, bases empty, top of the 8th inning. Fluharty looking in, kicks and deals. First pitch sweeper, just high and inside, ball 1. Ohtani tonight is 0 for 2, intentional walk and a run scored. He's also struck out swinging. 1-0 pitch. Fouled off the end of the bat, 1-1. It's a tough ask of Blue Jays pitching, but you just can't budge right now. The Blue Jays have hung in it because their pitching has been so good since that 3-run third. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Spend it up to 91 with a well-located cutter up and in, 1-2.
Just a perfectly located pitch. Just when Shohei Ohtani is thinking another sweeper away, Mason Fluharty goes up and in with that cutter. A great call from Alejandro Kirk.
Kirk going to his right knee for the signal. 1-2 count, 1 out, bases empty. The kick in the offering. Sweeper down and away, laid off by Ohtani. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fluharty sets, twists his hip, and puts the glove belt on. 2-2. Lifted out to left center. Varsho in a run toward the gap. Onto the track. That's off the fence. Backing him up was Lucas in left, throws it into second, but Ohtani waiting there with a double. Again, not a pitch necessarily that you would see a normal person drive the other way like that. But Shohei Ohtani is a force, and he has his first hit since that Game 3. He's on with one out.
Well, that just shows the power of Shohei Ohtani. He was out in front of that sweeper. The sweeper was actually below the strike zone, and he was able to get it out to that tall wall out in left field. The Blue Jays are actually going to intentionally walk Will Smith to get the left-on-left matchup with Freddie Freeman. But, man, Shohei Ohtani, what an absolute beast out there standing at second base.
Couple things you get with this intentional walk. You set up a double play, and that counts as a batter toward the 3-batter minimum. So now after Freeman, the Blue Jays can go to a righty if they want to for a guy like Teoscar Hernandez or Mookie Betts. First pitch to Freeman. Up and in, ball 1.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is actually getting loose down there in that bullpen. So this tells me this is probably the last batter that Mason Fluharty will face.
Maybe he can get Freeman to roll over. First and second, one out. Fluharty's pitch to Freeman. Swing and a miss. Got the cutter by him on the bottom inside edge. 1-1. In left field, it's Dominguez warming up. Still Sasaki loosening up for the Dodgers in right field. 1-1 pitch. Freeman lofts it. Right field, very high, fairly deep, but in front of the track is Barger. He runs into it to make the catch. Ohtani dekes a tag from second, and the throw bounces through to third. Ohtani not going anywhere. Still first and second, and there are 2 outs.
I think at this point, everybody knows that Addison Barger will throw you out if you try to take third on a fly ball to right field.
Mookie Betts coming up to the plate, and John Schneider just told Alejandro Kirk to go talk to the lefty reliever. This is interesting.
Well, I think they're just trying to give Sir Anthony Dominguez a couple more seconds down there in that bullpen. I'm assuming that when Alejandro Kirk gets back to home plate, John Schneider will go out there and bring Dominguez in the ballgame.
Here he comes. John Schneider making a pitching change, and it's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. So he doesn't get Ohtani, but he does get Freeman. 2 outs, 2 on for the Dodgers, and they'll ask Sir Anthony Dominguez to finish off this inning. Dodgers threatening, and they're up 3-1 in the top of the 8th inning. Let's go back to today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Long time no talk, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Across baseball, we had learned earlier in the week that Derek Shelton was being hired by the Twins as their new manager. And yesterday, some more news from another managerial opening. The Washington Nationals finalizing a deal to hire 33-year-old Blake Butera as manager, according to ESPN. Butera would be the youngest manager since Minnesota's Frank Quilici. In 1972, he is looking to turn things around for the Nats, who have had 6 straight losing seasons since Dave Martinez, who was let go in July, managed them to the 2019 World Series title. In terms of background, Butera, a senior director of player development with the Rays and then bench coach and manager in their minor league system at a variety of levels, of course, before being hired by the Nats. Still, 3 more spots remain across Major League Baseball. The Braves, Padres, and Rockies still without managers. Week 9 in the NFL began last night. A 28-6 Ravens beatdown of the Dolphins in Miami. It was the return of Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. He looked pretty normal, throwing 4 touchdowns in his first game since late September. Unfortunately for the Dolphins, with the loss, they fall to 2-7, their worst start since 2021. As a result of that defeat, the Dolphins announced today they have fired general manager Chris Greer. Veteran personnel man Champ Kelly will serve as interim general manager, the second such time he's actually replaced the GM during the season, having assumed the vacated role by Dave Ziegler with the Raiders in 2023. There are multiple reports that head coach Mike McDaniel will stay on at least until the end of the season, so some uncertainty will remain until the year is over. Some injury updates as well. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy will not start, so Mac Jones will start once again. Purdy has not seen the field since week 4 due to a toe injury he suffered in San Fran's season-opening win in Seattle. According to head coach Kyle Shanahan, a chance he could be available this weekend despite not getting the start. And in Jacksonville, number 2 overall pick in this past year's draft. 2A player Travis Hunter suffering a non-contact knee injury in practice. He was put on injured reserve. He will miss at least the next 4 games. Reports saying the ACL is intact, so he will undergo additional testing. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Mookie Betts is in the box down on the field with the call here in the radio booth. It's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Massive outing right now for Sir Anthony Dominguez. 2 on and 2 out. It's runners on first and second for the Dodgers. Ohtani on second, Smith on first. And Mookie Betts is up a 3-1 Dodger lead, top of the 8th inning. 4th appearance of the World Series for Dominguez, 11th of the postseason. He sets and offers to Betts. Breaking ball, called strike, 0-1. Betts with the big blow in this game, a 2-run single in the 3rd. That's still the difference here in the 8th. 0-1 pitch. Down and away. Snared by Kirk. 1-1. And if you're the Blue Jays, you have your top of the order up for the 4th time in this game. Obviously not against the starter anymore. Yamamoto's out, but if you can get it there still at 3-1, you feel like you have a chance. 1-1 pitch. Hit foul by Betts. 97 in on the hands. And the high 90s fastball breaking ball combo for Dominguez has come in handy. He's up 1-2.
And Sir Anthony actually missed his spot by quite a bit, but it's still a good miss because that miss actually shows that you're willing to go inside. So now Mookie has to protect inside, and it might open up the outside part of the plate.
Ohtani leads off second, Smith off first. 2 outs in the 1-2. In the dirt, taken by Betts, a breaking ball that bounced. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's been a long inning warming up and right for Roki Sasaki. The Blue Jays have used 3 different pitchers in this 8th. Varland got an out, Fluharty got an out. Here's Dominguez with a 2-2. Check swing, peel down to first, no swing, full count. That was close on a sweeper outside. Betts just stays alive.
Yeah, I didn't think that he went, at least from up here. That's a good call down there by first base umpire Will Little. Obviously, the crowd wanted that to be a strike.
He enticed him a little, though. Betts thought about it. But now with a full count, both Ohtani from second and Smith from first will be off on the pitch. Bearded righty Dominguez sets. His payoff pitch. High ball 4. Another check swing by Betts, and the bases are loaded now with 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a ball. Obviously, the crowd wants that to be called a strike, but that sweeper was a little bit above the strike zone. A pretty good call. Now you have to get down to business here. If you're Sir Anthony Dominguez, the bases are loaded, and a tough hitter in Teoscar Hernandez is at the plate.
Sir Anthony Dominguez presses the glove into his left thigh, now sets. Bases loaded, 2 down, the pitch to Teoscar. Swing and a miss, strike 1. 97 just off the outside edge, and Teo chased. Turned back and asked Adam Hammery if it was going to be a strike. It's 0-1. From Teoscar's reaction to the answer might have been yes from Adam Hammery. 0-1. In the dirt, blocked by Kirk to save a run. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a good job anticipating that sweeper in the dirt. If you're going to put down press the button for a sweeper, you have to anticipate that pitch will be in the dirt, and Alejandro Kirk did a perfect job there.
A lot of speed on third in Ohtani. Smith on second, and Betts on first in the top of the 8th inning. 1-1. Swing and a foul tip. 99 inside. It's 1-2. Blue Jays asking Dominguez for 1 more good pitch to strand the bases loaded. He shakes, now sets. And Teoscar Hernandez asks for time, slowing the momentum of Dominguez and this crowd. Two fastballs and a sweeper so far delivered to Teoscar. Dominguez with a 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on 99. The bases are left loaded, and the top of the Blue Jay order is coming up in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 Dodgers, Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk with a grand slam!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Top of the order for the Blue Jays. 3-1 Dodgers, Game 6 of the World Series. And in the bottom of the 8th, Dave Roberts goes to his closer. It's Roki Sasaki. His pitch to George Springer. Called low, ball one. Had all sorts of the bottom of the zone, but Springer gets a break. Also defensive subs for the Dodgers. We'll get to those in a sec. 1-0 to Springer. Up and in. 98 near the chin. Knocks Springer down to the seat of his pants. It's 2-0.
Roki Sasaki, the 23-year-old rookie, has 36 1/3 career major league innings in the regular season. He's thrown 9 2/3 in the playoffs, so you have to imagine that heart rate is really elevated right now.
His second World Series appearance. 2-0 pitch. Check swing. Called strike, top of the zone at 100. Pitching change to Sasaki, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Also the defensive switch, Teoscar Hernandez out, Andy Pages in right field. 2-1 pitch. Fouled away, 2-2. 23-year-old Sasaki works with a four-seamer, splitter, and slider. Sat 96 on the four-seamer this year, but his two fastballs on the last two pitches have each been over 100. 2-2 to George Springer. Hit on the ground right side. Will it sneak through? It will past the dive of Freeman. Springer stops at first, and he just guided that one past Freddie Freeman. Base hit to begin the inning. Here comes the tying run to home plate.
And that might be the break that the Toronto Blue Jays have been waiting for this entire ball game. George Springer had no business getting that ball past Freddie Freeman. It was perfectly placed right down that line, and he stands at first base with nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Baton is passed to Nathan Lucas. 3-1 Dodgers. No outs. Bottom of the 8th. Right on left, the pitch. Outside, ball 1. In the infield, they expect Lucas to pull. In the outfield, they're playing him the opposite way. Pa has shifted way over toward right center, and the center fielder, Edman, in the left center gap. (1-0). Called strike, 98, bottom of the zone.
In the regular season, in 36 1/3 innings for Sasaki, he walked 22 guys, so you have to force him to be in the strike zone.
High leg kick, 1-1. Iron outside, 2-1. Actually abbreviated the kick a little bit there. Missed with a splitter. That someone like Trey Savage can go in any which way on a given pitch. Sometimes it helps him, sometimes it hurts him. His 2-1. Outside, ball 3. And Lucas is staying patient, giving himself a 3-1 count.
Yeah, with Vlad standing on deck, you have to zone up. You cannot expand and help out Sasaki. He's obviously having command issues right now.
His 3-1 to Lucas. Called strike, 98 at the top, full count. And a push out of the mitt by Will Smith to his pitcher Sasaki. He liked the spot. Interestingly, on 2 strikes, they're expecting more of a pull. Pages moves closer to straightaway right field. Full count pitch. Hit high in the air center. Late break back toward left center by Edman, but he's under it. Kemp to make a one-handed catch, 1 out.
That's a big out for Sasaki. With Vlad coming up, you obviously don't want a ton of traffic on. But this is his moment right here. This is the moment the Blue Jays fans have been waiting for. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. slowly walking up to that batter's box.
Guerrero is the tying run in the game. 3-1 Dodgers. No one scored since the bottom of the 3rd. Springer on first and 1 out. Sasaki offers. Guerrero will take a called strike on the inside edge, 0-1. Vlad is 1 for 3, a double, a strikeout, and a ground ball double play. The 0-1, inside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vladdy moved his right foot back to avoid being hit by that splitter. Kick in the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fooled by the splitter, going for it all to try and tie the game. Guerrero swings through it. It landed down and in, 1-2.
Sasaki doesn't have much time in the big leagues, and I know that he's only 23 years old, but he's got fantastic stuff.
His 1-2. Called low. Probably should have been strike 3, and Vladdy lives another pitch, 2-2.
That might be the second break that the Blue Jays get this inning.
Only if they make it matter. 3-1 Dodgers. Runner on first, 1 out. High set Sasaki. The 2-2. Fouled away. Vladdy reached for one well below the zone. Hit it off of, I believe, his shin. He just grabbed near his right knee. But he stays alive at 2-2.
He was completely fooled by that split finger. Out in front, but he was able to keep the bat back and just flick the wrists and stay alive.
Seems like he wants the heater. 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3. Sasaki isn't giving him the heater. He's thrown him all splitters in this at-bat, and the count is run full.
The more split fingers he throws in this at-bat, the more comfortable Vlad gets with that split finger.
Springer leads off first. Full count, 1 out. Kick in the pitch. High ball 4. Vladdy screams with a walk. 2 on now for the Blue Jays. And the go-ahead run is Bo Bichette walking up to the plate.
And this is the other moment that Blue Jays fans have been waiting for. Number 1 was Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming to the plate. And number 2 is Bo Bichette.
Mark Pryor out to talk to the right-hander Roki Sasaki. Dodgers had action in their pen, but that has stopped now. Interesting that that's the case because Sasaki has thrown 18 pitches and only recorded 1 out. He is more stretched out than your average reliever, started at the beginning of the year. But he's already deep into this inning pitch count-wise. He offered 7 to Vladdy, 6 to Lucas, and 5 to George Springer.
And this is a situation that Roki Sasaki has never been in before. He's been very, very good over the course of the playoffs, turning into the Dodgers' best bullpen arm. But it's almost like everything is new to him now. The crowd is loud. The moment is big. Let's see how he reacts to Bo Bichette right now with runners at first and second and just 1 out in the inning.
Bichette 1 for 2, a single and a walk. Springer on second. Vladdy is the tying run on first, and Bichette is the go-ahead run at home plate. 1 out, bottom 8. Sasaki set. And the pitch. In the dirt, bounces off Smith, but rolls up the third baseline, so Springer can't take off from second. 1-0. In 19 pitches, 10 balls and 9 strikes for Roki Sasaki. A single, a strikeout, a flyout, and a walk so far. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 97 over the middle, and Bo Bichette was trying to flip the score. It's 1-1.
That was the one. Just a hair behind that pitch. It was a little bit elevated, about thigh high, but that velocity just snuck right by him.
Now the 1-1. Swing and a fly ball left side, hooking toward foul territory. Betts, the shortstop on the side. Warning track makes the catch. It stayed in the yard, and Mookie Betts with a nice play ranging back into his right. 2 down, Dalton Varsho will now represent the go-ahead run.
That was a good play for Mookie Betts down in foul territory, about 2 or 3 feet from that short wall down in foul territory. A huge out for Roki Sasaki, although Dalton Varsho is a pretty good hitter too.
Varsho looking for his first time on base in the game. First and second for the Blue Jays. 2 outs, bottom 8. Roki Sasaki pitching with a 3-1 Dodger lead. A look to second as he sets belt high, brings the glove up. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's in the dirt off the stomach of Smith, but it rolls away toward third again, so Springer will hold up. It's 0-1. Varsho went after a splitter that bounced. That's the pitch he wants. Better with those off-speed pitches than the high-velocity fastballs. But Sasaki gets an early chase. Vladdy the tying run on first. Springer ahead of him on second. The 0-1. Outside and high with a fastball at 100 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Andy Paez in right is almost standing on the warning track. So a lot of room in right to drop it in. 1-1. In the dirt, blocked by Smith, ball 2.
Well, Andy Paez is just playing no doubles. He's essentially taking away Vladimir Guerrero Jr. from scoring from first base. It's actually a smart move from Dave Roberts.
A look to second by Sasaki. His 2-1. Swing and a bouncing ball to second, picked up off a knee by Rojas. He'll throw to first and spoil the threat. On to the 9th inning we go. The Blue Jays do not score on a hit and a walk, leave 2 on, and it's 3-1 Dodgers in Game 6 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Rogers Jimenez for a second straight night launches a 2-run homer.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
On to the top of the ninth we go. Tight ball game in Game 6 of the World Series. It's the Dodgers 3 and the Blue Jays 1. Blue Jays trying to keep it at a 2-run deficit. Will make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6th appearance of the postseason, 4th of the World Series for the veteran right-hander converted to a reliever for the postseason. It's Chris Bassett.
Yeah, and he's been very good. John Schneider, I'm assuming, has been pleasantly surprised with what he's gotten from Chris Bassett. Another big spot for him. You have to keep it a 3-1 ball game.
Pitch to Max Muncy. Called strike, starts him with a sinker at 92 on the inside edge, 0-1. Dodgers have not scored since their 3-run third, but they have stranded a lot of Blue Jay base runners on the other side. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Muncy in this game, 0 for 3. Eric Lauer warming up if the Blue Jays need him in left field. 0-2 to Muncy. Fouled back. Challenge fastball in at 93.
That's good location. Getting in on the hands of Max Muncy. Loves to get the arms extended.
Muncy takes off his rec specs for a moment, like Ricky Vaughn. Those turned around his season after he put them on in May. 0-2. Low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. In the right field pen, at one point, Jack Dreyer, the lefty, was up. It appears now like Roki Sasaki might be staying in this game. No one up for the Dodgers. 1-2 pitch. And he got him. Tied him up with a 4-seamer, top of the zone. 1 down.
That was just a perfectly executed cutter. A 4-seamer right at the top of the strike zone. Like we've talked about so many times, those big power hitters love to get the arms extended, and it's intimidating to come inside, but Chris Bassett is not one of those guys that gets intimidated coming inside.
You were right. That was a cutter. Game spinning off of the fingers, and now here's the pitch to Kiké Hernandez with 1 out. It's a curve down and away, ball 1. Still very much a ball game if the Blue Jays can keep it here at 3-1. They still have 3 outs to play with on the offensive side. 1-0 pitch. Hernandez hits it foul. Kiké does as he stumbles across home plate, 1-1. Only 4 hits for the Dodgers, but 3 of them came in a 6-batter span to score 3 runs in the 3rd inning. 1-1 to Hernandez. Swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to 94 outer third, 1-2.
He looks really comfortable out of that bullpen.
Bassett winds. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Slow sweeper at 74. Struck out Kiké Hernandez, 2 down.
I know that he would rather be starting, but Chris Bassett is one heck of a reliever.
And he has said multiple times he just wants to be in the World Series. His first appearance there for a guy who's 36 years old and has been in the big leagues over a decade. He's getting the opportunity to pitch in the World Series in huge spots. Now tries to end this top of the ninth against Tommy Edman. The pitch. Line toward left field, slicing into foul territory, and it will go foul into the seats down the left field line. Edman took off for first, but walks back to pick up his bat just outside the dirt circle. It's 0-1.
The thing that I love most about Chris Bassett, and really the majority of his outings so far in the playoffs, he just pounds the strike zone. He's not messing around when he comes out there. Trusts his stuff. That's really half the battle.
He's punched out both Max Muncy and Kiké Hernandez, trying to keep it 3-1. With 2 outs, his 0-1 pitch. Hit hard but foul right side, so Edman has hit very loud strikes twice in a row, and it's 0-2.
Tried to come upstairs with that cutter, missed over the heart of the plate. Tommy Edman was out in front. Let's see if they go back to that cutter, but actually out of the strike zone this time.
3-1 Dodgers. 2 out, space is empty. Top of the ninth. The 0-2 pitch. High. Missed up top as they did try to elevate a heater. 1-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Kirk, Barger, Clement scheduled to hit. John Schneider has his full bench, including guys like Davis Schneider and Ty France. 1-2 pitch. On the ground, over the mound. Bassett lets it run all the way to the shortstop. Jimenez, who throws on the run to first to end the top of the ninth inning. 3 shots for the Blue Jays to score 2 and keep it going, or just maybe get 3 and win the World Series. Bottom of the ninth of Game 6 is coming up in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you as the Blue Jays trail the Dodgers 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning here at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the postgame show. They will, as always, take your calls and texts. Blair will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text them as well, including right now, 590, name and location. The People's text line, it is always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. It's the bottom of the ninth inning here at the Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. If you wanted drama, you have it right now. 3-1 for the Dodgers. Bottom of the ninth inning, Game 6 of the World Series. Blue Jays are in blue pin of blast territory to keep this game going. And if they score 3, they win the World Series. They got to get to Roki Sasaki, who had an up and down scoreless 8th inning, gave up a hit and a walk, but no runs, and threw 25 pitches in that 8th. There is action also in the Dodger bullpen. Tyler Glasnow is warming up for LA. And a defensive substitution, Tommy Edman out. Justin Dean, the speedy center fielder, out there on the Rogers Center turf.
Roki Sasaki showed in his last inning that he didn't have perfect command of his stuff. You have to be patient up there if you're the Blue Jays.
Alejandro Kirk leads it off. Sasaki starts the ninth inning, the bottom half, with the pitch. And it's a fastball at 99, strike one. Blue Jays have Schneider, Straw, France, IKF, and Heineman on their bench. High leg kick and the 0-1. Kirk sprays it foul right side. 98 elevated, hit away, and it's 0-2. Set by Sasaki. Two-strike pitch. And he hit him. Plunked him with a splitter. And Alejandro Kirk goes down to first. You imagine Dave Roberts will check and see if it hit the bat. It was an odd noise, but I think it was the sound of plastic or bone. And Alejandro Kirk appears to be in some pain as he walks down the right field line. That might have got him on the funny bone, but I'll have to take another look.
If that hit the bat, Alejandro Kirk wouldn't be acting like he is right now. We're getting a second look. Yeah, that hit it just in the wrist bone. That's a very easy call. I'm sure Dave Roberts and those Dodgers coaches down there have already seen that replay and are choosing not to challenge that.
And you could hear that from up here. And the Blue Jays now are going to sub Kirk out. That's not the most important run, but with Kirk both getting hit in the wrist, and you still want some speed, break up a double play, go first to third, whatever it might be. They're going to bring Miles Straw in to run for Alejandro Kirk.
And that's a break for the Toronto Blue Jays. We saw the George Springer leadoff base hit in the last inning, and then we see Roki Sasaki let one go in an 0-2 count. He hits Alejandro Kirk right in the wrist, runner at first with nobody out in the inning.
6 homers allowed this regular season and 36 and a third for Sasaki. His pitch to the tying run, Addison Barger. Fouled back, 98 over the middle, and Barger took a good rip at it, 0-1. 9 for 20 in the World Series is Barger. 0-1 pitch, outside. Pitches now for Sasaki. He's retired 3 batters and allowed 3 to reach. The 1-1. Swinging a fly ball left side. Angling toward foul territory. The left fielder, Kiké Hernandez, who slips as that one goes into the seats, out of play, foul. Addison Barger by about a foot and a half stays alive. That was another 4-seamer over the middle, but he was behind it. It's 1-2.
Yeah, it's just good velocity. Roki Sasaki has elite stuff. It's just a matter of can he command and control his elite stuff. That's the thing that he struggled with in his short big league career.
That was 99 in the middle of the zone for Sasaki. Tap of the plate, Barger. 1-2 count, no outs. Tying run at the plate. The pitch. Outside. 2-2 as he missed with a splitter. Dodgers, runner on first, no outs, bottom 9. The 2-2. Swing and a drive. Left center. Dean on the run. It's over his head off the base of the wall. Straw into third. He'll get the wave. Dean staring at it. Barger into third. Time called in left. Barger coming around to score, and they're going to gift the Dodgers. That ball is right there for Justin Dean if he could bend his knees, and they're going to gift him a ground rule double. That never gets called in this ballpark. Neither run scores. Dean staring at it under the wall. We'll get another look. John Schneider wants an explanation.
Well, I'm sure he's going to get one, and the umpires are going to talk about this. I'm not sure what happened out there. We're getting a second look right now.
The call on the field is that the ball was lodged. Toronto is challenging.
The ball is not lodged. We just got the
He picked it up and threw it right back in after they called time.
That ball's not lodged. That's a call that should never have happened.
It's maybe 20% of it in there. But there's no way Justin Dean can't pick up that ball. I mean, Hernandez, Kiké's telling him to. They're reviewing it right now. Let's reset here. And especially talking to myself, let's take a breath. Second and third, nobody else is after review. They've called it lodged. So, it's second and third, no outs for the Blue Jays there, rather than cashing in a run, maybe two.
Well, Dave Roberts is coming out to yank Roki Sasaki. I'm thinking right now, I don't know if he's going to just have a chat with him, but Tyler Glasnow is hot down in that in that Dodgers bullpen.
I believe he made the point already. And he will take the ball from Sasaki to pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware. I'll take a breath. You take a breath. Still an opportunity here for the Blue Jays. Second and third, nobody out. 3-1 Dodger lead. A base hit to the outfield could tie this game. But for now, with a new pitcher coming in Tyler Glasnow, we send it over to our host today, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 3 games on tonight in the NHL. One of them still in action, 2 finals. The game that is still in action right now, the Anaheim Ducks taking on the Detroit Red Wings out west in California. It's currently a 2-1 lead for the Ducks. The second period just got underway. You can, if you really want to, you can watch that on Sportsnet 1. The other finals, the 2 of them, the Avalanche doubling up the Golden Knights 4-2, and the Islanders tripling up the Capitals 3-1 in Washington. We were talking about Week 9 in the NFL, which began last night earlier. 28-6 Ravens beatdown of the Dolphins in Miami. Lamar Jackson making his return after over a month of being on the shelf with a hamstring injury. He looked pretty normal. 4 touchdown throws for him, and again, first game for him since late September. The Dolphins falling to 2-7 with the loss. Their worst start since 2021. They did announce today they had fired their general manager, Chris Greer. Of course, the bulk of this week's games will go on Sunday. We have some injury updates to monitor. First, in Washington, Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will play. The team announcing he will be without wide receiver Terry McLaurin. A quad injury for him. He had already been ruled out for the weekend. Some other QB updates. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy listed as a full participant in practice. He has been expected to start against the Lions this week for a few days now with Carson Wentz on the shelf. And in New Orleans, the Saints making a QB change. Rookie Tyler Shuck will not only start this weekend, Saints head coach Kellen Moore telling reporters this week that Shuck will start for the rest of the season. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. It is tense here at the Rogers Center and in the booth. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
A little less tense now, Show. On second look, that ball was lodged under the center field wall. And my apologies to John Tumpane, the left field umpire. But either way, a ground rule double for Barger has put runners on second and third, no outs. Ernie Clement coming up. Barger is the tying run in this game, and Miles Straw is on third ahead of him. Ernie Clement is the World Series winning run against Tyler Glasnow, who comes in here to pitch in relief.
We've seen Tyler Glasnow spike breaking balls. Actually, he does that quite often. So if you're Miles Straw, if you're Addison Barger, you have to be ready for the wild pitch.
Glasnow deals home, and Clement pops up the first pitch to first base, and that's a huge out on the catch made by Freddie Freeman. 1 down. Four-seamer, top of the zone. Clement swings at the first pitch about 60% of the time, and that time it burns him. But the Blue Jays are not out of this yet. Andres Jimenez up. Second and third, 1 out. The infield is playing back.
That fastball from Tyler Glasnow absolutely blew up Ernie Clement. That is a huge first out for the Dodgers.
Long-haired righty was the scheduled starter at one point for Game 7. His pitch to Andres Jimenez, high with a breaking ball, 1-0. He's got fantastic stuff. He's a great pitcher. He can be erratic at times. run is Barger on second. The 1-0. Line drive, left center. Hernandez playing short, makes the grab. Throw to second. He's out. Barger doubled off, and the game is over. The Blue Jays will challenge to try and keep this alive, but Barger trying to ensure trying to ensure that he could score on a single, was off of second. A bouncing throw and a great pick at second by Rojas. Hernandez was playing shallow. Most of the time that's a base hit, but he made the grab, and this more than likely is going to be the end of Game 6.
Yeah, he looked like he was out at second base. A really crucial base running error. If you're at second base, if you're on base, you have to know where the outfielders are playing. And Addison Barger, for whatever reason, took a couple of extra steps off of second base, and he's out at second. I'm pretty sure he's out. We've gotten a couple of replays here. Yeah, it's very clear.
And that is how the game will come to an end. The Dodgers, on the back of their pitching again, win the game 3-1 and force a Game 7 in the World Series tomorrow. 3-1, the final score, Blue Jays and Dodgers. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll wrap it up and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5-REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Beavers retired the last 7 Red Jays faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto, where the Dodgers just finished off a Game 6 win to extend the season and force a Game 7 in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, this one came down to Dodger pitching. They did not necessarily get the offense that they were talking about in between. Only had 4 hits in this whole game that came in bunches in the third inning. But it was another great outing from Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And the pitching was well-timed. The Blue Jays doubled the Dodgers in hits, but stranded a number of threats during that game, including in the 9th inning. Blue Jays had second and third no outs and could not score.
Yeah, Addison Barger has to know where the outfielders are playing. Left fielder Kiké Hernandez had been playing Andres Jimenez in the entire game. And he knows that Jimenez going the other way is a little bit of a slap hitter when he gets that ball on the outside part of the plate. Obviously, Jimenez loves to go the other way. He's just trying to get the ball to the outfield and score that guy from second base. Addison Barger, for whatever reason, didn't know that Kiké Hernandez was playing in. Kiké actually made a pretty easy play on that soft line drive out to shallow left field, and then he doubles him off at second base. I mean, that's just inexcusable. And I know he's young. I know that every once in a while he makes those errors on the base pass, but you cannot make that error right there in that spot.
We'll say some tough luck for the Blue Jays. That double getting lodged under the center field wall likely cost them a run. Would have been runner on second likely, and nobody out in a 3-2 game had it not got lodged. But about 5% of the ball sticks under the wall, and they get the time call. That makes it second and third. And the Dodgers, to their credit, especially Tyler Glasnow, pitches his way to 3 outs in about 3 pitches to finish this one off in favor of the Dodgers. And Chris, It's going to be a Game 7 of the World Series coming up tomorrow. Max Scherzer is going to start for the Blue Jays. I would guess that Shohei Ohtani is going to open at a minimum for the Dodgers. Glasnow, you would think, would be part of their plans, but he did warm up and then come into this ball game too. So it'll be interesting to see how LA treats their pitching tomorrow.
I mean, I would be shocked if you see Tyler Glasnow tomorrow. Didn't throw many pitches in this outing, but he is a starter. He has been injured quite a bit over the course of his career. I'm sure the Dodgers will only use him in a unique situation, but it's going to be a lot of fun. If you were nervous today, you better strap in, because tomorrow is going to be one for the ages. And I would think that everybody that comes into the ball game out of that bullpen has a short leash. If you show signs of any kind of command issues, if the Dodgers are putting good swings on you, John Schneider's going to yank you out of the ball game and get somebody else in there. It's going to be a really, really interesting ball game. And I think it's going to be fun for both managers, because those types of games, when you can really start to have fun with your bullpen and substitutions, that's when you really shine and show off your skill set as a manager.
We will see Game 7 tomorrow, same time as tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, from Rogers Center. And we know the future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer will go for the Blue Jays. For now, though, we're going to take a step aside. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight from our technical directors, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our producer, Nick Blackmore, our host, Joe Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Have a good rest of your night, and get ready for Game 7. Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
A Game 7 in the 2025 World Series with a 3-1 win over the Toronto Blue Jays at the Rogers Center. And Kevin, I'm hoping that what we saw in that in the bottom of the 9th inning tonight, I'm hoping that doesn't turn into the defining moment of the 2025 season for the Toronto Blue Jays, because it has been a terrific year. It's still a terrific year. There's another game to go. But my goodness, to have Addison Barger doubled off at second base, with Tyler Glasnow in the game, just a gut punch for this team. And we know that there's no guarantee that he is going to score. I get that. And we know that this team is very good, Kevin, at turning the page. And we know that we know all that good stuff about this team. But my goodness, that just feels awful. I got no other word for it.
Yeah, I think you got to give Glasnow credit. He came in and made a couple of good pitches to a couple of guys who know how to handle the bat at the bottom of the order with men in scoring position. I'm with you, Addison Barger. I just don't know where you're going. Even if it hits the ground, you ain't scoring. You're in scoring position already. There's nobody out. Station to station. The ball's basically almost, it's not right in front of you, but it basically is. I mean, it's feet away from you, and Kiké's a pretty good outfielder. So I just, again, I'm sure Addison would like to have that back. And, again, when in doubt, don't go anywhere. You don't have to move. You just turn around, watch the ball. He catches it, you go back to the base that you're already at. It's just, it's a shame that you left Springer on the on-deck circle. That's for me is the one thing. And, it's sort of those at-bats, right? It's that at-bat to Betts in the third inning for Kevin Gausman. I mean, basically that was the summing it all up is, we've talked about this before, right? You throw 3 pitches in the same spot to a future Hall of Famer, sooner or later he's going to get you. He had 3 good swings and 3 elevated fastballs. He got the third one. That's, again, I mean, it's
Mookie Betts you're talking about?
Absolutely. It's just like, one of them things where, occasionally you can't let him sort of calibrating it. You could tell every time he swung at it, it got a little bit better. It got a little bit closer. And in the third one, he beat him to the spot, and that's sort of the game right there, right? The 2 RBI single with a 1-2 count. So,
yeah, those 6, that run of 6 batters in the third inning against Kevin Gausman, that's where the Dodgers did their damage. Let's address the play before Addison Barger gets picked off. Alejandro Kirk is hit by pitch. Miles Straw is the pinch runner. Addison Barger doubles to the wall in left. And Miles Straw, of course, steams around and scores, and we saw Addison Barger get the wave. The ball is considered dead once it's lodged under the outfield wall. And from our vantage point, it lodged under the wall. Kiké Hernandez is waving his arms to indicate dead ball. So let's just address that right away, because I know there are people going home and when I saw that, that was my first reaction. It was a dead ball. And of course, that means the runners go back, and then, of course, we saw what happened after Ernie Clement pops up, which was also, further to your point about Tyler Glasnow, a huge pitch.
Second,
a huge
third
situation.
coming in that situation.
Huge situation.
Don't do that a ton. Made a good pitch to a guy who's very aggressive.
Ernie pops up, and then Andres Jimenez hits a liner to Kiké Hernandez, who's a very good outfielder.
Yeah.
He throws out Addison Barger at second base, and folks, that's the end of the game. So yeah, there's no guarantee that Addison Barger scores and game's tied and we go to extra innings or anything like that. But
sure would have liked to have Springer up there.
Sure would have liked to have
2
Springer up against Tyler Glasnow. Yes,
without a doubt.
So the numbers, as always: 416-870-0590 star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. I know a lot of you are watching the game at home, or you're out in your favorite bar, or you're driving home from the game here, or maybe you've had friends over. It is Halloween. Feel free to call us and text us. Let's talk about this game. Game 7 goes tomorrow night. First pitch is at 8 o'clock. We believe it's Max Scherzer against, I don't think the Dodgers have announced who their pitcher. I'd be shocked beyond all belief if it isn't Shohei Ohtani. I can't imagine that you would have Tyler Glasnow start tomorrow after having finished this game. But it really doesn't matter. It's Game 7. All hands will be on deck. It wouldn't surprise me if you see Yamamoto used at some point in that game. That's what happens in Game 7. Can this Jays team, they've had, losing in 18 innings. I mean, they've had things happen to them throughout this playoff series, and they've rebounded. Kevin, does this feel different? Does this feel different than the other things?
I like the 18th inning game. No. I mean, it is what it is, right? A guy made a mistake. He paid for it. Just be fortunate you got tomorrow. You can make up for it tomorrow. I mean, Addison's been one of the main reasons why they're here. He's had some quality at bats.
He doubled off of Yamamoto. He scored the first run.
That's 99 at the top of the zone there in the ninth inning. That's not the easiest thing to get to. He's covering that with ease. So yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. It's again as a baseball player this time of the year. Now, again, I've never played in games like this, but I played and made mistakes. You just got to wad it up, throw it in the garbage. And, again, I get back to that. Be fortunate you got tomorrow to make up for it. And just come back and know sort of the situation, know if you can score or not. I mean, even if he went, he ain't scoring. Like, I don't know why he was in such a hurry.
That was my thought is you're not scoring. There's no point in going, and you've got George coming up. I mean, it's
the top of the order coming
exactly.
up. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. 3-1. The Toronto Blue Jays have lost. The Blue Jays actually out-hit the Dodgers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, was hittable tonight. I mean, the Jays put some... Now, I'm not saying that he wasn't good, but he certainly wasn't as good as his last game here. The Jays got some hits off him. Really hard to string hits together, though. Vladdy hits into a double play. Dalton Varsho hits into double play. Dalton Varsho strikes out swinging with men on base. There were a couple of situations where you thought maybe Yamamoto was ripe for the picking. The Dodgers Dodgers tried to help the Jays out with some so-so defense. But again, at the end of the day, 3-1. 3-1. And as you pointed out, Kevin, that third inning for the Dodgers, that was it.
Yeah, offensively, too. The Jays had their opportunities, right? In the first inning, Vladdy got a hanging breaking ball. He hit the double. He hit it hard. He had a nice pass at it. But that's an opportunity, right? You're going to get certain pitches and certain counts. If you don't hit it, he's going to make you pay for it. Fourth inning, Varsho got a hanging split finger. He hit it hard, but he hit it right at somebody, right? If he's more through that, thinking up the middle the other way, maybe that's a different result. You talked about Dalton Varsho, saw 17 pitches, only got 4 fastballs. That's sort of the book. Mm-hmm. If I'm him, I'm laying my head on my pillow. I'm thinking, man alive, I'm going to have to figure out how to hit something that's spinning or an off-speed pitch coming in tomorrow. It's just, again, they fought, they clawed. It's a shame how it ended, but they had their opportunities, right? I mean, they had it in the first, the fourth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, and the ninth. I mean, you're throwing that many people on base. Sooner or later, something good will happen. If they do that tomorrow, they'll win the game. Like, it just ain't going to happen back-to-back nights like that. So, if you want something positive you can build off of, you think about that, right? You faced their best pitcher. You ran a bunch of traffic on the bases. Just so happened, a guy came up in big spots who was having one of them nights where it just sort of, getting to that pitch that, that one pitch, that's what you're going to get in these at-bats against these dudes who know how to add and subtract and throw it in that certain zone. When you get a hanger, you can't miss them, and just so happened Dalton did. So, wad it up, throw it in the garbage, come back tomorrow and win, and nobody will remember this day.
Pug in Etobicoke, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Hello, Pug. Hello. Hello. We'll move on. Let's go to Daryl and Whitby.
Yeah.
Daryl.
Hello?
Hey, Daryl.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Is this Pug or Daryl?
Oh, yeah, my call is ruined automatically, right?
Let's move on, guys. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Maybe somebody's call got lodged in the wall.
Somebody got picked off second.
Somebody got picked off second. Could be.
How about that?
Where should we go here? Daryl and Whitby? Kyle and Listowel. I mean, I'm going around the province here. Kyle and Listowel.
Hear me?
Yeah, who am I talking to?
Listen, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I can hear you guys.
Yeah, I got you now, Kyle.
Larry
Go ahead.
Barker, I can hear you guys. Listen, we only lost one game. This is it. You know what? We only lost by 2 points. But let's be serious here. Let's go, Jays. We got this. One more game. As Vladdy said, one more, baby. Go, Jays, go. I love the show, Blair Barker. Keep it going. Tomorrow's our game. World Series, baby. Let's go, Jays. Wow.
We will mark Kyle down as a undecided fan.
Oh, we love it.
We do. It's Halloween, man. This could get freaky.
Yeah.
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Gary and Halliburton on the text line. When was the last time a baseball was lodged in the outfield at the Rogers Center? Ever? Of course not. BS call. I don't remember it. I mean, I've not been to every game here at the Rogers Center. The umpires did review the call.
I don't think it's a BS call. It's the right call.
Yeah, that's what
It's a dead ball.
Yeah, it's a dead ball. And again, the umpires go over the ground rules with each team before every game. That's what the things they do at home plate. They go over the ground rules before each game, and that is one of the ground rules. We'll wait and see and hear from John Schneider and see what he thought about it. But again, Kiké Hernandez was waving his arms and signaling for a dead ball right away. Here we are. Let's go to Tyler in Thunder Bay.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Tyler. What's up, man?
Oh.
It's got to be Halloween, man. It's got to be Halloween. Tyler, are you there? Yeah, well, I don't hear
This is a
Kyle.
first.
This is a first.
Huh.
This is a first. Oh, we got some technical. It's Halloween. We got some technical issues. Should we take a break? Yeah, why don't we do that? We'll take a break and come back. We'll get our best people on it. Trust me. 416-870-0590. Star 590 1-888-666-0590. The text line is always open. It's always open. I'm not lying about that. The text line is open. It's 590-590. This is Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves. Low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions. Delivered in a space built for men. Modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know painting your garage can earn you Scene Plus points? Get started at Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays, where you can earn and redeem points on every project, from paint to lumber to lawn care and everything in between. Make every project a home run with Scene Plus, only at Home Hardware and Building Centers, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Winter is coming, so don't get stuck in the freezing cold while your friends are posting their sunny beach vacation pics. Head to redtag.ca to book your winter escape now and save up to 60% on all-inclusive vacations to Cuba, Mexico, and more. Whether you're looking for luxury, family fun, or budget-friendly escapes, redtag.ca has the perfect getaway for you. Book today at redtag.ca or call 1-866-5REDTAG. Certain conditions apply.
redtag.ca.
Travel made easy.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
All right, welcome back to the Rogers Center. Didn't take long for this place to empty tonight. 3-1, the Toronto Blue Jays losing to the LA Dodgers. The World Series is tied up 3 games apiece. Normally, they say the 2 best words in the world of sports are Game 7. I mean, I'm still feeling that way. I'm sure there are a few folks going out tonight that don't necessarily feel that way right now. But cheer up. Cheer up. As I said, you waited 30-odd years for this thing to roll around. It's another night.
I didn't wait 30 years, but I'm pretty cheered.
Yeah, I'm cheery too.
Yeah.
So everybody just, take a deep breath, relax. Why don't we just do a prayer for our phone lines? 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 is a text line.
Lead us in prayer.
Well, I'm not going to lead anybody in prayer. But Todd in Niagara Falls, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Todd, I've never been happier to hear from anybody at Niagara. Well, actually, that's not. Anyhow, go ahead.
Hey, shout out to your first caller. He's bringing the energy.
Yes, he is.
Gausman, hell of a game. Sorry.
That's all right. It's not the worst word you're going to hear in the show. Go ahead.
Yeah. So why aren't, walk me through this. Clement, obviously, on fire, great hitter. You give him a chance. But Jimenez, 1 out, second and third. Why aren't you bunting? Why aren't you just making sure Springer comes up? I know it's all hindsight, but you got to, talk me back from this, I think, a little bit. Appreciate
all right,
I'll
pass. I did not even think of bunting. I don't know, Kev. What do you think?
Because he's been raking in the playoffs, and you don't do that. You got to figure, even if he gets out, you're still going to have George or Nathan Lucas coming up, and then if everything's great, then Vladdy will be up. Yeah. That's
you don't expect Addison Barger to go to third in a line drive, basically.
Well, it's not even a line drive.
Or
it's a little lollipop.
Yeah.
Hit to the left fielder. Yeah, it's. I mean, why would you waste an out? What if he hit a double in the gap?
Yeah, and it is on, and
they're already in scoring position. The only time you'd be bunting is to put them into scoring position. It's just, again, it's not his fault. Somebody got doubled off of second base, right?
He did make contact with it.
I mean, it's not something I would have done. It's not something, if I were managing, I would have asked a player to do, especially that's your starting shortstop, especially a guy that's looked the way he's looked, especially a guy that's hitting really well with runners in scoring position, especially a guy that's had some confidence here lately. And again, you got to remember, they're already in scoring position. You're only doing that even if there's one out first and second, you're probably still not doing it.
Yeah. No, I'm
giving away.
I'm with you completely. You're not giving away,
especially with Glass now not used to doing this all the time.
Yeah, and again, you figure you've got George coming up, so you like your chances there. Yeah. Alex in Brockville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
How's it going, fellas?
Hey, bud.
I just have a quick question about the lodged ball and the dead ball. It's ruled a ground double, but a ground double is ruled a ground double because it bounces over the wall and the players can't play it. He could have picked that ball up and thrown it in. It's still a field to play.
No, ground rule double. If a ball gets lodged under the padding, it's a dead ball. It's dead. Nothing. It's not. It's just dead. Nothing can happen from that point on. A ground rule double. Yes, a ground rule double is when the ball goes over the wall. But again, they reviewed it, and we'll hear from John Schneider. I didn't. I think the Blue Jays kind of agreed with it. And if you look at the replay, the ball is lodged under the wall. Could he have made a play on it? Of course, he could have made a play on it. He could have bent down, picked the ball up, and thrown it in. But Kiké Hernandez, credit Kiké Hernandez, who I'm sure understands the ground rule, and that was probably the safe play. And in hindsight, they made the right decision. That's the way I look at it. And yeah, it sucks. I thought automatically of, oh my God, is this going to be another situation like the one we saw in Game 5 when Russell Martin tried to throw the ball back to the mound, and it hit Shin Soo Choo's bat, if you remember that game. And, of course, that the Jays ended up winning that game. But, man, oh, man, that was the bat flip game. That was, people were throwing stuff in the field. People were throwing out of the stadium. That's what I was thinking of originally, but...
Yeah, give Justin Dean credit, the center fielder, for not touching the baseball. Give Kiké Hernandez credit for basically yelling and screaming to tell Justin not to touch the baseball. When in doubt, throw your hands in the air. You throw your hands in the air, it sort of puts all the thought into what the umpires are going to make the ruling with. And, it's one of those balls everybody's always taught that. So, yeah, it's just really bad luck with the Blue Jays. Again, it's Barger getting to the 99 fastball. It's how hard he hit it the other way. It's just a lot. Like tonight was just a bunch of bad luck, right? You could feel it this way.
All right, we have John Schneider talking about the double play to end the game and the lodged ball.
It's a tough read. Kiké playing shallow and, one out you're thinking score. He made a really good play. It's such a tweener. You know what I mean? He made a good play, good throw, good play by Rojas too. But wild way to finish it for sure.
And your view of Addison's hit when that got lodged, did you think that was the call in real time, or did you notice that?
Yeah, kind of thought so. Been here a long time. Haven't seen a ball get lodged ever. just caught a tough break there. He put a really good swing on that pitch, and ultimately ended up second and third with nobody out, with guys that made contact, and just didn't get it done. But I thought his at bat was great. Just kind of didn't bounce our way there.
So there you go. That is John Schneider, and I agree with him completely on that.
Yeah, give him credit too. I mean, he could have been a little harder on his player getting doubled off at second base. He didn't, right? I mean, it was
kind of pointless.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I mean, you're
absolutely.
not going to.
You got Game 7 tomorrow. He's a big deal for you. You're counting on him to play really well tomorrow. You don't want to, do anything to confidence-wise going into tomorrow. And player made a mistake. Every once in a while, you're a human being. You do something that you normally don't do that's outside the box. He'll correct it. He probably won't do it ever again.
You'll remember that play.
Absolutely.
You'll remember that play. Dan in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk. What's up, Dan?
Hello, Blair and Barker. How you doing?
We're doing well. I mean, it wasn't quite the ending.
But there is Game 7 tomorrow. That's
there is Game
cool.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a Game 7 tomorrow. I'm excited for that. I just left the Skydome, actually. What a crazy game. The atmosphere was electric. And I was actually sitting right on top of the bullpen. So I saw Sasaki actually warming up. He looked awful. He had I counted 4 wild pitches actually, and then he sure enough hits Kirk. Hope he's okay. So that was kind of crazy. That ball getting lodged, as we've already talked about, I've never seen that before. I've been to hundreds of games there, and that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Very unfortunate, but these things happen. But the boys played well. I think the spirits should be high. We're going to take it home tomorrow night. Another questionable thing I had was why did we walk Ohtani so soon in that inning where we gave up 3 runs? I felt like that was a pivotal move that did not work out in our favor. I was questioning why we walked him like that. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think that's exactly how John Schneider's managed. You don't want Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate in a position to hit a 2-run homer and to do damage. I had no problem with that. If there's a man on base, I don't care how many out there are. I don't care the situation. And maybe I wouldn't have done it in the. Well, I mean, he wouldn't come up to the plate with a runner scoring man on base in the first inning, so it's irrelevant. Third inning, I had no problem with it at all. Then you go after Will Smith, and then you've got Freddie Freeman. To me, walking Freddie Freeman was, that was kind of that was the one that I think really kind of surprised me a bit. And then Mookie Betts comes up and gets a single, but I didn't have any problem with intentionally walking Ohtani at all.
Yeah, it's 2 outs. He's left-handed, or it's a righty on deck. You handled Will Smith in his first at-bat pretty well. The only thing, I think that's what we've been talking about for quite some time, right? It's how you attack guys from at-bat to at-bat, right? He had 3 swings on split fingers down in his first at-bat. What did he hit for that base hit, that RBI down the left field line? A split finger down. I'm not saying it wasn't a good pitch. I think it's better hitting than it was a bad pitch, so you got to give sometimes the hitter a little bit of credit. I didn't mind any of that. I just didn't understand the 3 fastballs in a row to a dude who's struggling the way Mookie Betts is. Why would you give him 3 chances at the same pitch?
I mean, you're basically...
It don't make no sense to me. I don't understand that.
No,
and it cost him.
Yeah. I mean, that was a swing that ended up costing them the game, and it was... I don't know. I mean, Mookie's been scuffling, but he's still Mookie Betts, and if you throw 3 pitches, similar pitches, he's gonna put his bat.
Well, I got a better chance of hitting it if I know it's in the same spot.
Exactly.
3 different times in a row, and I can take 3 swings at it. It's almost basically like one, I'm calibrating it. The next time, my timing's better. The third time, I can beat you to the spot. That's exactly what happened. That part of it there, you had him. And you could have gotten out of that inning with only 1 run scored, and you probably win in this game.
Yep.
But because of that one little at-bat, those 3 fastballs in a row that are elevated, every once in a while make you scratch your head. That's all.
Robin Hamilton, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day. I got to agree with Blair. If we play like this tomorrow, we will win this game. There was just we had one iffy inning that you were talking about 3 fastballs that we did to Mookie Betts. He's been playing not well. I don't understand those 3 fastballs. But he had 1 bad inning, 2 bad pitches that scored those 3 runs. The ball being lodged, you can do that a million times, and I assure you that will never happen again. That's unbelievable. It's bad luck. The pitcher for the Dodgers, I think he's an AI guy. That guy here, he's a machine, that guy. It's unbelievable. What I don't like is, you know what? We did not play well. I think we were, 1 for 8 with men on bases or 1 for 9 with men on bases? Like, we were there. Like, the Dodgers have not dominated us or the Jays in any of the games. I truly believe that we are going to take this. There is no way. And the Dodgers, you know what? I'm telling you right now, the Dodgers were, they were shaking in their pants, Last thing I wanted to say is you got 2 guys on bases. Obviously, there was nobody out. Clement's coming up. I don't understand. Why do you swing at the first pitch? Like, I get it, okay, it could be a good fastball. But
Ernie does that. That's Ernie. Ernie, you know what? That's how Ernie's been getting paid. Ernie, if you're going to pick a guy in this team to swing at the first pitch, it's going to be Ernie. If it's me, Tyler Glasnow's coming in. It's a situation he's not used to necessarily pitching in. It may not be his strength. I'm probably waiting to see if he spikes one or, see what he does. But that's Ernie. Ernie's had a lot of success this year swinging at the first pitch. So I don't think anybody, we were watching the game up here, Kevin. I wasn't surprised he swung at the first pitch. Were you?
No. I mean, that's
That's him.
If he would have turned that around, we would have been like, wow, look at the play coverage. It's Ernie, way to go. Yeah, it's more about, for me, it's that Mookie Betts at bat. It's getting doubled off of second base. Other than that, they had a good game. They had lots of traffic. They had lots of chances. Dalton had one of them nights where most of the time he walked to the plate, at least 3 out of the 4 at bats, he had traffic. It just, didn't fall the way they wanted it to fall.
All right, let's the managers of media availability. A couple of newsy items here. Alejandro Kirk is getting an X-ray on his hand, but it sounds more precautionary than anything. That from John Schneider. Of course, he was hit by a pitch. And Shohei Ohtani, according to Dave Roberts, is a, quote, possibility to start Game 7. It is still TBD, but I'm willing to bet that the Blue Jays are operating under the assumption Shohei starts the game.
Well, I mean, if you want him offensively all game, I would think that's the easiest way to do it. Go about it. Now you can use after him anybody you want to use whenever you want to use him.
Yep. Yeah, I would. I think as soon as Glasnow came in the game tonight, to me that was the indication that Shohei's going to start.
Sure, we'll see him again tomorrow too.
I'm sure we will. We may see Yamamoto again tomorrow if the right situation comes up. 80. How many pitches did he throw? He didn't throw
96.
96.
That's a lot.
Don't forget though, dude. Well, of course that was after a day off. I was going to say the dude was warming up in the bullpen, but yeah, we shall see.
He's done his part.
Zach and Whistler, BC. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Guys, good to talk to you. Didn't think I was going to get on, but here I am. A long-time listener, first-time caller. My question was more kind of related to the second guy you spoke to, and about the ball being lodged under the wall. But, I'm kind of happy now that, Shohei's the strong possibility for pitching tomorrow. But, Jays had their best game on him. And he's not as good as a hitter when he's pitching. And they got that going for them tomorrow. They had good energy at the end of the game today. And they're going to carry that through tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Listen, that is true. He, don't get carried away with that one game against Milwaukee. As we've said, Shohei has scuffled at the plate in games that he's pitched. And these guys can hit velo.
They had lots of traffic. That's a plus, right? It's
yes.
If a guy walks up like Dalton, has one of those at bats where he runs into one, he backspins the ball in the gap. I mean, this game could be totally different. It's just, again, this is sort of when you're playing in these games, it's just about one of those at bats. It's about one of those pitches. It's, they got to make good pitches. Jay's pitchers have been really good. They've made pitches when they've been able to make pitches, like the holding the deficit. They did that for 6 innings tonight. That was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Anthony came in and got a big timeout. So, yeah, it's just about getting that big hit when they need it. And I'm assuming, they're going to come back tomorrow and everybody's going to do their part and I picked him in 7. I'm sticking with it.
Let's go back to Daryl and Whitby. Daryl, what's up?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, good. Thank you for hanging in.
I hate to bring in stuff with – I'm not even going to get to this point, but the one thing that really ticks me off about all this is how do you go into L.A. in their stadium and come and win 2 out of 3? You come home to the Rogers Center. You got Gausman on the mound. You got Mookie Betts, who is struggling, is a prolific fastball hitter, and you throw him fastball after fastball. You think the guy's not going to get out of the slump with 2 men on base? Come on. This is ridiculous, man. And then you finally succeed and get Yamamoto out of the game, which you want to do, and you can't get the runs across the board. It's tomorrow. I mean, yeah, Scherzer, he's a prolific guy. He's been in World Series and been in big moments, but I mean, the guy let's face it, he's over the hill. He's not young anymore. You really trust this guy to get the Jays over the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't even think it's all hands on deck tomorrow. We're going to see everybody pitch in that game, so I'm not that worried about it. If Max scuffles, John's going to have a quick hook. That's all there is to it.
I think he's throwing harder. I think the release point on the breaking stuff's a little bit better. I think the arm speed on the changeup, away to lefties into a righty.
I thought he looked really good his last outing.
Yeah, you just don't abuse him. It'll be interesting to see if they allow him second time through. Not third time through, second time through. And, John's probably going to have quicker hooks tomorrow. And it's about getting those big at-bats, right? Having those quality at-bats and, being sort of engaged with what you're trying to do and think up the middle the other way. Dalton sort of today for the first time in a while wasn't really looking that way. You got to tip your hat to the guys throwing it to him, but he got a bunch of them, right? 17 pitches. He only saw 4 fastballs. Tomorrow, if I'm him, I sort of kind of know what's coming. It's just how do you make adjustments, thinking directional, right? I think up the middle the other way, I will have success to the pull side because everything's working in the line that it's supposed to be working in. So I got confidence, too. Again, it's just they're a really good team. So's the Dodgers. This is, if everybody would have said we're going to Game 7 in the World Series against the Dodgers, everybody would have signed up for that.
Yeah, no, that is. And, as tough a loss as this is, just to remind folks that, yes, Addison Barger got doubled off, but, that a lot of other stuff happened in this game, and there was absolutely no guarantee he was going to score anyhow. I'm not taking anything away from the mistake that he made, but, 1-run game might be might feel a little different. Listen, it's Game 7. You've already gone through the one pitcher, frankly, that scares the hell out of me, and that's Yamamoto. Not that I don't respect Shohei Ohtani. I certainly do, but I think Yamamoto's a better pitcher than Shohei Ohtani.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how you handle seeing a different arm all the time, right? I mean, if you get 4 at-bats tomorrow, probably going to see 4 different guys. How do you handle that? That's going to be the intriguing part of that because, they talk game plans all the time, which is a big deal. I think for me anyway, you got to simplify this thing. It's like facing Yamamoto today. Look right down the middle. He threw balls down the middle. First inning to Vladdy, 4th inning to Varsho.
That's what he said.
He threw some to Bo. Absolutely. Again, it gets back to right. It's cutters down and away. It's sliders feeding off that down and away. It's split fingers middle down, and then it's an elevated split finger up and away. It's not like he's not changing eye levels and giving you sort of different speeds. And again, this is sort of where they're at, right? It's when you're facing these elite guys, when they make a mistake, which is rare, you got to make them pay for it. It just so happens tonight they didn't do that.
Lots of folks down in Dalton Varsho after the game. Jesse from Winnipeg, move Varsho down the lineup, please. Rich and Ajax coming into the game, didn't like Varsho in the 5-hole. He's been guessing wrong on first pitches. Rob in Toronto, and he sent this text in early, agreeing with you about the fastballs to Mookie Betts, especially when Gausman splitter was virtually unhittable.
That's fair.
That's if you want to look, I think Kevin's right. If you want to look at the key at bat of the game from the Dodgers, that to me that's the at bat
without a doubt.
That's the at bat. Again, as good as Yamamoto was, same thing as the first game he pitched her. It was 1-1 in like the 6th or 7th inning. So you had a chance. The only difference tonight is I thought he was a hell of a lot more hittable tonight than he was the last time the Jays saw him.
He threw some balls down the middle. It was just, it was sometimes 1-2 counts. Like it's not right 0-0 or, when you're ahead in the count, it's sort of against these guys. You got to be mechanically sound. I talk about this all the time. Get athletic as soon as you can. And it just so happens tonight Dalton wasn't seeing the ball well, and some bad luck of, every time he came up there was lots of traffic, and he just didn't get it done. I'm assuming tomorrow he'll be much better. He'll have some at-bats that everybody loves.
But by the way, Max Scherzer will be the 4th pitcher to start multiple series, winner-take-all Game 7s. He'll join Bob Gibson, who did it 3 times. Bob Gibson was something else. Lou Burdett and Don Larson. Tyler in Thunder Bay. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy. Doing all right.
What can you tell me that will help my incontrollable nausea for the next 24 hours?
Bo Bichette's due to get a big hit.
There's Game 7. Bo Bichette's due to get a big hit.
Yamamoto's not pitching tomorrow?
Yamamoto's not pitching tomorrow. Sasaki was used a lot. I mean, I'd like to see Sasaki again tomorrow. I would certainly have no problem if Dave Roberts wants to run him out.
It's been since the first 2 games of the Seattle series that they lost back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Now, one thing, forget about moving Varsho down in the lineup. I mean, can we take him out of the lineup? Game 1, he's been terrible.
No, he hasn't been terrible. I mean, first of all,
he got a homer off Blake Snell to center here.
Yeah. Do you remember that one? He homered off Blake Snell here. I mean, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
There's a small sample size here. And Dalton Varsho. I mean, Dalton Varsho is one of the reasons you're here. And it wasn't a great night for him tonight. And Kevin pointed out though, if you're Dalton Varsho, you got something to think about going home tonight. The number of fastballs you saw. I mean, they're telling you something.
Yeah, I mean, he's about again. Look, I think, again, the game plan, because of the way he looked tonight against the all-speed stuff and the breaking stuff, he sort of kind of would have a blueprint on tomorrow, what he might get in certain counts and, how aggressive he could be, right? It's sort of, if I'm him, I'm forcing him up. Look up. A lot of them balls that he swung at were down. He did get one there in the 4th inning, the hanging split finger, but that's, in a 1-2 count, right? Again, for me, it looked like he had front side pull a little bit more, right? He was trying to do damage to the pull side instead of like he did against Blake Snell. You get a ball down the middle, you think up the middle the other way because you have, lots and lots of power. Ball jumps off your bat because you're mechanically sound and you're not trying to overswing. Tonight, for me, was trying to force sort of what, the results he wanted out of an at-bat instead of just going, okay, I see the ball, it's in my zone, I put my A swing on it, it's effortless. I think tomorrow, because of all the things that happened tonight in the blueprint, he'll come back and have some better at-bats and be better and get a big hit.
AJ and Hamilton, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, doing well.
Good. Good game today, great game today. I actually wanted them to win. I was there with my dad in 93 to watch the Jays win it all, and I was hoping that'll be a Game 6. I was watching with my 2 boys now, so it would have been sentimental, but that's okay. But one thing I did want to bring up was that I think it's a good thing what happened today because everyone knew they were going to lose. I felt like they were going to lose because, like you guys said, the better pitcher was today. And then if you look at Ohtani, his average when he is pitching is 250. Mm-hmm. When he's not pitching, it's 282. So he's going to be tired from this long series. Sasaki already pitched today, so I think it's going to be a win-win tomorrow. I don't know. I just want to get your take.
Yeah, listen.
I wish they'd won today.
Yeah.
That's just me. I don't want to push your luck too much against a really good team because you've had them down offensively. I think whenever Mookie Betts, I don't know about you, Jeff, got that hit, I was like, uh-oh. You get him hot, and, now it's sort of a contagious thing that he's been struggling so much. He gets hot. That sort of, carries on down through the lineup and sort of everybody gets hot all at the same time. But I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing. I do know this. They do have a Game 7, right? I mean, the way it ended optically wasn't great. You still have tomorrow to make up for it. And for me, Jeff, I don't know about you. The Jays have been the better team in this series. Other than game 2 tonight, I think they, other than that one at bat against Betts, I still think they, had enough chances that if somebody was to run into one and have that kind of at bat, they would have still been the better team. So
yeah,
hang your hat on that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you completely. Fully healthy Bo, maybe fully healthy Springer. Things are a little different. I'm not making excuses, but they certainly had their chances tonight. And yeah, I just looked at this series, man. I thought, you know what, the games you're going to lose are the Yamamoto starts, and nothing's happened. That's just the way I felt. And if this was, I don't know, best of 15, I'd still be looking at the damn thing going, well, find out when Yamamoto's starting, because it's not necessarily guaranteed loss night, but the odds are going to be against you. He's just, even tonight, being hittable tonight, he's still good.
Yeah, they wouldn't. He wouldn't beat him again. They were having better at bats. They were getting better pitches to hit. They were sort of laying off of something to get to something else. Wasn't as easy as it has been in the past against sort of that kind of guy, right? The way he was locating. They looked like they had a good game plan. They were guessing along early on. They were laying off the heater. I think the first couple innings, they'd only swung at one heater. That was the Varsho foul ball down the left field line. Like, they were trying to hunt the off-speed stuff. Like, that's sort of what you have to do when he is that, off-speed heavy. And just so happens they didn't execute their plan when it mattered the most. Those sort of money at bats. You have those certain money at bats against certain guys, and then you're only going to get so many chances. And when you get them, you got to take advantage of them. And they didn't tonight. And I think for me anyway, they'll come back tomorrow. They'll have better at bats. Those money at bats will get better, and they'll score enough runs to win the game and win the World Series. That's just me.
Yeah, I think winning a World Series in 7 games is kind of cool. I mean, I'd rather do it.
6 would have been nice.
6 would have been nice. 7's okay.
He wins, a win's a win.
Greg in Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, Greg.
So I guess you just touched on quite a bit of what I was thinking. However, I'll just go ahead and say the way this series has gone, didn't it almost feel like it was going to go to 7, whether we wanted it to or not? It's just been that back and forth nonstop action. And, we've had the better of it for a lot of it. Haven't always gotten the breaks, but, the way this series has gone, it just kind of feels like 7 was meant to be. And I truly feel that the Jays are going to take it in 7.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to tell you the truth. 9th inning, I figured they were going to win. Like, I was getting some stuff ready to say, intro.
I think
I had my Jays win intro pretty much written out. I had that feeling when Barger doubled. I thought, okay, I was looking ahead to things, and I thought George is going to come up. It just felt, I had a real good feeling about it. And then and even after the ground rule call against the Jays, we got men in second, men in third. I'm going, at least we're going to extras here.
I think to your point, they were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They left 8 runners on base. They still had an opportunity to at least tie the game.
Yep.
I think that sort of is what you can hang your hat on, is they never quit. They give themselves a chance up until the very last out. So, yeah, it's again, come back tomorrow and do the same exact thing. You'll get the big hit when it matters.
Let's take one more caller, and then we'll take a break. We'll go to Cameron in Toronto.
Hi there, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, Cameron. Thanks.
Guys, I'm 50 years old. I don't think I'm going to see this again.
Well, how old are you?
Absolutely 50, and I'm...
50?
Devastated, guys.
You're
devastated.
A child.
Yeah. Well, listen, how often is this going to happen? I was devastated. I think I'm just thinking to myself, if Toronto will lose it tomorrow, is this going to be the most painful single sporting disappointment in the history of Canada? I mean, I think that's going to be probably the one that I will remember forever.
In the history of Canada.
Well, as far as sports are concerned, right? What is more painful than losing tomorrow's game 7?
How about losing? Didn't they lose a gold medal to the Czechs in the Olympics or something like that? That's hockey. No, with all due respect, first of all, you're only 50. Even if it's another 30 years until the Jays are back in the World Series, you're going to be 80. You'll still be around for it. I won't be, but you'll be around for it. So, but yeah, no, if they lose, I've always taken the approach that the World Series, getting to the World Series is the most important thing to me. Once you're in a 7-game series, anything can happen. Ball can get lodged under a wall. Dude can get picked off second base. If the Jays lose this series in 7 games, I'm not going to consider it a choke job. If the Dodgers lose this series in 7 games, not going to consider it a choke job. The World Series went 7 games. They're the last 2 teams standing. It took it down to the last game. I mean, that's just me. And
it still would hurt a little. Up 3-2 at home with 2 games left in your park, the way you played all year here, the way they haven't hit, the way you pitched.
They're 3-4 in their last 7 games at home, aren't they? So, it'll be disappointing because you lost the World Series. But, in terms of the biggest disappointment, maybe, talk to a Leafs fan. It's like an annual disappointment. I will say this, where this might feel a little different is, with all due respect to the Leafs, there are a lot of parts of the country that hate the Leafs. When the Leafs lose in the playoffs, there are a lot of people who are very happy. Vancouver loses in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 90% of the country's happy. I sure am when they lose. Edmonton loses. An angel gets its wing every time the Oilers lose a Stanley Cup game. Yeah, so the difference with the Blue Jays is that it's kind of the one team that unites the whole country. So you have a point in that. I think there will be a lot of disappointed sports fans across the country because this is their baseball team.
Yeah.
But, I think then when you step back and you think how far this team has gone and you see how committed ownership is to making this thing work and it's going to hurt, but you know what? 2 days later, I'm going to be ready to go in the off season, man. Get me Cody Bellinger. That's all, That's what I'm going to be thinking of.
Some vanity.
Well, yeah, aren't you?
2 days later?
If the
last
Dodgers,
thing I'll be thinking about 2 days after the season,
you're going to be in a blind someplace waiting for Bambi to come out or something like that.
None of your business.
But that's they lose. We'll start looking at free agents.
The caller's allowed to be disappointed. That's his opinion about
Don't come on at 50 and make it sound like your life is over.
Well, I'm 50, and it's 32 more years. That's a long time. That's a long time.
God, you guys, you 50-year-olds, you're children.
Are we?
Yeah. Life's going to have you got 15 years
50
to catch up
Toronto
to me.
Traffic's like 71.
Well, that is true.
It's like 71.
That's true.
Okay.
That is true. That is true. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Let's take a break and come back with more Blue Jays talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hit a home run with the Kidney Foundation. Play ball! Here's the pitch. Join the thousands who've made Kidney Car one of the largest donation programs in Canada. Donate your unwanted vehicle. Your car will be towed for free within 48 hours. Do it before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700. Knock it out of the park with Kidney Car. Donate, feel great. Save! Visit kidneycar.ca.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million Early Bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 14888521.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Did you know painting your garage can earn you Scene Plus points? Get started at Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays, where you can earn and redeem points on every project, from paint to lumber to lawn care and everything in between. Make every project a home run with Scene Plus, only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A Springer! Dinger!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
John, what's your message to the group and to the fan base heading into tomorrow night?
See you tomorrow. It's going to be electric here. I mean, these guys, it's business as usual, although it's coming down to one game. You know what I mean? These guys are really good at kind of just turning the page. That'll take a while to kind of unpack. That's a wild ending. I love the way we played. Yamamoto was really good again. Had our chances with guys on base kind of as the game went on. They're going to be ready to play tomorrow. Everyone's going to be ready to play. I expect them to be playing cards around 1 p.m. tomorrow and kind of shooting with everyone. It's going to be fun here. But to the fans, I say see you tomorrow night. Be loud, be rowdy, and we're going to be ready to play.
There you go. That is the skipper, John Schneider, rallying the troops, rallying the city, rallying the country, rallying Blair and Barker.
I'm rallied.
I'm rallied, too. It is Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker, poking through the embers of a 3-1 Dodgers win in Game 6 of the World Series. Game 7 goes tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We'll be doing a pregame show. You didn't know about that. Now you know about it. From 6 to
First I heard of that.
Yeah. 6 to 7:30 or something like that. I don't know what the time is. Something like that. We'll figure it out. We always do. Luke in Vancouver. You're in Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Blair, Kevin, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Going well. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why did you call me Blair and why did you call Kevin Kevin? People do that all the time. People call me Blair and then they call Kevin Kevin.
Huh. I don't know. I mean, I never thought of that.
Yeah. Anyhow, sorry. Go ahead. Just something.
Yeah, I was just wondering why there was ever a time to pinch hit David Schneider would have been in that bottom of the 7th against Robleski there for him and as down 2. I mean, spark a little magic there, right? And worry about the defense later. No.
No. Who would play shortstop?
IKF could come in to field in for that position.
Ooh, you'd really.
I just think like if that spot there, like they were going to go to Roki in the 8th. So I just thought, there's ever a time to get Davis in there and try to get something. Hit a 2-run bomb, maybe try to tie it there. I mean, that would have been the spot, but.
I mean, maybe if you did that, there's a chance he's going to bring Roki in there, right, to face the face the righty. Yeah, and Andres Jimenez has been. Why do people want to get rid of him? Want Jimenez out of the lineup?
Well, it took me 4 seconds to look up in the playoffs. He's hitting .412 of runners in scoring position with a .824 slug. I mean, if I know that, John knows that. I mean, he's your everyday shortstop. So, yeah, it's not, it's not like Davis. If Davis has been on a hater forever, you probably would do that. But
oh my God, that's a tough picture there. We're just watching a video feed here. Sean Casey, Mark Shapiro family in there watching Addison Barger get picked off at second base, and that's how the game ended. Double play. Kiké Hernandez catching a line drive. Tossing it into second base. That's not even really that close. It's not. Addison Barger was way, way, way down the line.
I've been there before. I'm not making excuses for Addison, but every once in a while the game speeds up on you. That's one of those moments right there where that happened.
Do you think the whole lodged ball thing might still be would have been swirling around in the back of his head too?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Jeez. It's like the time off you're trying to sell to me today with the Dodgers. Jeez.
What?
I mean, they just hit a rope double to left center field. It's like, what's the matter with you?
Yeah, but I mean, he's going nuts. Wow. Everybody thinks he's round. He's third. He's basically been basically at home plate.
How am I going to sleep tonight? I hit a double. Jeez. Off 99. What's wrong with you?
I guarantee Addison Barger's going to go to bed tonight thinking about getting picked off, not about hitting a double.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about, you think that had anything to do with him, being doubled off? Absolutely not. Slow down. When in doubt, stop, go back. Know how many outs are.
Are you talking about me or
simple.
Barger?
It's real simple. You've never been on second, so I'm not talking to you.
Victor and Mimico, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Good evening, gentlemen. How is everybody?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Good,
I really need a drink. I got to tell you the truth. Like, I really need a drink right now.
Well, I wish you were here right now because I could offer you one. But okay, so I'm going to start this off by in 1978, my high school, Westmount Secondary School in Hamilton, shout out to the Hammer.
There you go.
Put on a production of the Damn Yankees, but we switched up Black Sox for the Toronto Blue Jays. I played Roy Hartsfield, the coach, the very first coach. That's correct. And we had the song. I had to sing the solo. Gotta have heart. Miles and miles and miles of heart. When the odds say that you'll never win, that's when the grin should start. And that's what I find about this team. They seem to. I'm not too worried about tonight's game that much. Today was typical baseball. Baseball happens. That's why they played the games. We had an outstanding pitcher. I think we started to rattle him late. There's one error on the bases, which kind of hurt us to a degree. But who knows what might have happened consequently. But I'm just saying I'm very positive about tomorrow. We played our game. We had more men on base than they did. We had more hits than they did. And I'm totally optimistic about tomorrow's.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, thanks, Victor. Boy, that damn Yankees. Were you ever in a play-in school, Barker?
Absolutely not.
You weren't in, Glee Club?
No chance. I was hitting homers, Jeff.
Were you in choir?
I was scoring touchdowns.
You didn't?
I was shooting three-pointers.
Were you like the homecoming?
Were you
the homecoming king?
100-yard dash.
Were you the homecoming king and stuff like that?
Absolutely. What do you think?
How many years?
Every year. You should stop asking dumb questions.
Well, no, I just thought maybe
what my answer was going to be.
I thought maybe you were the type of guy that'd be, in the Glee Club singing or dancing.
You thought wrong.
All right. Yeah. Listen. I mean, you've got a game. You've got a game 7. You got to.
Yeah.
It's.
I think people believe in this team. I think that's the point.
I think people do.
That this team has sort of sold everybody on it's okay. There's tomorrow.
And it is kind of
not tomorrow after tomorrow, but there's
kind
tomorrow.
of remarkable too, isn't it?
That's
That you just saw a dude get doubled off second to end the game. And most people who called up are, relax, we got it.
Yeah, it's I love it. I'm in that camp. What I call him? I said Jason 7, and you yelled at me and screamed at me, called me names.
I called you Homer.
You did. You called me other names when we got off air, like you called me things.
But I do that every day. It doesn't matter. You don't have to.
And I'm going to be right. And then you're going to come on here and apologize to me.
I called Dodgers in 6.
Well, you're wrong.
Well,
they
won the 6th game.
Usual.
They won the 6th game. JP in Toronto. What's up, JP?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Got you loud and clear.
Just coming back from the game, obviously pretty disappointing. Besides the 9th inning and Varsho's at bats, I just wanted to touch on the 3rd inning. And this may sound ridiculous to you guys, but I really didn't like intentionally walking Shohei there. There's 2 out. There's a guy on second, and he's really gotten himself out. He's outside the game 3. He's really gotten himself out. He whiffed on 2 balls in the 1st inning. And hit one, fouled one back, struck out. Smith actually barreled one and just went foul in the 1st inning. I don't know. I just didn't time and score. 0-0. You're in the 3rd inning. There's 2 out. I didn't really think it was all that necessary, especially considering how his first at bat went and how he's obviously been struggling against the Jays pitchers the last couple of games. I really didn't think it was, it was all that, worthy of putting him on base. And, creating that much more traffic and that much more pressure on Gausman, to get the next guy out. But, what do you guys think?
I mean, I'll pass it over to you. I would have been surprised if they'd pitched him in that situation. I thought it was fine. I thought it was the right thing to do. John managed that game like a dude who thought his team was going to get 3 or 2 runs in the game. I mean, he really did. He didn't want Shohei to come up. And, I mean, Shohei, it's true what they say. When Shohei comes up to the plate and there's a man on base, there's a potential of a 2-run homer there.
Yeah, well, he knows who's throwing against him. He knows, it's going to be hard to score runs off that guy. And whenever you sort of have that opportunity, you can pitch around certain guys. To get back to that, the next hitter's right-handed. I know the split's a little bit. That splitter's a little easier for righties than for lefties. And I get your point about how he looked in the first at bat. The whole entire lineup looked that way in the first at bat, like he was.
And plus
he was mowing through them.
And he got 2 out. Like you have 2 out.
2 out at base. I just wonder if they pitched to him and he hit a 2-run homer, how people would say or talk.
The only thing, maybe people would say it's the 3rd inning. It's too early to intentionally walk a guy. I don't think it is.
Maybe.
I really don't.
See, I'm more a little confused about how they pitched Betts. That's all. The Will Smith at bat, that's a good pitch, a good hitter, got a hit.
It wasn't. It was not a horrible pitch.
It was not. No. It was in a good location. It was 2 or 3 of those in a row. He'd made really good pitches in his first at bat down there. It's just a good hitter making an adjustment with his lower half, having a little bit more bend, getting his eyes down there a little bit more. Catching that thing a little out in front. I just didn't understand the 3 elevated fastballs in a row. I still don't get it.
Well, Addison Barger found himself in the middle of things tonight, first with the double that was lodged under the wall in left field. Addison Barger, we should point out, by the way, it was his second double of the game. He did score the Jays' first run, and then, of course, he got picked off second base to end the game. And, Addison Barger addressed the media following the game, and this is what he had to say.
It was wild. We got guys in scoring position. Obviously on the play, I got doubled up. I was being too aggressive, trying to score, try to tie up that game if that ball drops. And, he got a good read on the ball and made a good play.
So off the bat, you're thinking that ball is down?
I'm thinking at least if it does drop, I want to get a spot where I can at least get a third. And I don't get thrown out at third, if you know what I mean. Because I know he's playing shallow, but, I'm trying to, even if that ball does drop, I want to be able to get to third.
Honestly, your ball that you had that went between the wall and the ground there. What was your read on that when it left the bat? And then what were you thinking when it got trapped there?
I couldn't really see the ball trapped or anything. I just saw them waving their hands, so I'm just going to keep running and see what they call it. That's pretty much it. I saw it at the wall. I didn't really see after that. I just kept going, just in case.
You ever seen that happen here before?
No, I haven't, at least.
Yeah, it's not like Addison Barger's played 15 years here.
Well, you've been here forever. You ever seen that?
I probably have. It doesn't step
probably the last time you saw it, they stunk, and you don't remember it. That's what you're trying to say? You can say it.
No,
go ahead.
I don't.
That's fair. Go ahead, say it.
Don't ask somebody.
You weren't paying attention.
It's like asking somebody,
Well, you ask me that all the time.
It's like asking somebody who's 20 years old.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like this? I'm 20 years old. I haven't seen anything.
It's like who's to pick the click today against Yamamoto? Like you asking.
I never use the phrase.
Question all the time.
I never use the phrase pick the click. Never use the phrase.
Do you have any idea what he just said about running the bases from second?
Well, first of all, he's a guy, we were heralding how smart he was on the bases the other night. No, because I didn't think the ball, did you think the ball was going to fall?
No chance.
Neither did I.
You're already in scoring position. You got to know who's coming up too, right? The 9-hole hitter's up. You know who's coming, who's on deck, who's walking to the plate. He's in scoring position when he's walking to the plate because it's George Springer. It's a really bad base running mistake. Again, they had their opportunities earlier in the game, but in the biggest moment of the game, right, you just got to sort of know where everybody's at. You got to try and slow the game a little bit down, and just seems like it sped up on him a little bit too much. Hopefully he learns from it and come back tomorrow and get 3 hits and hits a ball to the moon. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Alex in Montreal, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. First time calling. I hope my English is good enough, but just want to say, I know it's a rough game. I feel like people are talking about Barger run and all that. It's easy to say when you're not on the field, but anyway, baseball has a way to break your heart, but also baseball as a way to reward the team that is better. And to me right now, the Blue Jays in the series is a way better team than the Dodgers. And I think it's going to show up in Game 7 tomorrow. Those guys are drilled all their life to have short memory. Tonight is a tough loss. I still think tonight they were the better team. Maybe the Dodgers has a couple of players that are dominant, and when they're on the field, they're dominant. But team-wise, batting, running, defense, pitching, relief pitcher, the Blue Jays have shown that they are a better team, and I think tomorrow it's going to be on. It's a tough loss, probably for the city of Toronto, but for the whole country. But it's baseball. It's not hockey, so I don't like people talking about hockey, first of all. I think it's ridiculous. Anyway, what I'm saying is that tomorrow is the day, and to me, tomorrow, like, everything is on the balance. Everybody's available, and so far, even a Dodgers fan is going to say the Dodgers has played way better than a Dodgers has played in that series. And that team, like, I remember that team when they start losing, like, at the end of the season, everybody count them out. They had a tough stretch, like, I think it's early September or something like that. And they came back, and then they were like, oh, they have, like, they're not going to play in the first round. Like, they're not going to be ready. They're not going to show up. They did. They had injury. People were like, oh, they shed, blah, blah, blah. They're out. They did show up, and they won. And I think they're going to do it again. And like I said, baseball is an equal sport. And tomorrow the Blue Jays are going to win because simply they're just the better team as the Dodgers right now. And I believe that. And I wish that everybody don't any like coaching or anything. He knows. And when I just listened to his comment, what do you want him to say? Yep. Why do you ask him for an explanation? Is the World Series is the first time since '93 that we're there. Like, leave the kids alone. He's going to come back tomorrow, and he might be the guy that won you the games tomorrow. So,
that's very true. Appreciate the call, Alex.
There you go.
Alex's English is okay. I understood what he said.
I did too.
I understood that one word.
What's that word, Jeff?
Jessica in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hi, thanks for having me. I was at the Rogers Center tonight, and the crowd was absolutely electric. It was fantastic. I thought the pitching was great on both sides. Obviously, I would have liked to see the Jays hit more when we have men on bases. Other than that, I did notice that Glasnow came in the ninth, and I am wondering what you think about Ohtani possibly starting tomorrow on short rest.
It sure sounds like he is. Dave Roberts has said he's a possibility to start Game 7. I think he is. To me, it almost doesn't matter who starts the game because everybody's going to be available unless their arm's dragging in the ground. Yeah, but it would make sense to start Ohtani.
Either starting or he's closing. One of them two.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. Because I just don't think you run Glasnow out there again. After having him warm up and come into the game here.
I'm sure we'll see him, but
we'll see him. Again, I think we might even see Yamamoto tomorrow. I would not put anything past Dave Ross. Hey, it's Game 7 tomorrow.
Maybe.
Do or die. Yeah. All hands on deck, Barker. That includes you.
Hey, I'll be here.
I know you will be here. Tell the guys at the studio are still laughing about Alex's call.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. No, I like a little emotion. Game 7, damn it. It's not like it's over. It's not over.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow. First pitch is 8 o'clock. We'll be doing a pregame show. What time are we on our pregame show?
6 to 7:30.
6 to 7:30. All right, there you go. 6 to 7:30. We'll have a bunch of special guests and lots of insight, and maybe we can get Alex on again. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball. Canada's team is making history, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Halifax, Charlottetown, and all across the Maritimes are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Lost game, but it was part of the NBA Cup.
Now, what is interesting about any discussion in the NBA Cup is because I think the NBA Cup is here to stay. Unless Adam Silver gets kicked out of the league for mishandling all this gambling stuff. And there's a mutiny, which I don't think will happen. But I thought he was supposed to be talking to Congress at some point here before the end of the month. Maybe next month. I don't know. They don't seem to be. I don't know. Never mind. But with the NBA Cup, if we're going to have it, is this the best time to have it? Because the season just started. It just started. And now we're doing this thing? Could you have it in December to ramp up to Christmas maybe? Or that is like the unofficial start for a lot of people when they start paying attention to NBA. Could you have it in January when it's kind of like not really a playoff race? We're kind of biding time till the trade deadline. I don't know when the right time to have it is. This seems like maybe one of the wrong times to have it because the season just started and now we got to figure out what the cup is. Or at least maybe it's fresh enough that, hey, okay, it's like something exciting. Notable results. The Lakers got a win. Luka had 44. The Bulls are now 5-0. They beat the Knicks. What is going on with the Bulls? Man. And the Sixers finally were dealt their first loss as the Celtics, I believe, have now won 3 in a row. Yeah, they started 0-3.
Snell into the line. Here's the first pitch of Game 5 of the World Series, and it's hit high, left field and deep. Call back at the track, leaps at the wall, and that ball is gone. A first pitch homer for Davis Schneider, and the Blue Jays take the lead in the first. Welcome to Game 5.
We've seen pitchers throw off-speed pitches to George Springer a lot over the course of the season. He's a guy that ambushes. Blake Snell doesn't know much about Davis Schneider. He doesn't know if he's an ambusher or not. He tried to get ahead with a fastball. I think Davis Schneider's been talking to George Springer a little bit.
And the 0-1. Vladdy rocks the ball. Left field and deep. Back to the wall. It is gone again. Back-to-back blasts in the first, and in 3 pitches, the Blue Jays lead 2-0. What in the world are we watching right now?
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is taking his time running around the bases, and why not? What a moment for him as he hugs Bo Bichette, getting back to that Blue Jays dugout. Davis Schneider is helping him out with that jacket. My goodness, what did we just witness?
96-mile-an-hour heater. He smoked it out to left nearly 400 feet. The wind and the 2-strike pitch. He got him. Struck him out on a slider. 1-2-3 for your Savage in the first. 2-0 Blue Jays. No outs in this inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Kept going to that splitter until finally Freeman was out in front of it. And that's his second strikeout of the start. 1 out in the bottom of the second.
It is very difficult as a major league pitcher to make Shohei Ohtani look bad, to make Mookie Betts look bad, and to make Freddie Freeman look bad. Trey Savage has done all 3 of those things in this ballgame so far.
They've fed Teoscar a ton of breaking balls in this series. Savage has gone 2 fastballs and a splitter so far. Kirk makes the call, the wind from Savage, and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. There's the slider, and he punches out Hernandez. 3 in a row and 2 down in the bottom of the second. Regular rest for Savage. His 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Trey Savage strikes out this side. He's punched out 4 in a row in 2 6-up, 6-down innings in L.A. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3. Throws him with a slider at the knees. Muncy barking up the first baseline. He didn't like it. 5 Ks in a row, 1 down. Hernandez playing center field with the lineup changes for the Dodgers. Was in left previously. 2-1. And he smokes it. Left field and deep. That ball is way gone. An absolute rope off the bat of Kiké Hernandez, his first of the postseason and 16th in the playoffs in his career. That four-seamer caught a lot of the plate up and in, and Hernandez was all over. The wind and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Ohtani loses his helmet on this splitter, and Savage bounces back after giving up the solo shot to Kiké Hernandez to get call and punch out Ohtani, ending the third. The 1-1. Hit on a line out to center, charging in Hernandez. Varsho tagging. Hernandez makes the catch. Here comes Varsho. The throw goes up the line, and Varsho drags his left hand across home plate in a slide. Sac fly, Ernie Clement. 3-1 Blue Jays with one out in the top of the fourth. Hunting his 7th strikeout so far. Snell is Savage, his ending the
made one mistake to Kiké Hernandez, but other than that, he's been on for the majority of this game. He struck out Shohei Ohtani twice. He struck out Will Smith right there. But the thing that I like the most is he's just getting on top of the slider, getting on top of the split finger, and the fastball velocity has been pretty steady.
Unbelievable for you, Savage. 22-year-olds 1-2. Make it 35 in the postseason. Strikes out Betts on his splitter. 2 down.
They might have seen him in game one, but they did not see this guy. This is almost like they're facing a completely different guy with a completely different repertoire. I mean, it's just been so incredible. Not only the pitches, not only the location, the strikeouts, all that stuff, just the composure out there. This is a difficult place to pitch.
Struck out Edman on his splitter in the second. 1-1 pitch. Popped up. Middle of the infield. IKF calls for it. Jimenez waves him off, and the shortstop leans left to make the catch and end the inning. A little two-out trouble with a hit batter and an infield hit, but Savage nodding into Alejandro Kirk as he stalks off the hill through 4 innings. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a splitter in the dirt. 9 Ks in 4 2/3 for Trey Savage. 2 down.
Look at Trey Savage just marching around that mound, stomping those feet. Tons of confidence out there, tons of swag.
3-2 pitch. Check swing, pitch in the dirt, appeal to first. He went! 10 Ks in 5 innings for Trey Savage. On to the 6th inning we go. 1-2 pitch. And it's ripped on a line to right, charging. Barger dives! Did he get it? He did! Addison Barger! Racing to right center to rob a hit from Ohtani. Ohtani hit it a mere 117 miles an hour, and Barger had the wherewithal to make the play. 1 out. Feet pretty close together in his straight-up stance. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 11 Ks for Trey Savage. 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. He's shredding right now in Game 5.
Well, he's shredding, and he is stomping around that mound out there.
His payoff pitch to the backstop. Coming home, Barger. He'll score on the walk. Vladdy up to first. Jimenez into second. He yanked it way outside at 100, and it's 4-1 Blue Jays on the 3rd Dodger wild pitch of the inning. He kicks and deals. And the pitch is lined. Slicing down and right. Base hit. Coming around 3rd, Jimenez. Vladdy going first to 3rd. Jimenez into score. Vladdy slides into 3rd. RBI single, Bo Bichette. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Dodgers 1 in the top of the 7th. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A dozen Ks for Savage. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th.
I mean, it just keeps getting better and better. Just so much movement on that split finger. It looked like a fastball right down the middle, and then missed the barrel. Alejandro Kirk holding on to that baseball. I think it was a foul tip, but what a performance so far from Trey Savage.
Blue Jays 5, Dodgers 1. 1 out, bottom of the 7th, Game 5 of the World Series. 3-2. On the ground to 3rd. Clement grabs it. Throw to second one. IKF to first. Double play! 5-4-3. Savage through 7. And it's 5-1 Blue Jays in Game 5 of the World Series. Now the infield in, IKF up. Left on right pitch. On the ground left side and through, base hit. IKF delivers. Clemente to score. RBI single. The Blue Jays lead 6-1 in the 8th. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dominguez picks up where Savage left off, 2 down. Ohtani 0 for 3 tonight against Savage. Faces Dominguez here in the 8th. The pitch. Hit on the ground at first. Stabbed by Vladdy. He slaps the base with his right hand as he went down to the splits to snare it. And in one pitch, Ohtani is retired. Hoffman set. Runner on. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Doubled up on the slider. Threw it even lower. And the Blue Jays are an out away. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Hoffman turns his shoulders. Looks at first. Now sets. He kicks. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hoffman punches out Hernandez. The Blue Jays, in dominant fashion, win 6-1 in Game 5, and they'll come home with a 3-2 lead in the World Series. The World Series is on the line. The Blue Jays come back to Rogers Center for Game 6 of the Fall Classic, holding a 3-2 lead. 27 outs could separate them from a 3rd World Championship. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in tonight and joining us at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host tonight, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Tanidi, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young are our technical directors. 6th pitch, Kevin Gausman to Ohtani. And he got him. Splitter in the zone. Ohtani down. 1 out in the top of the 1st. Welcome to Game 6.
What an at-bat from Kevin Gausman. He only threw 1 fastball, and the only reason he threw that fastball was to change the eye level of Shohei Ohtani, and then he went right back to the split finger, and Ohtani was out in front of it.
Smith stands tall in his stance, arms out from his face, waving the bat toward the Rogers Center roof. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He just stuck with the splitter until he got the chase. 2 down.
That was perfectly located. If you're going to throw a 5th pitch down, a 5th off-speed pitch down, it has to be below that strike zone. That was perfectly located right below the strike zone.
Gausman stretches his arm behind him, bouncing his lead left foot. Right-hander with a 1-2. He got him! Kevin Gausman skips off the hill. He just punched out the side in the top of the 1st. 1 out, base is empty. No score, top of the 2nd. The 0-2. And he got him! 4 strikeouts in 5 batters. Went back to the bread and butter. A whiff on the splitter, 2 down. Full count, 2 outs, base is empty. The pitch. Swing and a miss! 5 Ks. Gausman splitter, unhittable through 2. No score, middle of the 2nd in downtown Toronto. Right on right matchup with Kiké Hernandez, the 2-2. Called strike 3. Frozen with a slider on the outside edge. 6 Ks in 7 batters for Gausman, 1 out. Rojas sticks his back right foot into the back chalk of the righty batter's box. Gausman set. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. 95 at the knees. 2 down. Righty's 1-0. Lifted down the left field line. Hooking toward the corner. That ball is fair. Coming around 3rd, Edmonton to score. Stop sign at 3rd, Ohtani. Smith dunks one into the left field corner. And the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead on his RBI double. The 1-2 again. And it's hit on a line through the left side base hit. Ohtani scores. They give the wave to Smith. Lucas's throw let through to home. It's offline. Smith slides in, and a 2-run single by Mookie Betts makes it 3-0 Dodgers with 2 outs in the top of the third. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-strike pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. And he got him. 8 Ks for Gausman, but the Dodgers strike for 3 in the third on 3 hits. Big double by Smith. 2-run single by Betts. Gausman strands a pair. It's 3-0 Dodgers, middle of the third. Another 1-2. And it's lined fair down the left field line. Pinball's off the short retaining wall. Barger rips around first, and he's in the second with a leadoff stand-up double. Was looking off speed. Four-seamer came in at 97, and he had the bat speed to push it the other way for a leadoff extra base hit. Barger leads off third in Yamamoto's eye line. The 3-0. Swinging a line drive. Right center. Down in the gap. Barger in to score. Springer hangs on at first. RBI single. They do cash in. It's the Dodgers 3, the Blue Jays 1 in the bottom of the third.
Is he 100%? I have no idea. But what an approach from George Springer. Takes that cutter in a 3-1 count on the outside part of the plate and absolutely rips it for the first run of the ballgame for the Toronto Blue Jays. What an important swing in an important inning. You had to score that run from third base. George Springer coming through.
Step onto the middle of the rubber. Gausman staring in at Hernandez. Shakes, then nods. Hands put together. Bouncing his left foot. With 2 outs. The 2-2. On the ground is short. Coming to his left, Jimenez gathers, throws to first, in time, 10 in a row set down by Kevin Gausman. That homer, his lone home run of the playoffs. 3-2. Called strike 3. 98 right down the middle.
And they challenged him. I mean, if I threw 98 to 100 miles an hour with that banger curveball that Louis Varland has.
2 fastballs and a sweeper so far delivered to Teoscar. Dominguez with a 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on 99. The bases are left loaded, and the top of the Blue Jay order is coming up in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 Dodgers, Game 6 of the World Series. 1-2 pitch, and he got him. Tied him up with a 4-seamer top of the zone. 1 down. Bassett winds, and the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slow sweeper at 74. Struck out Kiké Hernandez, 2 down.
I know that he would rather be starting, but Chris Bassett is one heck of a reliever.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, Kirk, Barger, Clement scheduled to hit. John Schneider has his full bench, including guys like Davis Schneider and Ty France. 1-2 pitch. On the ground, over the mound. Bassett lets it run all the way to the shortstop. Jimenez, who throws on the run to first to end the top of the 9th inning. 3 shots for the Blue Jays to score 2 and keep it going, or just maybe get 3 and win the World Series. 3-1 Dodgers, runner on first, no outs, bottom 9. The 2-2. Swing and a drive, left center, Dean on the run, it's over his head off the base of the wall. Strine to third, he'll get the wave. Dean staring at it, Barger into third, time called in left. Barger coming around to score, and they're going to gift the Dodgers. That ball is right there for Justin Dean if he could bend his knees, and they're going to gift him a ground rule double. That never gets called in this ballpark. Neither run scores. Dean staring at it under the wall. We'll get another look. John Schneider wants an explanation.
Well, I'm sure he's going to get one, and the umpires are going to talk about this. I'm not sure what happened out there. We're getting a second look right now.
The call in the field is that the ball was lodged. Toronto is challenging.
The ball is not lodged. We just got the
He picked it up and threw it right back in after they called time.
That ball's not lodged. That's a call that should never have happened.
It's maybe 20% of it in there. But there's no way Justin Dean can't pick up that ball. I mean, Hernandez, Kiké's telling him to. They're reviewing it right now. Let's reset here. And especially talking to myself, let's take a breath. Second and third, nobody else is after review. They've called it lodged. So it's second and third, no outs for the Blue Jays there, rather than cashing in a run, maybe two. Tying run is Barger on second. The 1-0. Line drive, left center. Hernandez playing short, makes the grab. Throw to second. He's out. Barger doubled off, and the game is over. The Blue Jays will challenge to try and keep this alive, but Barger trying to ensure the field is out. Toronto's challenging. Trying to ensure that he could score on a single, was off of second. A bouncing throw and a great pick at second by Rojas. Hernandez was playing shallow. Most of the time that's a base hit, but he made the grab, and this more than likely is going to be the end of Game 6.
Yeah, he looked like he was out at second base. A really crucial base running error. If you're at second base, if you're on base, you have to know where the outfielders are playing. And Addison Barger, for whatever reason, took a couple of extra steps off of second base, and he's out at second. I'm pretty sure he's out. We've gotten a couple of replays here. Yeah, it's very clear.
Review, out. And that is how the game will come to an end. The Dodgers, on the back of their pitching again, win the game 3-1 and force a Game 7 in the World Series tomorrow. 3-1, the final score, Blue Jays and Dodgers.